at that point in their budget means that it's not that their economy was horrifically managed or anything. The problem is that they're at war. So 1.8 billion does go a long way. It's about half a month. Canada continues to be, especially per capita, a major donator to Ukraine. The U.S. for military, we're a really big leader there, though I still would like to give a shout out. Unusual, but the Russians are still the #1 donator of military equipment to Ukraine. So thank you for the Russian Lend-Lease program. But for people giving voluntary donations to Ukraine, only the soldiers are being voluntary with the Russian donations. The Russian government apparently is opposed for some reason to donating all this equipment to Ukraine. They're just stupid. But the American government is the #1 leader. That's only at 1% of our defense budget, not of our GDP, not of any major number like that, just of our defense budget. So we have a lot of room to move that number significantly up, and it would have the benefit of saving democracy, defeating an authoritarian colonial power, who just also happens to be one of our major longtime historic rivals. And so I don't see why we wouldn't just do that and try to get this whole war ended sooner so that a lot less people die.
Right. There was a... Oh, look who's coming back. It's Papa Smurf. Oh, no,
Yeah, so
Victoria
sorry, I got disconnected.
left. Victoria and Michelle left. What's up with that? It's the trench beaver.
The trench beaver wasn't popular. I don't know what happened.
I like
Trench beaver. Okay, let it be trench beaver. This is new Ukrainian weapon.
trench beaver.
Is that what you were creating in those biolabs? I mean, I know you guys created the NAFO dogs, but did you also get the trench beaver out of the biolabs?
Oh, in biolabs, we make a lot of different and much more dangerous and disgusting things. Trench beavers and some birds that bring cancer to Russia and so on.
Wait, that just sounds like a Russian vodka factory. I mean, do they really need public health issues that they don't create?
What?
They already have vodka factories. Like, they need new public health issues to create them. Like, don't they just drank themselves to death over there?
No, sorry, I didn't get the last sentence. Latest sentence.
I said they already have vodka factories. I thought they just drank themselves. Why do they need to create new public health hazards when they don't deal with the existing ones?
Yeah, for sure. I was just joking about that propaganda, Russian propaganda, that we have biological labs in Ukraine doing some disgusting stuff, and we are all in Ukraine. We are all curious. What are we doing at those factories, or at those biofactories? What kind of weapon, or what kind of new animals or something like this? It's just it's absurd. It's absurd. It's so funny. We even already tired to laugh on it.
It is funny, and it's fun how we've seen people make fun of it over the last months, because it's so absurd that you sort of kind of have to laugh at it. It's like, Operator Starsky made some comment about a bioengineered pigeon, and I commented on that, and he ended up coming up on the space for a little while and talking to us. Do you know who Operator Starsky is?
Yes, and I consider things like humor as a weapon as well,
Absolutely.
because we have so much memes and uh, funny pictures and parodies regarding Russians and their lies, and they have no they cannot absolutely answer with anything, just with anything. They are not able to do anything with it. And humor, I always uh, uh, I always tell that humor is one of the tools of the war.
I have to agree with
That's
you. Go ahead, Finance.
I I also agree with you. I have to say that Papa Smurf. Speaking of amazing things that came out of the Ukrainian biolabs, which I'm gonna laugh because I know somewhere in the audience there's some Russian troll listening who's gonna go nuts on some idiot space where he's saying, "Oh, they admit it. There's biolabs. They admit it." It's gonna be great. I want to say, Papa Smurf, check your DMs. I sent you a picture that it's just a little bit too inappropriate for me to put in the nest of things that came out of the biolabs. And with that, we kick it back to Heather for a moment.
Oh my God! How to eliminate the manga?
Oh no. Oh no. What did you guys do? Other than the fact that got I received an image. I received. Go ahead, Papa.
I can tell you some not very maybe not very polite thing, but it's very very funny. Uh, do you know tea called Ahmad?
No, I don't.
Ahmad. This is trademark of the tea, which is very popular along all of former Soviet Union. It's called Ahmad. So uh, Chechens, which were fighting on the Russian side, they made kind of new motto, Ahmad Sila. It means Ahmad is the power, and Ahmad is the name of his leader. I mean Ramzan Kadyrov, Chechen leader, Chechen leader of Chechen Chechen warriors in Russian army. His name his name is Ramzan Kadyrov, and his father name is Ahmad. He was killed many years ago, and they used to make a single trick in TikTok. On every area, they were waving with Chechen or mostly Chechen flag, screaming, "Ahmad is the power." And after that, Ukrainian soldiers made a tradition. Every Russian soldier which is captured, which begins prisoner of war. He has to say a couple of words. Of course, he has to say "Слава Україні, героям слава," and he has to say "Ahmad T" instead of Ahmad is a power.
Gotcha. Hey, there, Papa Smurf. We've got another Smurf over here who's got his hand up. I think we're going to go to him for a second and see what he needs to say, okay?
Okay, sure.
Okay, please mute your mic. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I like your new name, Papa Smurf. You know, I've been Smurfy Sma for about 9 months, but I appreciate your name. I really do love it. I see Gunny down there too in the listening panel. Well, not anymore. But I guess I just want to come up and say that yeah, everybody give Papa Smurf a follow because he's real deal. He's been here for a while. And Prince, you too. I remember when you first came on here, Prince.
And you are my son, by the way.
I mean, you know, how old are you? If I may?
I'm just kidding because I'm Papa Smurf, I'm Papa Smurf and you are just
Oh
Smurf.
yeah. Sure.
Apparently,
Yeah,
old
I
enough
got you.
daddy.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of getting old these days. It seems like. Anyway, I'm glad to see your new name. And anyway, back to Prince. You know, I just appreciate you being a speaker and being up here all these nights. And lately with Mr. Finance too, which is also one of my heroes. So you guys do a really good job and hope everybody in the room tonight can appreciate that for you guys' time, because we all know you guys don't get paid for this. This is your free time right now, and it's for a good cause for Ukraine and for all of its fighters and defenders. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I was here Saturday night. My hot date was a 60-plus-year-old man who was talking about Ukraine to all of you, and he's by far the more popular one. Not even close. That'd be Mr. Chuck Fair with his late night Saturday night fever bullet points, and I couldn't have been happier. This is what we do with our free time. As I said, the actual hero here would be Papa Smurf over there, your dad. Given that he's actually fighting the Ruskies on the front lines. I'm just a guy in a safe NATO country who volunteers some time to try to keep a little space in MriyaReport running. And there's no danger for me. Nobody is shooting rockets at my family members or me. So I want to say thank you very much to Papa Smurf for all he does for Ukraine.
I'll send you a bill.
I'll send it to. I'll forward it right on.
Okay.
Anyway, I just want to come and give a shout out to all the hosts and everybody on the speaker panel right now. That's all.
We appreciate it very much. It gets slow taught sometimes at this time of the day, but that's okay. We prepare. So, Finance, I know you've had kids, and kids require a fair bit of stuff, and I don't remember it happening in the United States, but I believe it was a thing in Europe quite extensively, and possibly it still is. But when people have children, they get a box, and in that box contains a bunch of things that they'll need for their child for their first year of life. And in some situations back in the day when things were not as accessible and wages were lower and people couldn't afford things, part of the purpose was to use the box as a crib for the child. But Finland has gone and sent 1,000 maternity packages, and it says that they have, I think it said, where did it go? Oh, look at that. it says it's supposed to have what they need for the first year of the kid's life. So it has different clothes and bibs and all kinds of other things that you're going to need for your baby in the first year of life. And I think being able to hand those out to new parents is a wonderful thing, because I mean, especially in some of the harder hit areas, those things definitely won't be as accessible. I did read also today about how mothers are ending up in a lot of situations having their children at home because the local hospital has been destroyed or things such as that. So being able to um, hand out these baby boxes is a really good thing. Hopefully, it's something that they do need. Um, they'll get more of in the long run, because I would bet that they're going to need them. So it was just something cute that I saw today that I thought was a really nice way to help Ukraine in a way that people don't often think of. You know, you have a baby, then you've been living in a bomb shelter for the most part, and you know you're not going to have access to a lot of those things that you're going to need. So it's nice to see them being provided that way. So I'm going to hand it back to you, Finance, for a second, and dig for something else.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's amazing. I'd seen some of the aid going to newborns. You know, there are in fact still kids being born in Ukraine. Not as many because of the war, and quite frankly, as a parent, God bless anyone who is attempting to have children for whatever reason right now. But there are still kids being born, and they definitely, they for somebody so small, you're amazed at just how much space and stuff babies need. They take up a huge amount of space, and they uh, consume a huge amount of stuff. So anything that you can donate to those new parents and any group doing that really is making it possible for that to happen. And you know, clearly, there's a lot of displaced people who have kids. You know, both young and old, and even when kids get older, they're not even in diapers, and they're a little bit bigger. You know, depending on how large and how fast they grow, you're looking at needing new clothes every 6 months to a year. So you know, there's just a lot of expenses that come with the smaller, the next generation of Ukrainians. And as much as the Russians may have attempted, a majority of them are not in Russian hands and are in need of assistance. So, for whatever charities are doing that work, that is actually amazing. Would love to see any video of that. If somebody wants to put that in the nest, would appreciate, or sorry, wants to send it to me so I can put it in the nest. Uh, we would love to see it. Also, apparently, in this amazing snuff donation link that we now have in the nest, courtesy of Viking Warrior, someone had suggested that maybe we should name you Space Laser, given the Jewish connection. Papa Smurf, Space Laser seems absolutely perfect and hilarious. With that, the furry fellow with questions, Anda.
Good morning.
Anda,
Good morning.
You saw those videos?
What videos? Good morning.
Good morning. It was a question not for you.
Sorry.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Go on, please.
Let me see if I learned anything from my last lesson. It was dobry veg.
Dobro ranku.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm awful. I'm sorry. I'm
You are close.
I hope the Ukrainian army is closer when they hit, because I'm gonna practice more. I'm sorry. So I came up to ask Finance something, and then I have a question for you.
Yes, sure.
I muted myself. Great. It's morning here. I'm sorry. So finance, good morning. I have a question for you. It's a finance question.
So if it's, sorry for interruption,
Yes,
if it's morning in where you are,
I'm in Romania.
this is great. This is great chance to remember how it will be in Ukrainian. So the morning in Ukrainian is ранок.
Rano.
Добрий ранок. And
Доброго ранку. Ні,
доброго ранку.
але but the morning as is ранок.
Добро ранку.
Доброго ранку. Yeah. You're closer and closer.
Thank you.
Bună dimineața.
Bună dimineața. Bună dimineața. So, two questions. I will shoot the first one to finance. So the question is about China. In Romanian newspapers, there is an article regarding China lending billions of dollars. This is how they say it. So I understand there is an initiative which is called Belt and Road. And China lent some sort of a saving. So they are trying to save other banks, if I understand correctly, lending $104 billion to countries which are in developing stages. I will send you the link. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't understand why China at this point will lend money to other countries, seeing that. So I don't understand their strategy and how this is tied up with with Russia and with the Ukrainian war. Like, why? What are they doing?
So China has been, so the Belt and Road Initiative has been China's move towards increasing their economic, depending on how positively or negatively you view it, it's either Chinese economic neocolonialism or it is China's approach towards being more diplomatically powerful and getting their people and soft power spread throughout the world while building much needed infrastructure in all sorts of third world nations, which the U.S. promised and never delivered. I stand far closer into the economic neocolonialism version because insofar as they did often build much needed infrastructure, all of the stuff built by China has come with insane strings, was built with Chinese engineers using Chinese heavy equipment, and was often built in things like the Sri Lankan port facility, which employs no native Sri Lankans. Sri Lankans aren't even allowed to enter the facility itself. And the port facility itself, being staffed entirely by Chinese expats, is left Sri Lanka riddled with a ton of debt. So it doesn't help the country at all. It gives the country a massive amount of debt, and it's used for strategic purposes or economic purposes of China. It has been called quite negatively and accurately debt trap diplomacy. And the fact that they're continuing to do this, or even acting sometimes by bailing out countries they have put in a bind, is itself pretty predatory, and they're not fully bailing them out or just forgiving the predatory loans they gave them for infrastructure that only China and not any of the countries that they built stuff in are benefiting from. So I think of this as sort of pure, in many, many cases, it's pure economic neocolonialism. In a few cases, it's far more needed rail lines and transportation links that does hook up, especially Central Asian nations with physical trade and physical trade links to China. Because if you don't build infrastructure in Central Asia, there just aren't enough good waterways to naturally and cheaply move goods. So, built like there's train lines that stretch from China through Kazakhstan down into Pakistan, etc., and those become very useful trading routes. But there is a heavily exploitative nature to the Belt and Road Initiative, and so many observers, even ones who started out far more positive towards China, tend to these days take a far more, if they're not Chinese propagandists, it tends not to be viewed as positively for the countries that receive such deals, shall we say, from China. And it certainly has a strong air of corruption when it does occur. So does that answer your question as to what's going on with the Chinese Belt and Road and their lender of last resort issues?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Interestingly, as much as Russia has announced the new building and construction of Siberian Power 2, which would be the natural gas linkage for the northeastern natural gas in Russia they used to sell to Europe, but now don't, all the way to China, which is quite far, would be a 10, probably $20+ billion midstream energy project. China did not announce they were financing that one. So for whatever reason, as much as they're willing to throw billions around, and as much as they are giving them a somewhat sweetheart deal, given they're buying on some of that gas they're buying, still at a discount, not even China was willing to finance the Siberian Power 2 pipeline that's needed for Russia to get they're closer to Europe, the northeastern place natural gas fields, through a pipe all the way to China. So humorously, as much as they are Russia's supposed unlimited friendship, or whatever the F they call that there in Xi's Chinese genocidal mafia state, they're not actually enough of a friend to build the pipeline that would bring them all the gas that is currently going nowhere and used to go to Europe. So we can see just how much trust and love they have for each other there.
I think they're trying to, I'm sorry to jump in, but I think they are trying to drag down Russia in some way. So how I see that part is build your own pipe, spend your own money, spend your own time, and then we will negotiate the price of the gas, you know? So they will drag the price of the gas because Russia doesn't have many other options to sell it anyway. So they will be forced both to invest in the pipeline.
So I will say, so right. So they're trying to get Russia to invest instead of themselves. However, it should be said that huge pipelines like that create double dependency relationships, and China does not have. And if those two go into war, there'd be a mutually assured destruction angle. So you're never, I agree, but on the other hand, if they do start taking that much natural gas from Russia, then they're putting themselves in a relationship where Russia becomes one of their largest, even way more so than now, energy suppliers. And that, and right now, the way they've grown their relationship is in a toxic fashion, where while Russia imports 30% and growing, it's like 35, 36, maybe even 40% of their imports now comes out of China. To China, that's only 2 to 3% of exports. So Russia right now needs China. China doesn't really need Russia. They just get a sweetheart deal from Russia, so it makes them some more money, and they're a good bit of new clients on the side. So Russia right now needs China, but China doesn't need Russia. And China absolutely loves having countries be dependent on them. That puts them in a position of social dominance, while also making them some corrupt cash flow in ways that they can control. Power, that also happens to get them money. That's the things that dictators love. So, I could see why there might be some natural hesitancy towards the pipeline, which I'm sure they'd like to buy all that gas at a discount, but paying for the right to be more dependent on Russia doesn't quite sound as good a deal when you think in terms of power first, which does happen to also be the terms that Russia thinks under. So nice to see them running into their own problems here. Also, welcome up to panel, Ali Dishka.
All right, finance. You covered the gas end of things. How about the grain end of things? And there was an article today in Bloomberg that Cargill and Viterra are exiting the Russian grain export. They're among the top 6 exporters of Russian grain, and they are planning on stopping exporting grain from Russia. So that was a very interesting piece of news, I thought, and I was curious if you had seen it or had any thoughts on it.
I had not seen that. I'm not surprised that Cargill was involved, but I had not seen that yet.
I should probably send you these articles before we co-host together, because, I find some pretty random, obscure things. I also saw something today, and I'll have to see if I can find it in my notes, because it probably should have been under economy, and it wasn't. There was another thing that I saw that I guess maybe I thought maybe it had more to do with logistics, because Poland is now having a problem with they're upset with they're upset with all the Ukrainian grain going through their country, and because of the backlog of grain going through the country, it's driving the prices of grain down in Poland and causing the farmers to lose money. I'm going to go to Anda and see what she has to say while I look at this.
All right. So I had a question for Papa Smurf. So the question is like follows. Early in the war, and again near the period where so near Christmas, we understood that there is a program or a possibility of people sending letters to the soldiers on the front. So, Papa Smurf, I was wondering if you know anyone. So these are support letters, right? Basically, the sender doesn't know the exact address of the person, of the soldier he's writing to. but it's sort of a support letter, right? It's a letter of appreciation for the soldiers, for what they do on the front lines, to remember them that they are not alone, or they are not forgotten. So I was wondering if this actually, so I understood a, it's possible to do this for Ukrainian soldiers, and I was wondering if you know anyone who has received a letter from the from a supporter. Let's put it this way. So
I can answer you not only about letters regarding Christmas, but I can definitely say that first of all, most of the letters that come to the front line, and doesn't matter it's Christmas or not Christmas, these are letters from children, and I know many soldiers that put those letters with some pictures on with on these letters. They put it in their armor vest. I saw it on my own, and also if you visit any compound, any bunker on Ukrainian positions, or any even headquarters, not so many on headquarters, because there are many other papers to take on on the walls, but in compounds, in bunkers, they are all full walls of bunkers and compounds. They are full of those letters. They are just put on the wall, and they're there. I this is not just beautiful words. This is true. I can even I think I can even show you some pictures. I can even show you one of the videos which I've made for one of the band, which came with concerts along with the front line, and there is a piece of video which shows how many letters and draws from children are being kept by soldiers on where they live.
thank you. I'm really glad. I'm really glad. I bet it's helpful for the morale and
Hey, you know, first of all, it's yeah, it's helpful for morale, but first of all, you know, it's very nice. It's very sweet. It's very sweet when some kid which never saw you, and which probably will never see you, and you will not see him or her. He sends a letter with something what he can what he can paint in this letter. And sometimes, by the way, these letters, they came along with some things which kids make on their own, like bracelets, small bracelets, for example. I have one of them.
Those are sweet. I'm glad you guys are getting stuff like that from people. Even if it's not somebody you know, getting something like that means a whole lot. Finance? I see you took your mic off. Did you want to say something?
Yes, finance.
Hi. I didn't realize I was saying something. No, I actually didn't mean to tip my icon. My phone was literally sitting next to me as I was reading up on some of the more rapacious loans that China's making under the Belt and Road policy, which was even more neo-colonial than I realized. Somehow, China always finds a way to outdo my lowest expectations. But no, Twitter just randomly unmuted my mic when I wasn't even touching my phone. That is a new one on me. I'm used to lots of Twitter glitches, but Elon always finds a way to underperform.
And by the way, sorry for interruption. I remember an episode when journalists came onto position, and one of soldiers, he started to show those letters from kids to journalists, and suddenly mortar shelling fire started, and many of those letters, they flew away from the compound, and guys ran away from the compound to save those letters and get them back to the compound.
Oh, that's really touching. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, it was really touching for me. This is why I shared with you.
Those are great stories. Yesterday I watched a YouTube video. At the beginning, a year ago, I started watching a YouTube channel called What is Ukraine? A woman named Olena Gades, 3 children, and her husband had gone and joined the army. And as time went on and I got more involved in MriyaReport, I didn't watch her videos every day. But I've always wondered how they're doing, because they spent the first several months basically down in a bomb shelter, and her with her 3 kids, and her husband would occasionally be able to stop by. During this time, she actually had a lot of media attention. She was doing interviews with every media outlet you could imagine. I first became aware of her because I saw a piece of her on the Anderson Cooper show. And so I started keeping up with her, and eventually the CNN team and Anderson Cooper went to Kyiv to meet her and did an entire 1-hour special on her. It was very good. But she was recording all of this as it was happening. And as Kyiv was freed, and Kyiv was not in as much danger, and Irpin and Bucha were freed, and the horrors were found. she started to feel safer. So she would actually go back to her house during the day and go and spend the night at the bomb shelter. And eventually she worked her way to staying at the house all the time because the attacks were not as frequent. Anyway, a video of hers caught my eye yesterday, basically saying why we left and are in the United States now. And I watched that video. I think it was about a half an hour long. And she went through what it was like to live in Kyiv when all of this was going on last year, and how traumatic it was for her and for her kids. And as they were staying in their house more, she noticed that her oldest daughter had some gray hairs. And could you imagine? And she had noticed that her oldest daughter stopped speaking so much. Her oldest daughter started portraying herself more as an animal than as a human being. And I noticed that in the videos that I watched. The child wouldn't say hello or anything like that. The child would say, I'm an alligator and I'm going to kill Putin, which isn't, necessarily a bad thing. However, that is definitely a psychological impact on the child that is obvious and evident. And she took her child to the doctor because of these gray hairs and I'm sure the other things. And the doctor diagnosed her with Asperger's syndrome. And I'm not telling you anything that wasn't in this video, because otherwise I wouldn't know it. So I'm not giving away anything you can't go watch yourself. And that she was sort of regressing due to the stress of living in a war-torn country, in a war zone, living with the alarms going off, living in a bomb shelter, her father being away fighting the war. So her father was able to come home and visit every now and then, and they got to talking, and things really stabilized, and Ukraine had enough men at that point. And because there is the rule, the law that that there is the law that kids with people with 3 kids can be don't have to do the military duty. So he decided to leave the army, and he was allowed to do that. And so anyway, eventually they ended up getting a email from a woman in Georgia offering to open up her home, and they applied for the program here in the United States and were accepted very quickly. And so as hard as it's been to leave, it has overall been a very good thing for them. And it's something that I think about often is, I know that, and we talked about it earlier today with the veterans people, and the fact now that what they're focusing on, and actually, and this may be news to you, the MriyaReport.org has a donate button now where you can donate funds to MriyaReport.org. And at this point, 100% of those donations are going to the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. to help with taking care of the veterans in Ukraine. And right now, that fund is focusing on taking care of children and taking care of children who have possibly lost a family member due to this. So yeah, it was. I found it may sound really sad, but it was actually rather uplifting to me to see how they've been able to get through all of this and how they are still doing things now for Ukraine. They're very, very focused on Ukraine, even though they're in the United States. So now instead of giving updates on how things are going for her and her kids and her family living in Kyiv, she's giving updates on children who are not children, I apologize. Giving updates on soldiers and how you can aid Ukraine and how you can help Ukraine. And so it's a very interesting little story that I really appreciated today that I watched earlier. So anyway, I hope I didn't bring anyone down, but it's, it's an unfortunate reality that I think we all know and we all see in different ways every single day. So yeah, I don't know if I inspired any hands or if anyone has anything to say about that. And it doesn't look like it, but I do have what I was talking about earlier for finance if he hasn't fallen asleep. You paying attention, man?
I am here. I am not
Okay.
asleep.
Okay.
And I
Oh my God, who?
what?
Who?
What? And I was just was wondering if we could find some amazing graphics for Papa Smurf and his former thing. We also have some suggestions that maybe we start the Atticam's brand whiskey line. Maybe some Challenger brand whiskeys, just straight for the Russian speaking audiences. Some new Challenger brand tobacco hits the field. I really want to see these new tanks. Apparently, the Russian propagandists have decided that only the Russian T-62 from the 60s can destroy a modern tank because they're so big and powerful. The only way to do it is to shoot a round right down the barrel. This is levels of copium that I'm not even sure if the Russian audience will buy, but it's really funny to watch them try. With that, we're going to go to Anda.
So you mentioned names earlier, and something with the a new donation. What were you talking about?
Papa Smurf, we discovered that maybe his former Twitter handle had some other meanings, and maybe we should change it. So we were running a donation. So our good friend here, operating drones on the Ukrainian front lines,
I haven't seen those donations yet.
It was donations to charity, my friend. It wasn't donations to you. So yeah, you just get to be a prop. I don't get the donations either. So we offered that I would call Papa Smurf anything polite that somebody donated money for. We got a number of names. My personal favorite was Trench Beaver, in honor of the Trench Beaver.
Trench Beaver, why? Wow, Trench Beaver. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Approved. If you go up to Viking Warriors link for the new MriyaReport donation link, Load has actually replied to that on the thread with an amazing video of the Trench Beaver of Ukraine. This little beaver is literally famous in Ukrainian social media because he keeps sneaking into trenches.
Okay, please repeat. What do you want me to do? Just
I want
instruction.
what I want from you, Papa Smurf, if you can, if you run into the beaver, can we get a selfie with the beaver? That's what I want.
Me and the beaver.
Yes, if you run into
Me and the beaver.
yes, if you run into the beaver, if he comes to your trench, like come to your trench.
Well, if I teach the beaver operate the drone, you will see such a selfie.
I fully support beaver. Is that why he was in the trench? Was he just manning the drone for a while? Is that what you taught him?
I actually drone pilots are not allowed. Usually are not allowed to get to the trenches. I mean to typical no to main trenches. Not allowed. Just not allowed. Because they I cannot say anything, sorry.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Um, can you, if I donate, so if basically you're saying, if I donate, where should I donate? Finance, and that's first question. And second, do I have to exceed a certain amount, or it's just the idea of propping a name? Because I don't understand.
Just first of all, you're not this is not obligation. If you want to donate, please donate. Secondly, you can donate as much as you want. Thirdly, donation links are just on my Twitter. There are PayPal and USDT and other things. And as for trenches, it is true that drone operators, I mean drone operators of my level, they are not allowed to go to trenches which are too close to the front line, to the opposite trenches. We sometimes we are not even allowed to go to those villages that we've been liberating, because we need to cover all the time. We'll need to cover everything from the air.
Yeah, I would think as a drone operator, you need to be a little bit farther back than where the trenches would be.
Not only back, but definitely you cannot be somewhere where too many of people. This is just not allowed. This is something which is not. This is something which is not allowed even to pilots. It's not allowed to for drone operators to get into groups like 4 men or so. It's not allowed. It's too dangerous.
But we can call you drone beaver. Like you can be a drone beaver. You can.
Okay, drone beaver. Drone beaver sounds good. Drone beaver.
The
Trench
drone.
beaver. Trench beaver.
Drone beaver. Okay, I'll do it right now. Oh goddamn! I'm changing my name. This is the third time, or which?
Oh, I don't. That's perfectly fine. I used to change my name and like change my picture to other co-hosts and things just for fun. Like I'd copy down your picture and then put it up as mine. So no problem. You can change your name as much as you want, as long as it's funny.
Maybe Papa Beaver.
think that's actually hilarious, and you 100% should be Papa Beaver.
Papa
I
Beaver.
kind of like Papa Beaver. I love Papa Beaver.
Papa Beaver.
Hello.
Yeah, Papa Beaver.
Hey.
Yeah, no, I think
It's
with this,
done.
I think Papa Beaver that we need to contact. We need to contact a comma.
Where's he at though? Where's he at?
Comma. I actually can get in touch with comma on. I have comms with him, and
Oh my
and
god.
I can ask the
I
fella of NAFO to try to get our trench.
By the way, I'm sure that beaver which you saw on the video is already very far away from the front line.
Apparently, that wasn't his first foray into a trench. I've seen another video of him. Apparently, that's the beaver that just keeps.
I'll explain why, because medics, I mean, medic teams of Ukrainian armed forces, they are full of girls, which are kind of, they are kind of Greenpeace ambassadors, and they save just everything. And I'm sure this beaver is already somewhere on the big Ukraine, somewhere in the zoo or something, in the river, something like this. This I just think so. That I'm not. This is not for sure. I just saw examples like this.
Sorry, I'm laughing.
Well, I love all
myself.
I love all Ukrainians and animals that are, you know, every time I see one, I'm just like, oh, so cute.
I
Like,
have, by the
know.
way, I have just brilliant story about animals, about two dogs.
So
It was in 214, and guys, recon guys, they came deep inside. They came deep inside after the enemy lines, and a puppy. Actually, it was a puppy. And it was Pitbull. You know this dog, Pitbull.
Yeah, we know what pit bulls are. Yes.
Yeah, it was Pitbull. So that Pitbull, he found them actually back in 2014. There were so many, just amazingly many abandoned animals. So people just left them, and that puppy was one of them. Actually, it was not really a puppy. It was a year ago. But anyways, he tagged the guys. He tagged the group, and came to Ukrainian position. he came along with them like 7 or 8 kilometers. So they decided okay, you'll be our son. And they even gave him a name, Corporal. And the funny thing about that was that uh, platoon that that was positioned on that position. Were two brothers from Western Ukraine. One of them, by the way, he lived in Odessa, and that one who lived in Odessa, he had the same dog, pit bull, but the girl. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
So they made a pair. So they made a pair out of the
Yeah,
dog.
yes, exactly right. They made a pair.
This is just like that story with 101 Dalmatians, you know.
Yeah, they made a pair. They made a pair. They found, first of all, they found a doctor. I mean, a veterinary, somewhere in nearest city where it was possible, just to check health of that guy, of pitbull, of corporal, and he said that actually he is shock, shell shocked, and he had some scars on his muzzle because of fracks, because of shrapnel. But anyways, he was nice. And yes, they made a pair of that corporal and that pitbull girl that lived in Odessa, and her name was Katya. So he moved to Odessa.
I have a question. I'm sorry for jumping in. So what are the usual names for dogs? So I saw a lot of dogs and cats on the front lines, being rescued. Um, um, I think they are being sent home, like this one. And I was wondering, what are the usual names? Like you mentioned, corporal.
Corporal is a rank.
All right. So
Kishka. Kishka. Or my name.
Corporal
Kishka.
Kishka is the cat in Ukrainian.
Duh.
Da. Kishka it means just cat in Ukrainian. And as for names, names can be it can be anything. For example, one of most popular uh, most popular fox terrier, which found a lot of explosives last spring. His name was Bullet. I knew the dog, and
Patron.
his name was Separatist.
Oh, I know Patron. Patron, the little like duck Bomb snitching
It
dog.
doesn't matter. You know, it can it's randomly, absolutely randomly. I knew. Just I have a picture with him. By the way, I have a picture with a nice
Oh.
with a nice with nice. It there are there were two dogs. One of him, it was a puppy. He had the name Dodik. Dodik, actually, this is how we usually call someone who makes stupid things just because he's too young.
Well, we cannot relate to that.
Yeah, and and his name was Dodik. And when I asked why, a guy said that uh, we made a fire. I mean, it was a stove, and it just he was laying near the stove, and fire was more and more, and and suddenly the dog started to fire, but he didn't want to run because it was warm.
He was warm. He was like, I'm
Yes,
not gonna get around.
yeah, it was
I'm
warm,
here.
so he didn't want to run, and after that he said, how would you call him? Of course he's Dodik. And on the next compound lived pit bull, just beautiful pit bull. I have many pictures and videos of her. Pit bull called Kamashka. Kamashka, it's kind of, you know, this is if you uh, if you call mosquito very small mosquito nice way, so it means Kamashka.
I
So it means very small insect.
I'm ready.
Yeah,
Some facts
it
from Papa.
it was big pit bull dog, and her name was just like tiny, just very small insect. And uh, she was scared, she was afraid of everything.
Yep. Okay. You know what, Papa Beaver?
Yeah,
Dafo Davo has his hand up, so we're gonna ask him what he
Yes.
needs to ask, what he wants to ask. So we'll go to
yeah,
him. Let's go ahead and mute your mic, and we'll let Dafo Davo talk.
no problem.
Hey, looks like you guys are having a fun evening here.
Yeah,
Um,
we're talking about dogs.
yeah, and animals and beavers.
And beavers, yeah.
Yeah, I've
and
seen
and
it.
and we're changing my name for the money.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if. So if I donate to, did I hear that there is now a donate button in Maria Report?
Uh-huh.
Yes, there is.
Oh, okay. So if I donate, huh?
Currently, the money for the that is being donated currently, that is going for the veteran fund, the Ukrainian veteran fund. And there's information and a link to their website up in the nest. They were on earlier tonight, towards the end of Daryl and in Alan's time. So they came up. We had a couple of people from that organization come up and talk. They're an organization that we helped go to Ukraine to not Ukraine, go to Washington D.C. to meet with some people, and it was an extremely um, fruitful trip. They are currently but currently the donations that they are getting are going to a fund, a foundation that they've created that is going to be helping the children of wounded soldiers or soldiers who have been lost in battle, and it's going to be helping the children with some things, and so yeah, so and we're hoping to have them back again because it was a really good conversation. So, and that's it. And in the United States anyway, if you donate through that with our 501c3, you can get a tax receipt to get a tax deduction.
Oh,
And yeah, and you could, if you wanted to, directly donate to them through their website. I don't have any numbers on how much we raised. Yehuda was calling out numbers, and it just was a little overwhelming at times. So I didn't keep track of that. I'm sure we'll get some. I'm sure we'll get some interesting. We'll get numbers in the long run. So yeah. Good
okay.
morning for you, Will. Oh,
You know,
sorry.
you know what wanted to say. Mm, I'm just sure that many of Ukrainian veterans. I'm just sure. I just know these kind of people. I know that receiving any help, they are going to ask, how about supplies and weapons for the army. Just my thoughts.
So just to clarify, I on the donation thing, we can you'll change your name to whatever name the highest donation is. Right now it's your Papa Beaver after the Trench Beaver. So
That's sort of how finance was playing with it. How we
yeah,
there's
I know
there's
finance.
the fundraising. There's the fundraising to name Whiskey's Frogs.
Mhm. So the
You know,
yes, this is to change snuff to your Papa Beaver. I have
Yeah,
so
I changed snuff to Papa Beer because I got attacked by the different people. Change the name right now. Change because it means killer of girls. I didn't know it.
Oh yeah, snuff
I didn't know
okay.
it. Actually, it was the name of the book which I read in 2015, and it was not about that.
Yeah.
It was just it was. And
What
as for
about
the nation, if you mean the nation that I collect donation for drones for Ukrainian army.
yeah? So I was
I-
wondering about Flying Beaver, because
Okay, I can change it to Flying Beaver.
is my brother-in-law, he has a band that's called Dancing Beaver.
Oh
So
gosh. And
it's a punk rock.
so tomorrow I'll be Aerosmith, right?
Flying Beaver, Harris Beaver.
No, tomorrow I'm gonna be someone like Bon Jovi or Jay-Z or what.
Yeah, Bon Jovi
Uh-huh.
Beaver.
Mm.
That's good.
Flying beaver sounds good, by the way.
Yeah. Well, you got it's this is I'm glad that that the you guys are keeping up the tradition of the NAFO night shift, even when I'm not around here. But of course, and I see, did he leave?
Yeah, he's out.
Oh,
You guys
I
don't
can't.
want me to sing Aerosmith though, do you?
Aerosmith? Oh, this may be another good fundraising thing. Allie's singing Aerosmith.
Hi.
Hi. Um. So,
I need
well,
to think. I just love words playing. I need to think what words plays best with the UAV or drone. I need to think something about this because it looks like snuff is really bad idea for many of you guys.
yeah. Though, um, there's a lot worse things, I guess. But yeah, I didn't actually know what snuff meant. I thought
Now you
said
do.
snuff. Yeah, so snuff is where I grew up. It's just tobacco, powdered tobacco that you stick in your nose and you snuff it.
Uh,
So, but I was made aware that there are other meanings of it now. So,
I have a story about this. Good morning, everybody. I
oh,
once
Timothy.
good morning, Nathan Dave. I once visited a friend's club in London, and in the drawing room of this club, there is an absolutely enormous stuffed beaver full of snuff. So their snuff box, their communal snuff box, is a stuffed beaver. So it really is a snuff beaver. Fun fact.
what if I change it to stuff?
Stuffed snuff beaver.
Yeah, something like this.
Snuff.
Yeah.
The answer is you should change your name to that nickname that all your mates call you. That when they call you that name, you cringe just a little bit, right? A nickname should be something that's given to you that you don't really like all that well, and I won't tell you what mine is.
Good idea.
Oh yes, you will. Will.
It's an Australian thing, right? You call some people a name. I'm a big purveyor of giving people's names that other people laugh at and the person cringes, but then other people will call you a name, and if they see you cringe, you're going to be called that for life. That's the way it works in Australia. But I do like this donation thing that I think currently we're on Papa Beaver for you. Was the highest was the latest bid that somebody said they wanted Papa Beaver, so we'll have to stick with that until Beaver Snuff or Snuff Beaver wins out with a donation or something else. But yeah,
What about
nickname
Donation Beaver. What do you think about Donation Beaver?
Money Beaver?
Money Beaver, yeah.
Well, what about Night Beaver?
No Night Beaver. No Night Beaver. No Night Beaver. Money cannot be seen in the night.
What about Flight Beaver?
What
or
about
Drone Beaver?
what about funds Beaver?
Finance Beaver. I think that's probably rubbing up too closely to finance.
Well, I'm donating now to get the flying beaver.
Flying Beaver.
Yeah, and the answer, Dave, that this started this morning, right? So the MriyaReport is a 501c3. I think it's a charity organization, and it registered to be a charity organization. and now it has you have a capability of donating to money for MriyaReport, but I believe we will still be directing most donations to MriyaAid.org for the non-lethal aid that they provide, and perhaps the swear box and stuff like that will move over to MriyaReport, and then MriyaReport will basically choose charities to support based on guest speakers that are in at the time. We kind of started that on an ad hoc basis this morning with the level of planning we usually put into things, and this morning it was a veterans organization from Ukraine. So it's they're all going to be bona fide. It's not going to be Tim's snuff beaver donations or anything like that. But we're still waiting for the formal instructions. But while the inmates are still in charge here, donations were currently being raised to change Snuff's name to something else because he found out Snuff isn't just snorted wake me up tobacco in the morning. And I'm sad to say I was one of those people who did know what a snuff film was ages ago, but that's just due to my past. But I didn't take that ever as the connotation about you, Snuff. I thought maybe you picked it up from a cartoon character like Snuffy Smith or somebody like that.
I just thought maybe I should change it to snuff is not what you think about it.
Or that's enough, right? Some people say that is enough. That's snuff.
or or good snuff.
Button. My button's not working. And I also noticed that we have Alley Cat down there. I've never seen Ali Kishka.
Meow.
I've seen her.
Meow.
Nice. But finance must have heard you horning in on his name, and he's got something to add.
Yeah, finance has his hand up, so let's let him say what he wants
All
to
I
say.
know is that I was doing some work and sitting down in the listener gallery and heard that you were rubbing up against me with a finance beaver, and that didn't sound very family friendly, but it did sound hilarious.
Good
So I wonder
beaver.
what the world happened with the beavers rubbing up against people in the 5 minutes since I left the co-host spot. What did you do, Will? What did you do?
I did what I always do. See, there's lots of things Tim would like to do in his life, but he's too proper. So, it goes to the guy. The guy who will go there is me. I'll go there.
And I've got a court order that prevents most of them. Now, finance. A finance beaver is like when you can't afford a whole beaver right now, so you need to spread the beaver over several months of payment. That's a finance beaver.
Finance beaver. Okay. Finance beaver. Smurf is Smurf. Who told it?
Oh my god, this seems kind of rude. Finance.
Go with good snuff. Yeah, good snuff. Yes.
So, Snuff, I have a question for you. About
Yes,
animals.
please. Yes, please. Please.
I have seen tons of videos on Telegram and all over the place on these animals that you run into beavers and whatever, deer and cows. I've even seen trying to enter people's trenches.
Oh my God! I'm not. I feel myself now. I feel myself not drone operator, but beaver operator.
Animal herder. Yeah, animal husbandry.
Yeah.
The question I've got though is that when you see all these videos out there, it seems like, and you said that the medics always collect up all these animals. What is it about the Ukrainian army and animals that they see? They just seem to be so friendly and nice and caring of animals. And the only animal I've seen in relation to the Russians is the fact that they're apparently now hunting deer in your nature reserve that they hold down around Kherson. and they captured and took a raccoon hostage. But you don't see many animals associating themselves with the Russians the way they do Ukrainians. What is it about Ukrainians and animals?
First, when brigades between 1914 and 2014 and 2022, brigades had so-called rotations. So every brigade needed to be on the front line for like 8 months or something like this, and then exchange to another one. And I saw it on my own eyes that buses with soldiers, they were full not only with soldiers, they were full with animals, because soldiers they just didn't want to they just didn't want to leave them, and they became for them kind of member of family. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I saw it on my own. And another thing, very many Ukrainian soldiers got married, women from Eastern Ukraine. And
Right.
they brought them to their homes.
Nice. Well, it just seems that the level of normal animal husbandry in your common Ukrainian that you would see wandering around out there is just higher. There's little things I noticed when I was in Ukraine and Russia, years ago, that I didn't mention.
I'm sorry for interruption. I have one much more interesting thing. You probably know this is now in all of the news. City of Avdiivka, right?
Yeah.
So the city of Avdiivka, just in a few months after war in 2014 started, and when it was partially liberated by Ukrainian army, in the city of Avdiivka, it's officially there was a baby boom, and it was not only because many of soldiers came in. Officially, it stated that women, because of stress, those women which had diagnosed like they will never have children anymore, they, because of stress, they've had hormone changes, which allowed them to give a birth to a child.
Fair enough. Hey, NAFO Dave, time to get in there. What do you got for us?
Oh, now you're calling me. Well, I donated through the MriyaReport.org link. I was pleasantly surprised that you can do it through PayPal, so that's a plus. And So I think and the name I wanted to Papa Beaver to change to Flying Beaver. So I think that's a $25 donation. Are there any higher ones for names?
Okay.
Well, I do like Flying Beaver. It goes right along with a drone operator. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
topical for sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. So and I think it's a little less suggestive than.
But
than
actually,
the other
when we designed our first aircraft, which is being made in Canada, I insisted it to be called Air Kurva. In Ukrainian, it's kind of Aera Kurva. In Ukrainian, Aera Kurva. In English, it means something like air beach.
F.
Air.
That sounds appropriate. And the other thing about animals and Ukrainians, I grew up on a farm, and you could always horses particularly can always tell if somebody is a good person or a bad person. I never trusted anybody that my horse did not like. So if a horse likes you, or a dog, dogs sometimes they can be wrong, but mostly they're not. Horses, if a horse likes you, you're good.
So, what's the question about horses?
Oh, it wasn't a question. It was just a comment that's why animals. We have these videos of Ukrainians, in the trenches with these animals, because they're good people, and the animals know that, so they gravitate to them.
We had very nice and um, mm, at the same time pretty sad story about baby cow. Baby cow. When we were assaulting Bilogorka, a baby cow came over, just abandoned baby cow. So we even gave him a name. His name was Valerchik. And he was kind of favorite pet of everyone. He was kind of, everyone loved him.
See, and Dave, this kind of goes to what I started before. That when I was in Russia and I was in Ukraine, I tried to, you wander around and you're seeing everything that you see is essentially anecdotal. So I didn't want to make judgments on things at the time, but since this war started, I'm going to go ahead and make some judgments. And when I was living in Russia, I basically only rarely saw people being nice and decent to the stray cats and stray dogs that were around, always hanging around, because there was no animal control. They didn't neuter and spay animals. So, but you rarely saw that. And when I used to take care of the cats that lived in that tiny little separation of space between the two buildings that I lived in, there were a bunch of cats that lived in there. I gave them food and water and stuff. And I used to get scolded by people who lived in my neighborhood for doing that, because it just encourages them or whatever. And I thought, yeah, that's true, but they're nice to me. They always came out. It was friendly. It was always nice to see them come home. So I so I carried on with doing that. But I noticed that Ukrainians are just generally, it seems, more friendly to animals. And I can also say that I didn't say it at the time because I thought this is just this is an anomaly. I'm not noticing it. But I was traveling around Kharkiv and Sumy and Poltava, and the towns in eastern Ukraine were just so incredibly tidy in comparison to the towns in Western Russia, where I also traveled a bit, that I now think it's probably there's probably something to what I thought was just single points that it wasn't a trend, but I think probably it's true that the Ukrainian culture is just friendlier to animals. Keep their neighborhoods better. You like all the stuff that was left behind from the Soviet Union. Now they used to paint the bottoms of the trees white, and they'd paint the curbs different stripy colors. All that went to rack and ruin in Russia. But the Ukrainians were still doing that to their, and I don't know who the government did it or the population just got together to keep the parks the same way. They seemed a lot more house proud and obviously more friendly to animals. And I think there might be something to that.
Yes, and I think one of the reasons is that traditionally in Ukrainian villages, it was not even normal. It was almost. It was unnormal not to have a cow, for example, cow or goat or something like this, or even chickens. But that baby cow, which I was talking about, he nailed to our unit, and everyone was caring about him, and
like an animal mascot, right?
Yeah, and the sad part of this story is that after aircraft strike, this baby cow was near the strike, so he died, and it was it was many guys were very, very upset about that, and
Yeah,
I even remember words of one of them. He said, "I'm not even sorry about some people, how I'm sorry about this baby cow right now."
Yeah, the helplessness of it and innocence, I guess, of this young cow.
Actually, truly, me personally, after that happened, I sat near that hole of rocket hole. This rocket destroyed house. Just destroyed it. It was a hole instead of a house, and that baby cow was very close to that, and I spent there like 30 minutes. It was very sad, and even now, even these days, if someone will ask me what was the saddest thing about all of these days, I think I will mention that day. It was just very it another reason was because just the day before I read a poetry by French poet Charles Baudelaire. And there is a story called Carry On, and it had very in common, which would happen.
Understood. Yeah, I mean it's essentially the everybody gets very sad because like an innocent animal, and he's a baby, and of course it becomes like the symbol of what you're protecting in kind of a way. Hey, liberal woke mobster, I see you've joined us. What's going on with you today?
Hey, well, thank you for holding down the fort as always. I think I wanted to comment on what Snuff was touching on earlier. I may have perhaps misinterpreted where he was going with what he was saying, but I read an article regarding the reluctance of a population post-war to reproduce based on the trauma inflicted on the population. I mean, you look at how the Russians use rape as a weapon, against not only Ukrainian women but even kids and boys, etc. Yeah, so there may be a population decline as this plays out, but that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to essentially follow up on what you guys were talking about. There's a distinction between humanity and Russians versus Ukrainians. It seems that Ukrainians value life. I mean, you see that over and over and over again. They don't see animals as meat or there's videos of them like burning Z on dog noses, etc. But I think the civility of the Ukrainians is in direct contrast to the Russians. And you know what? They say that we're Slav brothers and such. No, we're not. We're different. And the Ukrainians have evolved into a people that want democracy, and the Russians are still stuck in the 1800s. So I just wanted to make that statement and draw that distinction. And you can see that it's evident in so many videos with how they treat a squirrel, a beaver, a wolf, a fox, a dog. You can't compare the two. They're not brothers. They're generations apart. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what I was starting kind of exploring, right? Like when I've got an enemy, I absolutely positively do not want to become one of those people, or start grouping people together and saying as a class that, the kind of language that frankly that the Russians use, right? Russians call people subhumans, or not. They don't call them subhumans, but they've basically said that Ukraine is a group of, what do they call them, little brother Slavs. Like they're kind of like us, but not equivalent. So I absolutely positively go to great extents never to try to dehumanize my opponents in the way that they would try to do to me, because I find that to be keeping me as a better person. And when I do that, so like when I was wandering around seeing things, I don't like to think, geez, these, when I was in Ukraine, I had a hard time telling Ukrainians from Russians, obviously, and many Ukrainians who identify as Ukrainian spoke Russian every day, and they weren't precious about it. They didn't scold me about the fact that I could only speak Russian. They said, it's fine, don't worry about it. But you didn't get that in Russia, I can tell you. If you only spoke Ukrainian, you were, and I didn't see it very often, but you were considered a bit lower class, and that. So they do it, but I try to never do that. But I do notice things, and you can't help but notice that Ukrainians just tend to be better at animal husbandry, better neighbors, and better at keeping the common things together. Because the cities that I saw, cities and towns I saw far out in Far East Russia, there was absolutely nobody working for the common good, right? Everybody was out for themselves, and it was a total venal self-interest and massive class separation and everything like that. And so when you see that stuff, you kind of fall into this thing. Well, maybe they're all like that, but and I don't, and you don't like to generalize. But then again, last night I was also reminded on watching this thing where this history issue came up, and I was reminded that in Stalin himself, the value of human life goes way, 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 way back. It goes well past Stalin. But during Stalin's time, I was reminded, because I was watching this program where history came up, that Stalin didn't even value human life enough that he was offered to trade his son, who was in captivity in a German prison camp, for the general in Stalingrad was I can't remember his name. But anyway, the lead general of Army Group South was captured in Stalingrad, and Stalin was offered to swap the senior general, a German general in Stalingrad, for his son, and he refused. And his son died. His son died in a prison camp. So, I mean, I think there might be something to this overall generalization, even though I don't try to generalize typically. It just seems time after time after time again, the institutional caring about life from Russian side is significantly less. Clearly, they will commit more and more warm bodies to death than virtually anybody in order to win, and extends down even to people's family members back in time. Just ruthless users of human capital, and I think that extends into their relationship with animals as well. But I just do find it curious that everywhere you go across the battlefield in Ukraine, there's always somebody with puppies or a dog, and a dog that decided to stay with them when he could have gone over the Russian side, or cows that they're hanging around their trenches, and they're not. If those cows were hanging around the Russian trenches, they'd probably shoot them and just eat them. And Russians are actually killing and eating animals out of the nature reserves in Kherson. Just despicable behavior regularly, you see, but it's right on brand for Russia, it seems.
Yeah, I would just add that any corruption that gets discussed as far as Ukraine goes is just a remnant of the USSR, and they're trying to detrench themselves from that system. Yeah.
We might not know for a while what is happening in occupied territories, but it's gonna be like Bolshevik shit, right? It's gonna be like nothing has ever changed. They are just exactly who they've been and who they told us they are. So
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Ali. If you look at the original occupation of Ukraine by Russia, the parallels between the manner in which they moved through Poland and Germany at the end of the Second World War, everybody got their daughters and wives out of the way when the Russians were coming back then. And it seems the same now. The very first videos we saw would be Russians breaking into houses to steal chickens and everything like that.
It goes beyond rape. It goes beyond like taking livestock. It's like bombarding and inundating people with just horror. Like it's so. I just want Russia to disappear. Is that okay? And can I say that?
Tim, we'll allow that, won't we?
I think so. It reminds me, your remarks, Will, remind me of the attitude of some Russian visitors here in my country of residence here in Estonia, which, as some of you may know, was occupied by the Soviet Union for some decades as the Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic. No civilized country recognized this, of course. But the attitude of some Russian tourists is they're really quite surprised that nobody here under 40 of Estonia is linguistically Russian. Estonia is linguistically Russian. So, there are, and this is about half of the. If you're linguistically Estonian, you tend not to speak Russian. So if you're, let's say, it breaks down by age, right? So if you're over 80, your second language is German. If you're between 40 and 80, your second language is Russian. If you're under 40, your second language is English. And there's not much overlap between the three. So if you're in one of those groups, if you're in the English group, you probably don't speak Russian. If you're in the Russian group, you probably don't speak English. If you're in the German group, you probably speak a sort of liturgical Lutheran form of German, but you don't speak either of the other languages either.
Wait. So can you teach me something in Estonian right now?
Estonian is utterly unscrutable. It's a bit like Finnish, so it's not like any other European language. It's quite a lot like Finnish, and it's a bit like Hungarian. So all of the vocabulary is totally different. The grammar is actually not that difficult. It does have a lot of case endings, so it has no prepositions and a lot of case endings. And it also has no gender, and it also has no definite or indefinite articles. So one of the things you recognize about an Estonian speaker speaking English is they don't know how to use the and a correctly, because the concepts just don't exist in their language. So it's like that film with the aliens who drew the big circle on the screen. It's like that. They don't understand the or a because they have no word for it. A thing is just a thing. It's not the thing or a thing. It's just a thing. It's very interesting. It's very, very difficult to learn because you have to learn 100,000 totally new words. And one of the ways they form new words is Estonia was culturally dominated by the Germans for a long time. So in the Middle Ages, it was a state of the Teutonic Knights, and the Teutonic Knights became the Baltic German nobility, even under the Russian Empire. So they didn't switch them around; they just kept them in place. And the Germans only left after kind of just before World War II, I guess, when the first Russian occupation came, the first Soviet occupation came. So culturally, very, very German. And one of the ways Estonian forms new words is, so for example, I'm from Wales. I speak a bit of Welsh, and the way Welsh forms new words is we take the English word and just make it Welsh, right? So, for example, trolley is trolleys, like shopping trolleys, is like trolley-eye, right? It's just trolley with a Welsh ending. Estonians don't do that. They take the German word, they break it down, they calc it into Estonian, and then they squidge it back together again. So you don't even get a clue as an English speaker what a word means, even if it's a very, very new thing. For example, most normal countries call an airport some variation of airport, right? So airport, aeroporto, whatever. Unless you're German, in which case it's Flughafen. And the Estonian word lennujam, lennuk, flying thing, yam, port, is a calc from Flughafen. And it's just, how did they get that from airport? Lennujam. It's just totally insane.
Why does it sound so angry?
I don't think German's angry at all. I think it's I think it's lots of L's and U's and ears, and I don't think it sounds angry. All of their signs are angry. So there's every single sign in Germany has the word verboten at the end. They don't have positive signs.
Okay.
I think it's something in their sign writing culture. But anyway, I'll stop wittering. Let's go to Liberal. Liberal, welcome.
Somebody had their hand up. Liberal, go ahead.
Hey, Tim. Interesting perspective. Is it perhaps warranted that Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians want to move away from the Russian language, Russia has a history of forcing their language on their conquests. Does it make sense that people are now against that?
Sure. I mean, this is a bit of a complicated one. So the story in Estonia is not unlike the history of language law in Ukraine, right? So Estonia was very extensively Russified in the late 19th century and also during the Soviet period. So there was kind of a reaction of there's kind of a reaction to this at the end of the Soviet occupation in the 90s, and Estonia had also been quite extensively colonized. So before the Soviet occupation in 1944, there were basically no Russians here. So there was kind of a small number of middle class mercantile administrative people in the capital. There's also a very, very old community of a very ancient community of Russians on the shores of Lake Peipsi, which is Lake Peipus, which is a lake in kind of the middle of Estonia. It forms part of the Russian border. And during Catherine the Great's reforms of the church, the old believers, so the people who stuck with the old belief system rather than Catherine the Great's new belief system, it related to the creed and church governance and how to make the sign of the cross and things like that. Various things were changed. Not everybody was happy with it. A lot of them moved to Estonia, and so they're to escape persecution by the Russian government. And so there's a very old community of these old believers, as they're called, in the south of Estonia. But there's like, I don't know, 20,000 of them or something now. So not very many, not a huge number of Russians living here, even despite Russian occupation, being part of the Russian Empire from 1710 until 1918. That changed with Stalin. So Stalin rounded up and deported quite a lot of Estonians. I think it ended up being about 100,000 Estonians. So basically took away the entire middle class. Most of them, a great deal of them were shot. A lot of them ended up in Siberia. A lot of them ended up in Sochi. Interestingly, there's a very large Estonian community in Sochi in Russia. Which fun story about that. In the 80s, the 70s and 80s, we had the second generation of these deported Estonians who were moved back to Estonia by Russia as entirely Russified people, although ethnically Estonian. So they all had Estonian names. They couldn't speak Estonian very well, and their characteristic pronunciation of Estonia as Yestonia, so Yesti. So they were called Yestlased, Yestonians rather than Estonians, because it was obvious who they were. But anyway, so not a huge number of Russians there. Estonia was extensively colonized to the extent that about a quarter of the I think by the end of the Soviet Union, it was over half of the population were ethnically Russian, and a lot of them left in the 1990s. So Estonia shed about 1 million people in the 1990s, which basically was Soviet people going back to Russia. Not everybody wanted to do that, of course, because Russia is a shithole. And so a lot of these people who had moved here during the Soviet period, we can call them colonists if we like. I mean, a lot of them were just ordinary people, right? A lot of them who moved here during the Soviet Union period, they didn't want to go back. And so that left a bit of a problem. Estonians understand Estonianness linguistically, right? And this is reflected in state policy. So basically, if you speak Estonian, you are considered Estonian. It's not unlike Japanese. I think the Japanese think in a similar way, right? Because the language is so impenetrable to outsiders that if you've made that degree of effort, you're basically one of the boys. And so Estonia based her citizenship policy on this. And this meant that in independent Estonia, about 20-25% of the population did not speak the language and therefore were not entitled to Estonian citizenship because they weren't organically Estonian, right? Because they were Soviet citizens, they were automatically citizens of the Russian Federation as the successor state to the Soviet Union. If they wanted Estonian citizenship, they had to take a language exam, and most of them didn't speak Estonian. And so they were kind of not quite stateless, but not exactly not stateless either. So they were given a special class of passport. that entitled them to travel to a very limited number of countries. They weren't allowed to vote in general elections, and they didn't have the full civil rights that an Estonian citizen would have. And this affected, I think about 80 to 100,000 people. Now they are starting to die, so there's not many of them left now. I think there's about 20,000 of them left. So this problem is only getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and the Russian minority, the ethnically Russian minority, as I said, the people under 40, they can all speak Estonian because they've learned it in school from day one. And so the problem's getting smaller and smaller. So the kind of the de-Russification of Estonia has been, is very, very gradual. There's not been the kind of stricture that we see in a lot of post-Soviet Union countries. There's not been the kind of well, you must not speak this language. The government of Estonia is generally bilingual. If you want to access government services, you can generally do that in Russian as well. All information, all signs and things like that tend to be in both languages, increasingly in English rather than Russian as the second language, interestingly, but we've been into that. So yeah, I understand the need for de-Russification. But I also appreciate that there's a particular way of doing it. And I think that Ukraine would do very, very well to look at the way the Baltic states handle this, and use that as learn some policy lessons from that going forward. Does that answer your question?
Libertarian had his hand up, so let's let him say his piece.
Well, first, that does make a lot of sense to me, Tim, because especially if you look at the situation in Estonia, you don't want to become one of those xenophobic countries, right? But by trying to correct the past, and I totally understand that there'll be a massive resurgence in learning Ukrainian instead of Russian, and that you just plan to see that natural progression. But I very much appreciated the fact when I was in Ukraine that they weren't so precious about it. That like if you go to France and you can't speak French well, you get treated like a second or third class citizen. And France also does that thing that they won't allow any new word to come into their language. They always generate a word so that you're always speaking 100% French, and they don't get any whatever they call poisoning of their language, if you will.
Yeah, I mean these kind of language purity laws. I'm not sure Estonia has one. I think Ukraine does have one, but it's kind of a French thing. It feels a bit weird to an English speaker because we're really not that precious about it. Like we invent so many stupid new words that I can't keep track. So our language has always been a bit anarchic. I guess it's because no one culture owns it, right? So if say I don't know Washington or London or fucking Canberra attempted to establish the International Institute of the English Language that gets to regulate what is and is not English, everybody would laugh at them. But anyway, liberal.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Thank you for elucidating on everything you just said. It kind of reminds me of Crimea. If we can jump, perhaps, maybe several hundred miles southward, there were over 1 million Tatars that were repopulated into Siberia and other Russian areas. It seems like the Russians are really good at this Russification idea, right? So they come in, everyone has to speak Russian. 1 million Tatars were repopulated from Crimea to Siberia. Now we're looking at maybe 60 to 70% of Crimea is Russian speaking people. So basically you have depopulation and then you have repopulation. And this idea that somehow Crimea is pro-Russian. What are your views on that, given that this was basically socially engineered by by Russia.
Right. I mean, lucky we do. I mean, we do have a long precedence of what you basically what you do when you take power away from a power that has been exercising colonial authority on your territory. For example, we have the decolonization of the European empires. For example, they're very, they are very extensive. There were very extensive, shall we say, repatriation of British, French, etc. citizens after the independence of these places. As a general rule, these people tend to go home. That's the thing. I think the way it's been, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't really know, but the way, as I understand it, the way it works in these kind of colonial relationships or occupation relationships is, number one, settling a militarily occupied territory is against international law, right? So it's entirely illegitimate. And so any settlers can be forcibly sent back to their country of citizenship when that occupation is lifted. There's also the notion that they may not want to live under Ukrainian rule, or at least if they do, if it's like staying is a form of consent, right? To my mind, is that if you move to Crimea under Russian direction, or under Russian shall we say, on Russian orders, or because Russia gave you a cheap flat or whatever, and control of Crimea reverts to Ukraine, and you stay there as a Russian citizen, to my mind, you're basically accepting the authority of the Ukrainian government. I think the morality on that is very, very clear, because you're a Russian citizen, so you do have the option to go back to Russia. And this goes back to what I was talking about the independence of Estonia, right? These stateless people, these nominally stateless people, the grey passport holders, the people who couldn't speak Estonian well enough to get Estonian citizenship, they had another option, right? They were citizens of the Russian Federation, so they could go home. That's the other option they had. So if they hated it in Estonia so much, they could just trot across the border and live in Russia. And this was the attitude that the Estonian government took, is that, look, these people are colonists. These people are not supposed to be here, really. And they were moved in illegally under an illegal occupation. If they want to stay here, cool. But that's an acceptance of our authority to govern Crimea. If they don't want to stay there, hey, we'll get them a bus ticket. No problem at all. So I think the morality of this is very clear. I'm not as certain on the law, but I would be extremely surprised if a country that is lifting an illegal occupation of its territory and finding there are illegal colonists there, I would be extremely surprised if they had much of a duty towards them in international law at all. Save, sticking them on a bus and sending them home. And that would be my instinct, but I don't actually know. Maybe somebody who's more familiar with international law could comment.
Well, I agree. And when Estonia was doing that at the time, right? I looked at that from afar and thought, that's this. It's kind of being xenophobic. But then when I looked at it first, I thought that. But then I looked at it a little bit deeper, and I noticed the history of Russification of everywhere. And my conclusion was harsh but fair. You're exactly right. If you're not tied to the culture there, you're not tied to the history there, and you're offered an opportunity to go back home, if that's where you'd prefer, because you're not happy to either generate a large enough voting bloc to get your way in Parliament over these language laws, or you just don't care that much because you're not that committed. But feel free to return to St. Petersburg, I guess, or wherever you grew up. So yeah, it's harsh but fair, I would say.
Absolutely, and I don't think the decolonization of the European empires comparison is exact, simply because that nearly always happened on the terms of the European powers. So particularly the UK was in a position to say, this is how you're going to behave towards the people of British descent who live in your shiny new state. Thank you very much. And if you screw around with them too much, then, you know, you exist because of an act of parliament that can always be repealed. To be very, very cynical about it.
Yeah,
but,
no, it's true. And they're very good at running. You know, they're very good at putting together a coalition and taking over parliament and changing the law back to suit themselves. And exactly, that's fair enough, right? That's the system we want to play in.
Yeah. So this isn't exact when it comes to Russia, because, you know, I don't think this war is going to end in a negotiated settlement where Russia has any real power to dictate terms, right? I think that the way this is going, the negotiating point here is not going to be who controls what territory. The negotiating point is going to be getting Ukraine's citizens back and Ukraine receiving some sort of monetary compensation. I think they'll get the citizens back, but they won't get the compensation. I think that's how that's going to work, and I think it's going to take a lot of international pressure.
You don't think what we're sending is going to make such a huge difference? Like,
Ali, I've muted you. Please don't interrupt me. I'm the co-host of this space along with Will. If you'd like to say something, please do stick your hand up, and we will get to you. Thank you very much. So I don't believe that I don't believe that any compensation, any reparations will be forthcoming in any negotiation with Ukraine. But at the same time, I do not believe that Russia is going to end this war in control of any Ukrainian territory or in a position to threaten Ukrainian territory again. So I think it's going to be a military defeat. And I think the question of Russia securing any kind of extraordinary rights for this Russian Federation citizens in Crimea, I just don't think that's going to be a negotiating point. Ali, you wanted to say something. Thank you for your patience. Ali, you still there?
Ali?
yeah, I'm here.
Fantastic. What was your question, please? What was your comment?
No, I'm good now.
Okie dokie. Liberal? Or John?
Well, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Liberal.
Yeah, no worries. I love protocol. I love, you know, the way that this space works. So I will never, you know, jump over or speak over. But that said, Tim, you're right on point. I do believe that Russia has lost the war, and it's just a matter of time before everything gets sorted out. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Liberal. John, very good morning.
I'm sorry. This is the matter of time when Russia lost completely. But also, I would like to remind that this is the matter of Ukrainian lives.
Of course, I don't disagree at all.
Because every Ukrainian victory has its price.
Of course.
Hey, Tim. I will go to John, but I've got an interesting follow-up to your point about how the war ends, if you remind me when we come back after John. Or you
Sure.
You can
Let's go to John.
You can go before me. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Hey, thanks very much, John. So, with regard to the way the war ends, right? You know, I agree. At this point, we see no history, no form, nothing in his personality or anything he said to suggest that Putin is going to do anything but go 100% all the way till the very end. And that means Ukraine will have to physically remove every Russian soldier from every square meter of Ukraine. And that is, you know, going to be hard yakka, and it probably take longer than than I predicted. But when it does end, you're right. After that's done, it'll be kind of a no conditions peace talk, and other than the conditions that Ukraine will place upon attending, meaning things like reparations. But I think what might happen, what might be a really good idea for long-term strategic benefit, would be Russia won't have the money, right? Signing them up and indenturing them for years and years and years to pay off their Ukrainian war debt might end poorly, like other previous examples. And it might make more sense, since it's just money, baby, and we'll print some more, for Australia, America, Britain, everybody to get together and go, you know what? Set the war debt. Let Ukraine go ahead and set the reparations war debt, and then we'll agree to pay all that off on behalf of Russia, provided they give up all of their nuclear weapons. That would be something I would like to throw into the mix if we could down the line, because before this was just a war between Russia and Ukraine, right? So all of the peace talks would just involve them. You would suspect that Russia will probably try to bring somebody, or China will try to insert itself into the conversation on behalf of Russia, that, oh, you're picking on them too much. But the world, who believes in the ICC and does not believe that genocidal invasion of your neighbor is acceptable behavior, because of that, we now have a dog in the fight in relation to what the post-war world looks like, beyond just Ukraine getting all its territory back and having its negotiation with it. It seems the world has an entree to this conversation, and we should take it to the point where it does involve denuclearizing Russia in full, as was started by denuclearizing Ukraine. And the reason that Russia could invade, because Ukraine couldn't nuke them because they agreed to the deal earlier. So I guess that's just where I thought we'd go, hopefully, when the war ends, because the war ending looks really bad, and all the other things we've talked about often before, the disintegration of Russia, or further North Koreaization of Russia, or just all the bad things that can happen. There could be some very good things come out of of end of war negotiation, if as Ukraine wins it and decides to include the rest of the world in the discussion.
Yeah, I don't see Moscow denuclearizing, but I'm just one person.
Yeah, I agree with Liberals' take on that. Sorry, I'm just walking past a level crossing, hence the awful noise. Assets abroad to be and that used as part of any that handed to Ukraine as part of any reparation settlement. Yeah, that's what I would see happening. Liberal, what do you reckon?
Hey Tim, did you come across or see Kazakhstan sees a nuclear missile or power plant from Kazakhstan because they failed to pay their lease pricing or something thereabouts?
I did not see that. John, your hand went straight up. Is this something you know about?
Yeah, so it's interesting you mentioned that, because I saw it early today when I first woke up, and when I looked at the time, I haven't looked since. It just a liberal reminded me of it. When I looked at the time, I'll look again right now. I only found one. It was that one. Liberal. Did you find any other websites reporting that? No one else was reporting it. There's this one website I'd never really heard of. So I'm looking it up again now to see maybe if they had like gotten the break on it, maybe, or something. The scoop. But yeah, that's it's interesting you mentioned that, because I totally forgot I saw that. I remember thinking, I feel like this would be bigger news, right? Like that's a big rebellion by one of their biggest lackeys almost. And that's like their main launch asset that they use to launch satellites into space. Because they don't launch them from Russia because of they got to be like near the equator. So I'll look that up right now, actually.
Yeah, I don't have the actual website at hand, but I'll look it up as well.
Thank you very much. See, we've got Aaron on his way up. Aaron, very good morning.
Just going to answer that same thing, which is the Kazakhstan wasn't a nuclear site. It's a launch site for satellites. Can you hear me, by the way? Have I got the right headphones in?
Yeah, you good. You good.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's sort of, I guess it comes after the Xi visit, where it seems that Xi left early from the Putin.
Now we've lost you, Aaron. Can anybody else hear Aaron? I can't.
No, I lost the last bit too. Try to find
Okay.
another location.
Aaron, mate, you need to drop down and come back up again because we've lost your audio. We can't hear you. Meanwhile, let's go to John, please.
Yeah, so apparently they did this like a week ago. And I don't know why. I guess the one I saw, which was I think Universe Today, that was 2 days ago. But every one of these other articles, so I guess it did happen. They seized space base seized by Kazakhstan authorities. It's on the NASA space flight. It's on Advanced Television, Yahoo, Daily Express, Aviation Week as well, and Ars Technica. Business Insider has it too.
Is this the only spaceport that Russia has?
I don't know 100%, but I know that's like their main. That's like their Kennedy Center.
Because I was going to say, like the other powers that do manned space flight, like what is basically the US and France, right? Well, China as well. They basically have one site that they do it from. They don't feel the need to have multiple spaceports.
Yeah, and that's a good point because I don't think Russia ever thought in the near future Kazakhstan would be like unlatched from them, right, politically, and then all of a sudden you invade the country next to you and lose. You know, those things tend to happen.
I guess it happens when you believe your own bullshit, right? You think, well, we
Drinking the
can just
Kool-Aid.
deal with the Ukraine, deal with the Ukraine issue in a 3-day special military operation, and our world won't totally fall apart because we believe that we're the world's second strongest land army. So there's a moral lesson in all that. Okay. Oh, Aaron's coming back up. Okay. Will, can I ask you to take over for 5 minutes, please? I'm just going to the shop.
No problem, sir. No problem at all. Aaron, how are we hearing you now, buddy? Oh, I still can't hear you.
Aaron.
Liberal, can you hear me?
No, I can't.
I cannot.
Aaron?
So, Aaron, it looks like your mic is unmuted, but we don't hear anything, and then your mic went back on mute. So I don't know what's going on with you.
I can hear Aaron. Can you hear him, Will?
Sorry, after Xi's visit, I think he had a meeting with all the stands, the Kazakhstans and the Uzbekistans, and Russia wasn't invited. So did China sort of give Kazakhstan a nod and a wink that you can do this and we've got your back? It seems like, that whole Xi thing of a peace plan was just basically to wedge America, to make America look like they're warmongers and they're not into peace. But then I thought Zelensky did well by saying, okay, well, we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you about your peace plan, to wedge them back and say, well, do you want to talk to us? And then Xi never visited, apparently never called So it was almost like he wedged him back and said, well, you're not really interested in peace because you're not talking to us. So we're the one that's been invaded. You're not going to talk to us. But it feels like maybe China's making some moves in that area that they would like more control in, which is Kazakhstan. And maybe Kazakhstan just feels more emboldened now to make moves they've wanted to make previous. I'll step down. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Sorry, Will. Yeah, so I've just got a quick bit of color before I go to you, Will. From listeners who are into space stuff, it's not the entire space station in Kazakhstan that's been repossessed, shall we say, seized by the Kazakh government. It's just one of the launch platforms. So there are a number of launch platforms there. The whole site has not been requisitioned. It's just one of the spiffy new launch platforms. Thank you, Will. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no worries. And further to that, it's probably a good thing that at least one of the launch platforms was out of service, because I was looking at satellite launches in the last year or last 3 years from the United States office, the spy agencies, the NRO that put out satellites, and Kremlin's launching of similar satellites. And the U.S. Puts out a whole bunch of commercial satellites and a lot of stuff every year, but they specifically put out some of these national intelligence satellites like Landsat, that the Maxar and some of the other things you might have seen on the internet can get. But they're always putting out lots and lots of commercial satellites. They put about 7 or 8 a year of these specialized satellites of radar collection or Landsat or infrared, whatever. KH-11 type things. Russia, unfortunately, they're shit at everything. Not before they even launched this launch platform. The launches they did complete in the last 2 years before the war, not one of their satellites made appropriate orbit and went into service as a satellite. So it explains some of the lack of on-the-ground intelligence that Russia doesn't seem to have. That Ukraine seems to have more of. So I just found that interesting as a follow-up to what you just said, because it is correct that it didn't take over. That Baikonur is not totally gone, just the one launch platform.
This is interesting because I don't really follow space at all. It's not something that interests me particularly. But my own country, the UK, has a very, very extensive aerospace industry, a very extensive space technology industry. It makes a lot of high-end space stuff. Oddly, it has a larger industry by value than France does. But the UK doesn't do space flight in the same way. So the UK doesn't have, I don't believe we operate any rockets that are capable of putting things into orbit. So we tend to do that, under contract either with the Russians, the French, or the Americans. And I think we do a lot more with the Russians than we do with the other two, simply because it's cheaper, right? So the stuff we make tends to be commercial satellites, where there's a number of British companies that operate commercial communication satellite networks. Not unlike Starlink, but obviously not as sexy. So yeah, I understood that our preferred partner was Russia in that before all this kicked off. Am I correct?
I don't know. It would make sense on what you said, but I don't know anything about Britain's contracting in specific.
All right, maybe somebody who does could come up. In the meantime, let's go to John. John, please.
Yes, so I would. I have kind of two things. I was talking about Xi and Zelensky again. You made a point that I was talking about actually in the Aaron Broma space, I think. I kind of made the same point that I think that Zelensky bringing it up so much after Xi, after they released these 10 points and showed a willingness to try and promote peace, is like, okay, yeah, let me call, and they called their bluff, because and it became very, very clear that Xi was not focused on peace. He just wanted to end the war for Russia, so that he could get back to doing what he wanted to do without all the world being tied up like that. but then you kind of mentioned this too, though. There's this idea, though, that he did leave early from that meeting, which I wasn't thinking about before. And then the last space I was in, someone mentioned that when I was talking about how Zelensky's trying to call his bluff, and maybe remember China. I think it's important to remember, and because this dawned on me too once they told me their opinion, which was basically that he's trying to subvert Russia, which you kind of seen that China is doing since Russia started this war, on a very low scale. But now maybe he's like, okay, they're degraded enough, right? And I was talking about this before, and I can't remember where and in what context, but I was making a point of how Finland and like Russia's rhetoric against Finland and Sweden, right? That's been kind of upticked again in recent weeks, is even more hollow than it was before, because now they don't have the military, they don't have the force posture to back it up anymore. So now they're literally just talking, and they can't back it up. And now they don't even have the potential to back it up, right? There's no way they're going to fight the Finns and the Ukrainians at the same time. It's not going to happen. They couldn't fight the Finns on their own, right? So I think Xi sees this and notices that Russia's really weak, and he wants a piece of the pie because that's a huge pie. So
Sure, and this is something. Sorry, there's a massive lorry going past. Gosh, that's a lot of poo on the back of that lorry. That's really fast. Oh, it's leaking out the back. Lovely. Sorry, just a sewage truck update from Tallinn. Yeah, I mean, this is what exactly China wants is something that we've discussed quite extensively. We don't really know the contents of whatever cooperation they've agreed. They have apparently agreed some. Jingu, our friend Jingu, who has forgotten more about China than most of us will ever know, thinks that it's probably technological, right? So his point was, Russia makes bad stuff, but Russian bad stuff is slightly better than Chinese bad stuff. And there is a massive intellectual property gap for all their theft of Western intellectual property. There's a reason they do that. It's because they don't have the capability of designing things to manufacture themselves to the same extent, right? The creative industries, the intellectual industries are just not there. And this is one of the massive weaknesses of their whole, of their whole thing, is that they're not very good at designing the things they build. And for example, I read that China has yet to produce a domestically designed jet engine, for example. So all of the designs, they do make jet engines, I understand, but they tend to be copied. They tend to be reverse engineered, and the designs, they're just rip-offs of, GE or Rolls-Royce or Safran. They're not indigenous, they're not indigenously designed. So Jingu was of the view that the thing that China wants most from Russia, okay, they can score some cheap energy, but is likely to be technology rather than resources, and it's not likely to be military cooperation. It's likely to be that intellectual property, and Russia is the custodian of what remains of Soviet intellectual property. Mockers, you've got your hand up.
I have. I've got the numbers for you. Sorry, I've got myself a little bit tied up doing all the stuff there. So here I am.
Not a problem.
If you would like.
We've had a very nice chat about various things. But yes, please, let's pivot back towards Ukraine, and let's have a look at some numbers. Before we do that, though, Shaggy did come up and put his hand up, then recycled. So I would like to go to him first, if that's all right, please.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Yeah, I got booted down to listener for some reason. Anyway, yesterday I read a great report regarding Ukraine. It's from Rusi.org, so RUSI, and Dr. Jack Watling. You might have heard of him. So it's a preliminary lessons from Russia's unconventional operations during the Russo-Ukraine war from 2022 to February 2023. And it basically looks at how Russia tried to fixed the scene, as it were, with its agents within Ukraine, and lessons that can be learned from that. It's about 39 pages long. It's on my timeline. It's a really, really good read, actually, giving some background of what they did prior, what Russia did prior to the war, and what they thought was going to happen during the first few days and stuff like that, and what didn't happen, and what went right and what went a bit wrong. From an unclassified point of view, it doesn't give any tips to Russia. I just wondering if you guys have read the report and whether whether there was any discussion on it yesterday.
I can tell you.
Oh, go on.
There wasn't any discussion on it yesterday because Doman did not get a chance to read it. So not during the day yesterday. They might have discussed it while I was asleep. So that's all right.
Okay, all right, cool. Hopefully some discussion today because it was great. Sorry, Tim.
I've not read it either, I'm afraid. I'll try and get to that today. The thing, I had a question for mockers. The Doman clones, are they symbiotic? So like if one Doman clone reads something, do all the Doman clones then have that information? Or does each Doman clone have to read something? I'm not quite sure how this works. How did we manage this in the end?
I think there's a download at the end of the day. You know, when we put them on charge, we can then update them all at the same time. So should be fine.
Okay, so they get a kind of OS up. They kind of get an OS upload while they're on charge. Yeah, and they're fully wireless, which is great. Okay, mockers, did you want to go through the numbers?
Aye, go on then. Why not? Why not? Cheer me up this morning. Right, so here we go. Sorry, my washing machine's on and everything. I'm like little housewife today. So we have 560 liquidated personnel. Don't be disappointed, folks. 560 people is a lot of people. 1 tank, 8 armoured personnel vehicles, 12 artillery systems. Now, that's the thing that we've been sort of making a point of focusing on recently, because it seems that the Ukrainian forces are indeed focusing on them as well. 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, 11 vehicles and fuel tanks, that'll cheer up Doman, and 3 more special equipment. I don't think we've had a day go by without some special equipment being absolutely smashed on the battlefield, and I'm loving that particular development. So there you go. There's your numbers for today. I'm gonna get my coffee in me.
Fantastic, thank you very much. War Duggo fella, a very good morning to you.
Morning. Apologize, my coffee machine was loud and I didn't hear. I was not sure if you're calling for me. Apologize. I would add to first of all, very good morning to those who having their coffees this morning as well, or good night. It's not good to drink coffee before you sleep unless it doesn't affect you. In any way, hugs and love from Ukraine. Ukraine is still independent and free, as you've heard recently, and this beautiful music that I've been posting. Many DM me that they still have this in their ears, saying the same. Yeah, it's good. It's good repetition, because repeating learns the lesson. I was going to add to the MOD report one important element that most probably all agree that is significant, that the possibility that the Russian church that is still present in Ukraine is close to lose its presence in one of their main facilities in Ukraine, which is the monastery and the church called Peczerska Lavra. This is the UNESCO protected object. And if you want to ask me, Anton, why in 21st century Russian church that was excommunicated even and was just forgotten through the ages. They call it. Let me find that proper wording, because I was laughing when I was reading that in the previous research of Russian historians, how they reflect on the excommunication by Constantinople of the Russian Church. They say that despite it was never rejected, like on paper, never lifted this kind of excommunication, it simply melted in the course of history. What a beautiful philosophical expression, right? Melted in the course of history. We wish with all our hearts that Russia as a state melts in the course of history, being Ukrainian. If you want to understand more why a religious thing is important in that battle and why MOD report can be fulfilled like 99.99% with this important element of Russian Church in Ukraine, is simply because the same as in on the ground, on the battlefield, Russia is trying to capture Ukraine and destroy as a country, killing people, murdering, and doing all of the evil stuff that we've seen from many time that have passed already. Same they are doing on the religious front, let's call it that way. And since the baptism of Ras by Vladimir or Valdemar, call him as you want, the Great, who Christianized the Ras from pagans to Christians. There was always the attempts from the swamps to get how to call it, to justify their existence as a nation, as the lands rooting from the Kievan, from the Ras. They call it even Kievan Ras. Why? Because if there is a Kievan Ras, then there is the other Ras like Volodymyr and the other Ras. So they just try to violin and dance around the thing that there was one Ras, one state, and in those time, and when it was Christianized, it got its own religion that was recognized by Constantinople. When the Byzantine Empire was at its last years, let's call it that way, and Constantinople was close to be conquered by Ottomans. Actually, Russia or Muscovites, they felt that this is the right moment to announce themselves as the third Rome in this sense, and to proclaim their Muscovy eparchy as like the main one among the Orthodox Christianity. I don't know, maybe Sanitarium had the open day those time, or that was the gas on the swamps was extremely poisonous those days, but they did it. And what did Constantinople? Simply excommunicated the Muscovy church, and it was never like legally lifted, just as they say, melted through the course of history. So we are having the Russian, modern Russian church, by the way, that was officially cancelled, or how to call it, physically destroyed because Bolsheviks were destroying all the cathedrals and monasteries, but it was actually demolished when the Soviet state was arising. But then they understood that they need kind of uniting factor for their new country, and Stalin actually, with the decree of USSR government, they actually established the Russian Church, re-established the Russian Church. So we are having the modern Russian Church. Let's call them, I don't know, maybe it's a dead joke, but let's call them witnesses of Dzerzhinsky. The way that they were, like, you can imagine, right? The religion and the church that was established by the party leader of communist autocratic country. What a beautiful religion it is, right? And my joke about Dzerzhinsky, witness of Dzerzhinsky, that's because Dzerzhinsky was one of the founders of then so-called KGB. And we see today that many popes and the main pope of Russian Church, they are actually the KGB officials, not even undercover, let's call it that way. And since many years, same as today, Russia is, and since as before, Russia was trying to capture Ukrainian land and to justify the history of its existence through their roots to the modern lands of Ukraine. Same they did in the area of religion. And what's interesting, there is one research that is even one historian. I don't remember today the name, but he is like officially stating in different interviews that were done by Radio Svoboda, it's called in Ukraine, that actually one day when there was when Russia got their main influence on Ukrainian church, they got it for like lobbying for 200 chervonci, that was the currency of those time, and 340 sables. 340 sables, it means 120 sable furs, and that was Patriarch Dionysius IV of Constantinople who signed a deed on the transfer of the Kiev metropolity to the Moscow Patriarchy. So that was, at those time, they call it a lobbying. Today we would even call it probably a bribe. And actually from that time starts all this kind of justification trying to explain that Russians and Ukrainians are the same people, same church, and so far and so on. That's why it's important that when in 2018, if my memory doesn't fail me, when Ukraine got its religious church independence act from the Constantinople, it was like Russia is furious about that because it was significant loss for them on the religious battleground, justifying that Ukraine is part of Russia. See also in the religion. No, it is not. It was not like that. It was just simply forgotten, melted in the course of history, that Russia is actually a secta. Russian Church is actually a secta. Witness of Dzerzhinsky, and that's they were staying, and you may see, because I actually imagine that now in many media when is being explained about events in Kiev when they try to get Russian popes from Ukrainian Peczerska Lavra, like many could be confused, like what is that about? And then there is the Russian propaganda who is saying that Zelensky is oppressing religion and so far and so on. Just to get it really clear and simple, that Russian KGB, how to call it, facility was not even renting, because they were staying in Pečerska Lavra for free, and they were making that's their Russian destructive influence on Ukraine, also through the religion, which is in their country part of the KGB, FSB, and Ukraine, being a democratic country since the war started in 2014, same as Ukraine, could not just simply manage the issue of the pro-Russian parties in Ukraine. Being a democratic state, building its path of democracy, just could not simply like grab everybody and throw them away. Same with those guys from Moscow popes from Lavra. They simply follow the procedure and they follow the democratic mechanism of cleaning the country from the Russian influence. That's actually the story all about. If I can make it like pretty simple and visible, is imagine Russian representatives, like imagine Medvedchuk, just wearing a religious dress and sitting in the main Ukrainian historical religious facility and spreading Russian influence on Ukraine and justifying the war happening in Ukraine. That's exactly what's happening, and Ukraine just said simply, no, is enough. You're getting out of here. That's how to take it simple and invisible. I hope I get less confusion than it was before by explaining the things related to the news related to Lavra. I know religion is pretty sensible topic and is important, but is another battleground, and that's why it is important addition to the MOD report. Russia is losing. Ukraine will win. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Wardo Fellow. Always lovely to hear from you. Thank you for that extensive comment. I think it was Chris next. Chris. Chris of the Malamutes, are you there?
I am here. I thought there was people before me, but I will go if it's okay.
Oh gosh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's go. I think I may have jumped ahead of John, but I'm sure John will forgive me.
Okay. Thank you. And just to say, it's so wonderful, isn't it? Listening to War Doggo giving us the history and the detail and the perspective, if you like, from the Ukrainian side. I absolutely love listening to him. So thanks to him and hugs and love back to him. I was just going to say, Tim, it was just something that I've been thinking about over the last few days. Somebody was speaking and they were like going, there's no silver lining, if you like, in this war. And I don't know what you think, Tim, but like two things I want to say about that, two silver linings to me, right? One is that, if this war had not happened, the Russians would have got their grips on us further and further and tighter and tighter. They'd have infiltrated into everything even more. And you have to wonder whether they would have infiltrated so much that we couldn't uninfiltrate them, or whatever is the opposite to infiltrate. So that's my that's my first general point. My second general point is going back to War Doggo really and Ukraine. That the other silver lining in the cloud is how much we now know about Ukraine and Kievan Rus and Muscovy and everything like that, which I just don't think we would ever have known, right? So whilst obviously I would not have wanted the war to happen, I think that is a sort of a silver lining as well. And sometimes I say, well, and I have this discussion, Tim, because I'm trying to help a lot of Ukrainian tech companies basically get the word out about what they're doing around the world. I've spoken about Ucontrol and Ukretelecom and all of those and that. And I say to them, look, I just from an external perspective, the Ukrainian brand has risen so much around the world. People had never heard of Ukraine, never had any idea where it was. certainly never had any idea of its history and that, now know all about it, and the yellow and the blue flag, is recognized everywhere. So, so I just wanted to say that, and also just to, if I may just make a little bit of a plea here, is that I've been putting the word out to say if there are any like sales, marketing, PR people who on a pro bono basis can help me get the word out about the Ukrainian companies, and that would be great. And I'm glad to say I'm a member of the Institute of Directors, and I've had a communication with the Institute of Directors in Birmingham, and that they're going to get behind what we're doing and help promote Ukrainian companies and help them get business. So thank you. Good morning. Speak later.
Thank you very much, Chris. Now, I don't know. I think the thing around Russian infiltration of Western democratic politics is quite a lot like the thing that Western observers used to have about the Russian armed forces, right? Before February 1922, we used to think of Russia as this kind of irresistible adversary that would take Eastern Europe, the Baltics, Ukraine, before we got our boots on. We now know that that is completely untrue, and that Russia is just an absolute, is absolute cake and ass party militarily. It's not the power we thought it was. They're not good at making stuff. They are not good at fighting. They don't have, this focused technological, advantage across key weapon systems. It's all just nonsense. And I think the same is true of this so-called Russian infiltration of Western politics. I think there are attempts. I think there are attempts to do this. But the idea that the KGB can swing entire elections in established Western democracies, I just think there's not enough evidence that that is true, and everything we know about Russian capabilities suggests that it isn't. I think there are attempts, and so I think that certainly when it comes to amplifying controversy, this is something they're quite good at, and this is something they're quite good at online. So you think of all the culture war issues. You think about the social media wars over things like transgenderism, BLM, Brexit, Trump, all of this stuff. I think they're very good at amplifying extremes on both sides of these and making these issues seem like they're a lot more divisive than they actually are. But I think the bleed of that into legitimate politics is fairly limited. And I think that, right, the proof is in the pudding, right? It was on the slightly tinfoil hatted left before the Russian invasion. It was an article of faith that the Russians controlled the Conservative Party in the UK, for example. Now, if they did give very extensively to the Conservative Party, and if they did bribe its candidates and MPs very heavily, they obviously didn't get what they paid for, right? Because the Boris Johnson, for example, who was famously called a Russian asset all over Twitter, led the UK to be one of the first countries to pledge major support to give. Well, it was the first country to give lethal aid to Ukraine, was the first country to deliver key weapon systems, has been a disproportionate supporter and corraler of the Western democracies towards supporting Ukraine. So if they did try to do that, it obviously didn't succeed. And if it didn't succeed in the UK, I've very little reason to believe that it succeeded anywhere else. And okay, there are questions to be asked about certain individuals, politicians' relationships with the Kremlin, mentioning no names. But I simply don't buy this meme that Russia is absolutely everywhere and is this controlling influence in our societies. I don't see any. I don't think it's within Russia's capabilities to do that, and I don't see any evidence that it's occurring beyond this fairly fringe culture war stuff. Now, some of the fringe culture war stuff has been more successful than the rest, but there is already the pendulum is already swinging the other way. It's returning to sanity. You do see that with all of the major, with all of the major sillinesses over the last 10 years. So, yeah, I just don't buy that they're this irresistible corrupting force in our democracies. I think we're a lot stronger than we give ourselves credit for, and that applies to the military as much. That applies to politics as much as it applies to the military. Would be my take. Chris, did you want to come back on that before we get to John?
I'll just quickly, because I'll let other people go on, but I'm just going to say I'm having a beer with Michael Fabricant this evening, Tim, and I'll put this to him and see what he thinks.
Thank you very much. Please give Michael Fabricant my regards. I have met him before, but he may not remember me. But he's been a very staunch supporter of Ukraine and deserves credit for that, I'm sure. Doman, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim. I have no. I would not be at all surprised that he doesn't remember you. Your hairstyle simply doesn't match up. All I'll say to your comments, recently. They can't flip an election; they can swing an election, depending on how close it is. Right? I've been trying to get myself a rough estimate of, like a rule of thumb of sorts of how much they can actually do through their influence operations, and somewhere in the single-digit percentage points. Now, that could well be enough to swing a tight election. For that, they're good. They're not nearly as good as they think they are, right? But they're good enough to swing a tight election. So it's definitely something to worry about. The one thing I would say, and Tim, did you see yesterday? Did you see my extensive writings yesterday on what they're trying to do in Bulgaria now?
No, you're muted. So I'm teasing. No, I haven't seen it. Please do send it to me.
I will, because the election in Bulgaria is on Sunday, and there's some similar things that they were doing in Ukraine in January of 2022. Obviously with different purpose, with a slightly different mechanism intended, but goodness me. So they're definitely, they're definitely trying. They definitely throw wrenches in the wheels. But other than that, they're not as good as they think they are. They think they're in the 20-25 percentage point range, but 5 percentage points can make a difference in a tight election. There's too many tight elections to count.
Thank you very much, Damon. Yeah, I mean, to my mind, there are certainly attempts. Even if they can move an election a couple of percentage points, the extent to which they get what they pay for is obviously extremely moot. To which I would give the example of the Conservative Party in the UK, where I believe there are precisely 0 pro-Russian MPs, at least overtly, not that I've ever come across, and not that have a significant voice in government. Yeah, it just seems to be a bit of a nothing burger to me. I think it's a very tempting way to think when it comes to certain conspiratorially minded people. I won't mention the journalist I'm talking about, simply because I get angry DMs when I do that, because apparently she has a massive fan base. Sorry, he or she has a massive fan base. But anyway, I just think it's something we need to be on our guard about. But the Russian army is something we need to be on our guard about. That doesn't make it an effective fighting force. Let's go to John, please. John, thank you for your patience. You've been waiting a long time.
Thanks. Doman took it right out of my mouth. Actually, I was going to mention Bulgaria, so I put my hand down. Because my point I was going to make is that I think the United States, like you said, it was played up a lot, but I think at a smaller scale, they have the ability to do basically exactly what Doman said. They have pretty extensive capabilities at a smaller state that's closer vicinity, and they have more influence over. Because that was the whole point. I was going to mention Bulgaria, and Doman mentioned it, and apparently it's written about it. So I'm gonna go find that.
I'll check it in the next. Give me a second.
Doman, are you coming straight back in, or should we go to War Dog?
No, let's go on.
War Dog fella.
Yeah, look, since the Cold War, Soviet Union established pretty strong their intelligence agents network in many countries, and they built kind of the structure. Since the Soviet Union collapsed, they have been left with the structure. It shrinked because Russia was not that strong as the Soviet Union to sustain all of that network. But you see, they've been investing through the years since 90s, and the network of their possible influence in different countries, especially for the in the countries of former Warsaw Pact. It is there, and the good thing that these days provoke them to activate some points of their political and not only political influence that were not that visible before, and the is gone when it's done. The politics will be more less confusive and less Russia supportive, if you know what I mean. Thanks. Alex and Law from Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the intelligence networks, like you say, Russia is not the Soviet Union. It is a shadow of its former power, and I think that they've lost the big idea as well. And this is something they've not successfully recreated. So Soviet communism was a phenomenally successful export. It was. It's obviously a shit idea, but for some reason it was enthusiastically taken up by basically the entire intelligentsia of the West. And this is something they've not failed to. This is something they've not succeeded to do again with Putinism. So I think one of their biggest weaknesses is they don't have the intellectually attractive thing to export that will cause, that will enable them to build networks of assets in Western institutions. That's just not there. So all they've got now is culture war stuff. So they can try and pretend that Putin represents the savior of the traditional West, and they've just got money and they don't have an enormous amount of that. So yeah, I think that there's just a substantially weaker offering that they have, and its appeal is very, very limited. And nobody respectable has any sympathy for it, really. Would be my take, particularly not in the West. Doman, what do you reckon?
It's difficult, right, Tim? It's difficult. I'm just I was trying to establish something additional regarding Bulgaria, but I couldn't get it in this time. Carry on, Tim.
Let's go to P Double. P Double, you've had your hand up. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no worries. Aloha, everyone. Thanks for having me up. Thanks for having the space. Guys are talking a lot about elections and Russia's ability to influence others' elections. But I had a question about Putin's election. I mean, he's less than a year out. As far as I can tell, last time he was up for election, he had already announced 5 months ago at this point. And Xi Jinping hinted at him that he might do it. And he kind of brushed off that comment, it sounds like, as much as I can read in the news. So what's the feeling between people that keep track of this? Because I'm not that in track of it, keep track of it. Is he going to have an election next year? Is he going to try to do some wartime, I'm just going to keep being president type of thing? If he did have an election, I mean, I'm assuming it would be like the last one where there's no real opponent. But is it odd that he hasn't announced his next run yet, or is that normal type of question? Because I really don't know Russian politics. And in terms of influence, is there any outside influence in Russian elections? Is there You know, are we pushing for any certain candidates? Is the West, or is, you know, does Ukraine have a favorite candidate in Russia? That type of thing.
Yeah. Have you looked at any electoral outcomes in Russia in the last couple of decades?
No, I realize that they're pretty much a sham, but I mean, you know, it would be, you know, it would be pretty much moral support or something like that, a signal, nothing more from outside. But you know, I mean, he did have elections in 2018, as far as I know, and then I mean, it was like 95%, some unreasonable number of votes for Putin. It's ridiculous. Is he gonna have an election in 2024? Is that like the thought on the ground, or is he just gonna brush it off because the country's at a wartime footing or whatever?
Okay, so now let's work through this, because I think this is important to understand. Putin got 77.5%. I got the results in front of me. I'm not, you know, thinking this out of my head.
Yeah.
The second place at 11.9% was Pavel Grudinin from the Communist Party. The Communist Party fully supports Putin's party's policies in the parliament. They're not opposition, they're so-called permitted opposition. That is what the old fogies basically vote for in Russia, who don't vote for Putin, and nobody minds because they'll vote with Putin. Third place was the Liberal Democratic Party, and here you're thinking, ooh, maybe change. Well, the Liberal Democratic Party was then led by the now no longer alive Vladimir Zhirinovsky. He passed away. I think in 2-3 days from now, it's going to be the 1-year anniversary from when he passed away, something like that, early April last year, if I remember correctly. Vladimir Zhirinovsky is famous for being the ultimate Overton window shifter in Russia. He got just under 6%. What he did is stand up in parliament and say, what Putin is doing is correct. The only problem is he's not going far enough. And basically, he ran everything he did on Putin plus 30%, pretty much. So those are the second and third. Fourth place at 1.7%, and see here we're going into really fringe, was Ksenia Sobchak. Now, where does the name Sobchak? Where's the name Sobchak familiar from? Oh, right, she is the daughter of Anatoly Sobchak. Anatoly Sobchak was the mayor of St. Petersburg in the early 1990s. Do you know who was the deputy mayor of St. Petersburg in the early 1990s? Yeah, Vladimir Putin. So basically, the next three guys were the guy from the Communist Party. That's basically a way for Putin to get more votes by people who, you know, are still stuck in the Soviet Union mentally completely. The guy from the Liberal Democratic Party, who's the ultimate permitted opposition, who loves Putin except wants Putin to be more Putin, and then the next one is barely reaching, you know, less
I mean,
than 2%.
I'm not trying.
I'm just saying,
I'm not trying to imply that. I'm not even trying to imply there is a use. Not at all. I get what you're saying. That's not my question. Is like, I'm wondering, is the lack of announcing his run for presidency a prelude to him assuming a full dictatorial role? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm under no illusions that he's bad and that the next 3 or 4 choices or whatever are bad or worse. That's not even what I'm getting at. Like, what I'm getting at is, by, you know, in 2018, in a non-war footing year, he had already announced back in, I think, the, you know, January, a year before the 2018 elections, he announced or whatever. So is it indicative of him doing something different with Russian politics? Is he going to just pretty much assume some sort of wartime title and not have an election, you know, at all, type of thing? Like, you know, and it obviously doesn't really matter. You know, he's got full support of his government, so you know, it doesn't really matter. But it is kind of, like I said, a signal thing. And you know, while I realize that that no other opponent has a chance, no other opponent we could support really has a chance against him, it doesn't mean that you can't have a favorite. You know, even if they have 0.0% of the vote, it doesn't. You can still say, hey, here's the guy we'd support. You know, so I didn't know if that guy even exists or not. Is there someone the West supports, a Navalny type person who's, you know, that's not a political criminal, that's, you know, prevented from running, type of thing? Is there someone else? You know, more as a curiosity type of thing.
In short, basically, no.
Fair enough.
The way I see these things, right, is a lot of people, this question is often asked, why doesn't Putin just install himself as, as dictator? Why does he bother with elections? It's because you have to have a political system, right? It doesn't matter whether you practice democracy or not. There has to be some mechanism by which people are able to court the central power. Now, you can do that with, I don't know, hereditary aristocracy, or you can do that with a, with like a priestly class, or something like that, right? But there does have to be a system that people, doesn't have to be everybody, but certain people can participate in, that allows them to access power and allows power to be exercised over them, right? You can't have a pure despotism, because it just doesn't work in statecraft, right? Because it means that, where do Putin's people come from if there's no political system, right? And this is why dictators, modern dictators, at least in the age when, hereditary aristocracies are not particularly PC, they will have political parties that have quasi-democratic mechanisms. They will nearly always have elections, even if those elections are rigged. But there will always be some substructure that allows political talent to emerge, and people who are interested in statecraft to, participate in the system, right? Otherwise, you just can't run a government. So that would be my take on that. You can't just abolish the political mechanisms of state, even if you want to be a dictator. You have to have a mechanism for managing them, and having political parties and having elections, even if they are very tightly controlled, is a way of doing that, and it's basically as good as any other, would be my take. What do you reckon, Tobin?
Yeah, he doesn't have to. And if anything, he wants to instill a sense of normalcy. This is incredibly important. Things like, and this will sound silly, but things like sugar and oil in stores instill a sense of normalcy. For the upper middle classes, an ability to travel to Paris, to Rome, to Florence, that instilled a sense of normalcy to them. That's why so many of us were arguing for visa restrictions for Russians last summer for Europe, because that's a sense of normalcy that should be taken away. And luckily, eventually, at least kind of was to some degree. And just having elections, that instills a sense of normalcy. It instills a sense that they're in control. If you need to knee-jerk take, change the form when you really don't need to change the form, because why would you bother to change the form? You already get everything that you possibly could in actuality, right? Why would you go through that? So I expect him to probably hold an election. I expect him to win by even more than he ever had before, or maybe by a bit less. But does it make a difference? No, it doesn't make a difference in the slightest. Because it's about outcomes, not about just style and form. PW.
In this case, I don't necessarily even have an idea that it would be something significant. It was truly a question, honest question. Like, is it significant, I guess, that he hasn't announced his run for the presidency yet, despite being well less than a year? And the last time he did it, it was well more than a year. If it's not significant or doesn't seem significant, then it just seems he's being like kind of oddly cagey about it. But maybe he, whatever. Maybe he's thinking about more important things. Knows he's going to win, doesn't mind. It's not important to him.
No, and one more thing I should tell you is the Russian political discourse and political climate exist in a very, very, very different context than what you're used to. Nothing that we consider normal, 24-hour news cycle scandals, etc. That doesn't exist. Indeed, if you ask people about politics somewhere in the West, sometimes they won't want to get in a fight and they just won't mention what they actually think, or they'll say, I'm just a normal human, whatever. But most of the time, people have political opinions. I'm guessing from the US. People often wear political opinions on bumper stickers on their cars, and sometimes literally on their hats and sleeves, right? So it can be pretty obvious. In Russia, there's a very strong line of being, quote unquote, apolitical. What does that mean? That means you don't want to get into trouble by what you might say somewhere down the line. So let me give you an example. Okay, I want to get Wardoggo back because he can really speak to this well. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example not from Russia now, but let me give you an example from Yugoslavia from the 1940s. You'll see why. In 1945, communists took over Yugoslavia. We're not going to go into any more of this, but like all communists in Europe, they were pretty Stalin aligned at the time. 3 years later, Tito was like, well, why would I answer to Stalin if I can be my own dictator all on my own? So there was the so-called Tito-Stalin split, also called the Cominform split or Informbyrå, whatever. It's various names. But you had all of these, Marxist writers who were writing, odes to Stalin for 3 years. And those who didn't shift quickly enough, those became the political prisoners. Those who didn't realize that things have changed within a split second, those are the ones who were the first batch of political prisoners. The first big batch of political prisoners in 1948. There were political prisoners before, but they tended to face summary execution in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. Those who were the first to be sent to it was called the Barren Island, effectively a political prisoner camp, kind of like a concentration camp. An island out in the Adriatic that had not a tree, not a shrub, not a shadow, not a shade anywhere on it. All it was barren rock in the Mediterranean sun in the summer. Very cold in the winter. Truly minimal accommodation. Not a good place to be sent to. But that's who was sent. It wasn't people who were against the government because they were, Catholics or liberals or Democrats or whatever. The real political prisoners, the real enemies, were those who were close, yet didn't figure it out quickly enough. But if you're apolitical, and this is where we come back to Russia now, if you're apolitical, you don't face that. No, you say, this is above me, this is beyond me. We should leave our great leaders to decide for us. This is beyond their capabilities. And that is what the vast majority of people, when you'd ask them, would actually be telling you. I mean, not vast majority, but a very considerable number of people ask them about politics. They say, no, I'm not such a political person. I'm not such a political human. And that's very different. When it comes to discourse, when it comes to things like that. Laughing Tommy, Bulgarian experience, especially in the communist years, similar, right?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. I don't know if you knew that, but in a lot of socialist countries, it used to be being a politically active person used to be a type of mental illness. So you were overly invested in politics, and that was exhibited by participating in protests, vocalizing your opinions, and so on.
But these are protests for the government. You need to add that context.
No. It was basically it was a way to put opponents in the loony bin, because protests for the government. What I mean is protest actions, because you couldn't have something at the scale of a mass protest unless we have the case with Ceausescu, where a pro-government manifestation that was organized by the government went out of control, and we know what happened. But it was. I am going to have to find this out, but find the sources. But I remember reading it was in what's the thing called in America by the Association of the Psychological Professionals, or that has all the mental illnesses called the
American Psychological Association.
Yeah, but what's they have a manual with all recognized mental conditions, and there was a similar thing in some Warsaw Pact states that basically included being political.
But this came from Snezhnevsky, right? This was the sluggish schizophrenia thing. It was the abuse by Dr. Snezhnevsky, the Russian doctor of the psychological profession. He created this fanciful mental illness called sluggish schizophrenia. Basically, the symptoms of it were exactly what Dr. Snezhnevsky said they were, right? And of course, one of them was an interest in unconventional politics.
Yeah.
And so they created this kind of mental illness that justified hospitalization in mental institutions, that its absence could not be significantly proven. And it was also said to be a progressive disease. So even if you didn't have any symptoms, you could be diagnosed with it because you might develop symptoms in time. I'm not sure what the Bulgarian psychiatrists had to say about this, but it was certainly a big thing in Russia. And Snezhnevsky made a cottage industry out of this in, declaring enemies of the state to be insane and therefore justifying their confinement. I mean, people like Feinberg, they spent decades in mental hospitals because of this one.
Yeah, precisely. So what I came up to talk about was somebody was asking to what extent Russia has an influence in Bulgarian politics and elections. So there's basically two prongs. One is the fact that people who were part of the old state security apparatus are still connected to the current state security apparatus and parts of the executive. So those people tend to be able to exert different kinds of political pressure in the country in the direction of Russia. So that's the one thing. And the second was that the party that was the former party in charge, the Socialist Party, here is still up and running, even though now, thankfully, a lot of the electorate has died out and it's down to like 8 or 9% of the electorate, of electoral support. And they are currently so unpopular, like Russia is so unpopular that all the parties that support Russia, which is this party, and a new party that is created for these elections, and the third party, which is the Nationalist Party, all three parties put themselves forth not as pro-Russian, but as the parties of neutrality and peace and so on. They're the anti-war parties right now. But they're in society, they're no longer able to hold an openly pro-Russian position. After last February, there was a movement for an openly pro-Russian parties, and they garnished 4% of the vote, or something like 4.2 or something like that. Anyway, but this goes to a wider point. Because you have to think of the way, and we discussed not only Bulgaria, but Russian information operations. And Russia doesn't, when they conduct their operation warfare on a society, they conduct it in 4 distinct stages. And it's based on where the society is, but they think that there's an algorithm to disrupting liberal democracies through the apparatus of their institutions and society. So basically, liberal democracy is based on the institutions of rule of law, of having your opinion respected, of being able to disagree with each other in a civilized way and move forward politically by coming to consensus. So the first thing that's done is basically fostering political apathy and cynicism through so basically making the society lose faith in the institutions. So you have to start believing not only that the police is corrupt, that the army is corrupt, that the courts are corrupt, that everything doesn't function well, you have to start believing not only that, but that there's no way to fix it. You have to start believing that the only way to fix it is to tear it down. And what you achieve by that is the grounds for the second stage. The second stage is polarization. Well, if I can't trust the media institutions to deliver me information because they're corrupt, if I can't trust the courts to deliver justice because they're corrupt, well, now my entire view of the world becomes not based on the information that I have access to, but my feelings towards the information. So I get to be emotionally invested in whatever political ideology I have. So I get to be part of a camp. So the second stage becomes pushing those camps apart. So if you are conservative, the objective is to make you more and more polarized to the right-wing fascism aspect. If you're liberal, well, you have to go towards communism. And that's the way to push people apart, because in that polarity, you create more and more emotional energy and less ability to compromise. When there's less ability to compromise, the chaos in the system increases. So because the apparatus stops functioning as well. So first stage is that increasing the maximum chaos and entropy in society. When the people have become polarized, just keep cooking and raising the temperature until everything boils. And when that happens, when people are believe that they live in a society that no longer has functioning institutions, when they fight with each other constantly and are radically opposed to each other, and the chaos is increased sufficiently, what happens then is you introduce an element. It can either be Russia itself as a stabilizing element, or it can be a puppet government, which is a government that's radically statist and which is going to take control and restore stability. And basically, when everything's on fire, everybody's interest becomes water. And the government that comes in basically cuts out the liberal part of the democracy in order to restore stability. And by the time that stability is restored and people are grateful for the stability, and by the time they see that things have gone wrong, that the new institutions are totalitarian in nature, are at the same level of corruption and so on, what you get is basically that that it's too late and the state apparatus has taken control of the society at all levels. And if you see the people that are basically, you can see this at different stages throughout a lot of Europe, in the US, and so on. And throughout a lot of Europe, you already have like the stage one parties that are, the political spectrum is trying to get pulled apart in the two directions. And in the US, I think that it's been pretty successful in polarizing the society to a great extent. And so on. But basically, they pick which stage your society is on, and they try everything they can to push it. That's why you don't have them supporting just left parties or just communist parties in countries such as Italy and a lot of others.
Marine Le Pen, exactly.
They support. Yeah, they support both sides of the spectrum. They don't care. They just want the inherent chaos of polarization. That's their whole goal, because then they can say, well, and look at their whole propaganda. It's like, look at those protests. Look at those, the Western societies are falling apart. I mean, what was the, they look at what all the racial tensions they have, because, you know, Russia doesn't have racial tensions. They just have the Russians on top and everybody on the bottom, and everybody knows their place. And it goes on and on and on. It's about everything. Because the idea is that look how much better stability is than the chaos that liberal democracy brings.
Exactly, and see, this is one more step, right? And thank you, Tommy, for yesterday alerting me to the thing, and be honest now on it. And we'll see if we can do a whole, post-mortem, post-election, post-mortem out of this together as well. We'll figure out what we can do. But it's little things like this, making it seem like the state isn't working very well, like it isn't fulfilling its job. That's what would make sense to be behind the call-in bomb threats campaign, right? Right now in Bulgaria, ahead of the election. And like you were saying, Tommy, it's about making it seem like the state just isn't functioning.
Absolutely. And also, I don't know if you followed what happened in Romania today, but actually yesterday, technically, but it came out in the news today. The party that's in charge basically passed a law in the Senate. That's the Romanian Socialist Party. They passed a law in the Senate that crimes of misuse of political position, political influence have caused damage in a value of less of 50,000 euros are no longer going to be prosecuted. And now it's going to the lower chamber for approval. And this is, again, you attack the trust in the ability of the state apparatus to function. This is stage one. And they're trying to very hard to destabilize society, because then you can polarize it, and then you have the rise of the nationalist parties, of the radical left parties, and so on. That's the whole point of the thing.
Absolutely. Rich.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Good. Yeah, just wanted to come back to the question the gentleman asked earlier. Apologies, I didn't get the name because I'm driving, but it was effectively, does Putin's lack of effectively calling stuff with elections, does that indicate he's going to be going down the dictatorial route? The answer to that is essentially yes and no. And I know that's a bit riding the fence. I'll make it make sense. The main thing to remember with Russia, especially in the Putin era, but even further back, is that their political sphere is essentially the KGB or the ex-KGB playbook, because obviously of Putin's background. And I know it's very much an American saying with the Marines, but there is no such thing as an ex-KGB officer. They are KGB through and through. There's no such thing as an ex-intelligence officer is probably the more accurate thing, but I digress. The key thing to remember about Russia is the way they operate is they very much inhabit the realm of plausible deniability in everything that they do, everything political, anything they do, any kind of subversive, black ops, anything like that operates within the realms of plausible deniability. So it's never really that hard to see what Russia wants to do, what they are trying to do. It's usually quite obvious. The reason that things never really tend to get done in the past, in terms of holding them to account, is because they inhabit this realm of plausible deniability, and to take big actions against someone like that in the sphere of geopolitics, you have to be sure, you have to prove, ultimately beyond a reasonable doubt, or as close as you can. And because Russia is so adept at doing that, and has been for a very, very long time, it's very, very hard to do. Exhibit A, you look at something like the attempted poisoning in Salisbury of the Skripals, and multiple things further back, and other things that have taken place in Syria and elsewhere. There's always plausible deniability. Always. So, in answer to your question, effectively, nothing's really changing. Yes, he is going to be going down that route, but it's going to be, like the guys have said, a quasi-democratic system, because they'll want to turn around and say, well, no, I'm not a dictator. I'm a democratically elected official. Everyone just wants me to be here. That's effectively is your answer. You just need to remember that one key thing with anything to do with Russia, really.
yeah, it makes no difference. You know, there's elections, but elections are performative. Do the elections mean anything? No. Are the lists of who can be voted for carefully curated? Yes, both through bureaucratic means as well as through, you know, literally killing people who would otherwise stand, like Nemtsov. Right, and on the other hand, was it Stalin who said it doesn't matter who votes? What matters is who counts the votes. You know, and then that component of it doesn't matter. And even if you look through the electoral results, you're looking at like the first person who might be thought of as actually opposition-y, Yavlinsky from Yabloko, and I'm not going to go into details of it, got 1.06%.
Yeah.
You know, and the state is willing to accept that. It's like, yeah, you know, 1.06% voted against us. Yeah, sure, whatever. Makes no difference. It's really completely pointless. But it's performative. It's a multi-party election, which is performative, and it ticks boxes, and it's all about ticking boxes because it instills a sense of normalcy. Right? It's a pantomime which is there to make people who live in the country be like, yeah, you know, this feels normal. Look, we go, we cast votes, we vote for a great leader. It's great. And then people outside various, you know, main battle tankies will say, but look, Russia is a multi-party democracy. They just love Putin so much.
Yeah, 100%, and that's also their weapon to the exterior world. Whenever they're in any kind of negotiation or any kind of, you know, anything kicks up, they can fall back on that because they inhabit that realm. They'll turn around and say, oh, you know, everyone can see what the state of affairs is. Everyone knows that he is essentially is a dictator, and everything else around him is essentially a sham. But because they inhabit that realm of plausible deniability, they can use that. And they do use it very effectively. They always have done, and they will continue to, probably even after Putin, really, because whoever replaces him is going to be from the same ilk, ultimately, because that playbook that he's brought across into the political sphere has permeated now through multiple levels and multiple generations. So it's not necessarily going to change very much. How well it's done will probably change. But yeah, definitely, like you said, it's all a sham. It ultimately instills a sense of normalcy, and then within Russia and within the quote unquote union, or quasi union that he's got now, and then also used exterior as well.
Thank you. Just sorry to cut in. I need to drop down now and leave you in the very capable hands of Doman. We also have mockers lurking there on the panel. So it's been a pleasure co-hosting for you all this morning, and I will see you at the same time tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
All right. Goodbye. Good night, Tim. Not good night. Obviously, not good night. The opposite of good night. Good work, Tim. And we can push forward and onward here. I don't know what he does. Just kidding, Tim. Tim's off to you know, make some novel food ideas, new ways of combining pineapple and beans. It's going to be tremendous, whatever it is. You know, so somebody will have to figure out how to keep it all down afterwards. But you know, Tim's an absolute master at that. All right, where were we? Shall we go through some sort of news of the day? There's a bunch of things across Europe that I want to touch upon, but mockers, how are you, mockers?
Oh, hi, I'm very good actually. I'm good now. I do probably have a MOD report for you when you're ready for it. I can do it now
I'd rather
or
enjoy
later.
an MOD report before I start talking about visa policy.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. So here is the Ministry of Defence report for the 30th of March 23. Russian media reporting suggests that the authorities are preparing to start a major military recruitment campaign with the aim of signing up an additional 400,000 troops. Russia is presenting the campaign as a drive for volunteer professional personnel rather than a new mandatory mobilization. There is a realistic possibility that in practice, this distinction will be blurred. Sorry, It just made me chuckle. And that regional authorities will try and meet their allocated recruitment targets by coercing men to join up. We've seen their coercion. It's not very gentle, is it? Russian authorities have likely selected a supposed volunteer model to meet their personnel shortfall in order to minimize domestic dissent. It is highly unlikely the campaign will attract 400,000 genuine volunteers. However, rebuilding Russia's combat power in Ukraine will require more than just personnel. Russia needs munitions and military equipment supplies more than it currently has available. So, yeah, the MOD thinking that Russia appears to have a bright future there.
I mean, they do have a bright future. I mean, you can explain not just bright, but also warm, right? And you can explain more of that. Was it Ekaterinburg, Sverdlovsk Oblast again? That was that was experimenting with some, last weeks in which they can experiment with some district heating. But yeah, they think they can manage. They think, oh no, we have enough. But not really, and this is really going to be the crux of it. I think Russia is operating a little bit like they believe they still have everything that was on the books at the end of the Cold War still in stock and useful and usable, and it's slowly, but not quick, definitely not quickly enough, relatively slowly percolating through the command ranks that actually a bunch of it was stolen, a bunch of it was sold off, a bunch of it rotted, a bunch of it rusted, and a bunch of it just wasn't there ever in the first place because the Soviets didn't make it either. And that's why they're now dipping into the T-54 stocks, which that's just tremendous, isn't it? T-54s. So that's a part of it, undoubtedly, I think. They think they have infinite resources and they act like they have infinite resources, and they will do that until they're soundly beaten back. But this is why beating them back is the only way to go forward. This is why beating them back is the only thing that can be done and should be done, and that's why Ukrainians need all the supplies, literally all the supplies. And thousands more Bradleys, especially, the 1,000 Bradleys would make a tremendous difference. We saw a video yesterday of a Ukrainian Humvee loading up a brand new tow, one that even doesn't have wires attached to it anymore. It's remotely guided, and taking out, what was it, the Russian tank? Laughing Tom, you had a good look at that. Was it a Russian tank at several kilometers distance? No. Now imagine some dozens of Bradleys doing the same with much better aiming integrated into the Bradley's optics.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a static fortification because this type of munition has two-stage head, and as far as I understand, it's a bunker buster. So I'm not sure somebody else who has more knowledge on TELS has to talk to the issue, but I think it was a static fortification of some kind, because I couldn't. It's just at this resolution is just a black rectangle of a couple of pixels. So I have no way of knowing exactly what it was, but it seemed too low to the ground for me to be an armored vehicle.
Whatever it was, I think it shows the ability to of TOS to take out Russian armor at well beyond them having anything like necessary range to affect, say, a Bradley or some such. I think that's a big deal from that perspective. It can really make a big difference for Ukrainians, and this is where Bradleys themselves would just be so exceedingly useful. So exceedingly useful for the Ukrainians to get, and hopefully get many more off. It's just why I'm pushing extra for that, and hopefully we'll see exactly that in short order. modern technology, modernish technology being put to excellent use against whatever Russia has left from the Cold War. Although the other day there was a very interesting, there's a very interesting juxtaposition, right? They're saying, well, Germany, there are going to be Leopard 1s, Leopard 2s, Marder's. There's the FH-70. Is it FH-70? FH-70 howitzers, the Todd howitzers, Panzerhaubitze. It's basically going against T-72s and T-62s. It's basically the Bundeswehr from the Cold War going against the Soviet Union from the Cold War. That's really the fight that's being fought. Plus, modern computers and modern drones. It's a very, very interesting setup from just a big picture perspective. But in this context, what needs to be done is a lot more to make this, not just an interesting setup, but to make it a setup where Ukraine can win more quickly and win more easily. That's a little bit that keeps being forgotten and ignored. Now, expediting things matters. Expediting things is highly beneficial, not just to Ukraine, but to the rest of the world as well. So can we please expedite things a bit? Yeah, Marcus, where else were we? There was something I wanted to swing through, and I think I flagged it, but I forgot what it was.
I am so sorry. I was answering a message in the background. So I apologize. I heard you, but I didn't necessarily listen.
No, that's fine.
Does that
No,
make-
that's perfectly reasonable.
Oh.
We're talking about mobilization, Russians. Yes, Sverdlovsk. Yes, I was saying that in Russia, you said that they wanted to enlighten something like that. There's plenty of light, right? And I said there's plenty of light as well as heat for their attempting a new. The last attempt at district heating during this winter time was it in Ekaterinburg yesterday, Marcus, in Sverdlovsk?
Sorry, there was a what? Where?
A district heating installation.
Oh, there was a district heating installation. You're absolutely right. My apologies. Yes, it was a lovely big fire as well, wasn't it? I believe I tagged you in it just because I knew you'd get some joy out of that. And yes, this was a gas explosion of some kind. Big fire at a gas pipeline, and well, all I can say is it will have warmed up the area for a short time, at least.
I'm fascinated. They're very persistent, right? And this I think this is just a testament to their persistence, to set fire to one installation after another. Ming, good morning.
Morning, Damon. Yeah, no, thanks. I just came across a really intriguing video on the Gruz 200 channel on Telegram, which I posted to my timeline. It's very short, and it seems to be showing a mass of troops getting ready to do something. And I'd be really interested to get the views of someone who knows their BMPs from their Bradleys as to what's going on. Because it potentially looks to me like it might be the Ukrainians gathering on a start line for some sort of offensive. But anyway, I'd be really intrigued to hear your views. I wouldn't post that sort of thing normally, except that in the Telegram channel it was said, show this to the Russians. So that's why I felt comfortable doing it.
And also, Gruz 200 has what, a million subscribers.
Exactly right.
So in other words, if it's there for an hour, everyone's seen it by now. Everyone in Russia and Ukraine who wants to see this has seen this already. I don't know what these things are, but it's a good point. That those do look, I think, those do look like Bradleys to me on a casual inspection. I do suspect, Ming, that this is probably somewhere in Germany on training or somewhere in Poland on training.
But the question is, so the piece that might confirm that, right, is that's a Western helicopter, I think. So it's either a BO-105 or the later model, the H-135, which, as far as I'm aware, there's none of them in Ukraine, although there might be. But that said, would you go on an exercise in Germany with all those jerry cans on the back of your Bradleys?
Yeah, I think I think that's a part of it. You know, when you're exiting, don't bump your head here, because remember, jerry cans to the right. Maybe it's as simple as that. They might not be full, but they're gonna be there. I think it's kind of like a, this is how you set up. This is what all you need to take care of. This is what all you need to belt down. It's like I don't know, with it's almost like they're being made to make sure that they know how to do all of those little things in the process of it, and as a large unit. That's just my guess. And you're right, I didn't even look at the helicopter well, and kind of intuitively it looked like, yeah, that doesn't look very Soviet, does it? So I think that's right. And the helicopter probably says, yeah, this is probably somewhere off in Germany. I think that's why they wanted to show it off a bit.
Yeah, and that would make a lot of sense, Damon. You're absolutely right.
Also, could be a 3-week-old video for all we know, that was taken 3 weeks ago, and maybe who knows why they posted it. It does look pretty cool, and I'm pretty sure. Well, I'll tell you this much: they're not Soviet kit. Whatever, they're not Soviet, because BMPs have a dividing, like a pillar bar, whatever, between the two halves of the exit ramp. And if I remember correctly, Bradley's have one that's exactly this shape. I'm not 100% sure. I should ping it to Angry Ants, and I think he's particularly intimately familiar. Well, he is particularly intimately familiar with exactly that arch, if it is indeed that arch. Oh, somebody says those are wheeled strikers. Okay, fair enough. Indeed, yes, they have wheels. That's a good observation. Okay, strikers they are. I think these sort of things, strikers, MX, RCs, I think they're really going to, show themselves for and if they're a good thing here, for good now. If they're a useful concept for good. They ended up not being as useful as was expected in the context where they were initially employed. But goodness me, they are showing to be really something, or they have a chance to show what they are now here in Ukraine, and I think that'll be very exciting in a way. Certainly for all of those who were for a very long time not too happy with them in the first place. Ming, did you get to tune in for Ambassador Carpenter yesterday?
I'm going to take that as a no.
Well, the good news is, if you missed it, it's already up on Spotify. And I've put the card in the nest that has a link to the Spotify, but obviously all of you will know where to find the MriyaReport Spotify channel. I apologize for there not having been an awful many uploads recently. That's a consequence of literal technical difficulties with the computer not being working at the moment. But it seems like that has now been set aside, possibly, hopefully, and we get to move onward and post stuff both from the backlog as well as from some excellent upcoming segments up onto Spotify soon. Okay. What should we turn to? Shall we talk a little bit about Russians in Latvia, who are apparently, some of them, no longer going to be in Latvia very soon?
Yes, it would seem that Latvia have decided that if they don't pass the, is it the language test, then they will have to leave. And if they don't leave voluntarily, they will be assisted to leave, I believe.
Yeah, so Mocker sent me this yesterday in the afternoon. I was like, well, what where is this from? And then I had a dig around, found some actual sources, talked to a Latvian to clarify some things, just so that I didn't get the machine translation off. And this is a new rule that applies to, but it's not actually apparently a new rule. Apparently it's a rule from last year, but now it came into force. So it got announced last year, but now it's formalized as of yesterday, whereby Russian citizens who are resident in Latvia and have, by the time they need to extend their residence permit, starting in September, I think, and then onwards, something like that, and have not by that time passed the national language test, they'll either have to leave or they will be moved to the Russian border, where they will have to go across. Now, what does that mean? Right, that applies to not all Russian speakers in Latvia. There's close to 500,000 people who identify as Russian in Latvia. This applies to about 25,000 people who don't fulfill these or other criteria. So it's a small segment. And it's one specifically with Russian citizenship. So it does not apply to, say, people who would otherwise be stateless persons or citizens of Latvia or anything like that, right? To be perfectly clear about that, because there was a little bit of confusion about that, including by people who should have known better. The national language test is apparently equivalent to an A2 test. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the schema, sadly, Nick isn't around to explain it properly, but in the European Union, there's a common system for assessing languages or language proficiency, and it goes from A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. A level is sort of introductory, B level is intermediate, C level is actual proficiency. So, for example, people who come and speak on this base, whose first language is not English, tend to have at least a B2 proficiency. Very rarely do we get anyone who's a B1, and plenty of people at C1 or C2. C1 and C2 are people who speak a language well, certainly well enough to conduct themselves both in social situations and professional situations, in all manner of situations. B level is kind of what you need to exist in a space and be and interact with it. B1 at least, if not B2. Now this test is apparently equivalent to A2. I can tell you, I speak a number of languages to A2, and I can't speak those languages. Right? This isn't a test where you actually need to be fluent in Latvian. This is a test where you need to kind of know what is. If you see the word written down, you should imagine the foodstuff. You should be able to know what foodstuff that is. You should be able to say hi and bye. You should be able to write a 100-word email or a 55-word email or some such. That's usually a part of such a test. I don't know exactly what the Latvian one includes, but that's kind of the level that is expected of people to achieve. Now, what I've heard is that Ukrainian refugees who ended up in Latvia achieved this level with ease within much less than 6 months, very routinely. In cases where this applies to Russian citizens who might have lived in Latvia for many years, not being able to pass this really shows that they have failed to engage with their surroundings at all in the previous years. But it's also a way, I think, for Latvia fundamentally to reduce the population of people in their country who might cause trouble, who might be either paid or simply willful agents of the country across the border. No, it's not very difficult to to reach that level, and if there's not willingness for even that to for even that expressed, well, that's not a very good job done then. So that's what that's about. I hope that cleared it up somewhat. You have questions about it, feel free to come and ask. I do have a longer form article open in front of me that details things a little bit more, more thoroughly. But it's yet another step, I think, and especially countries that used to be occupied by Russia until quite recently, to not want to be occupied by Russia sometime in the future, either physically, culturally, or otherwise. And I reckon that's generally speaking a very good thing.
Well, we've heard of plenty of instances where Russian populations move into areas and really don't integrate, and make the area that they're in quite Russian. And so, yeah, I can fully understand why they would feel that they want to protect their own their own population from things like that happening, because, well, we've seen what they did with Crimea, clearing out a load of the indigenous population and popping in a ton of Russians. And of course, that makes things much more difficult in the future to rid yourselves of those squatters.
Yeah, pretty much. And this is the general response, or somewhere along those lines. Again, I'll say an A2 test isn't exactly onerous. That doesn't take a whole lot of effort. There are probably plenty of you knocking about, who've been out of school for some years or some decades, and I imagine a language you studied at school, and you think, oh, well, I definitely don't speak that language. Well, you probably actually could get it up to 80 within about 2 weeks. That's needed for that.
I learned French at school.
I
studied French at school, and I wasn't very good at it. I completely failed my verbal test for it and everything. But that little bit of French that's still in my head is helping me to learn, or at least recognize, words in other languages, which really surprised me. But when you said that sort of all the European languages have, some sort of commonalities, I have actually noticed that. And I learned a little bit of German as well, even less than French. But also that, just because it was in my head so long ago, I do still recognize words, and I can decipher a little bit, just because somebody told me these things when I was in my early teens. And I just find it helpful to have that little bit of knowledge of another language, because it leads on to learning more and more about other languages. So
absolutely. All right, where shall we turn to next? Dmitry from More Translated had a wonderful video out overnight, which showed a Ukrainian agricultural mechanization mechanic with an M113, showing someone around the M113 saying, "Look, no, this is fantastic," and actually the engine in this super easy to work on, because I'm really used to working on engines just like this, because it's a Detroit diesel of some sorts, and it's the same thing as he's used to working on in various combine harvesters, especially that he's worked on over the years in Ukraine. And I just want to highlight this because it's a little something that a number of people here have been going on and on about, including Daryl and George and Konstantin, saying, no, Ukraine is full of people, absolutely full of people who are very used to working on heavy equipment. It's not just a country that has a lot of agricultural land, but it's a country that has a relatively modern approach to agriculture. Because of the Soviet legacy, a lot of the fields are very highly consolidated. They're in vast tracts, and they have very giant machines working on them. Now, it's not what you see in, say, more mountainous European countries, where things can be more split apart a lot of the time. There's a lot more in terms of rearing of livestock, and a little bit less of large flat fields, because if you're in the Alps somewhere, you don't have the large flat fields, but if you're somewhere where there's a lot of flat land, very fertile flat land, you might be employing very large machines, and guess who fixes those machines? A veritable army of maintainers, many of whom are now in the actual army, in the Ukrainian army. And this is where that helps no end. It helps no end when the distance that something that's broken down, that it has to travel, is only a few kilometers to the back lines, where it can get fixed more or less within reach of the front line, rather than having to be a big operation, especially one where it's shipped out of country for repairs. There are some things that need to be shipped out of country for repairs. The breech block on a Panzerhaubitze 2000, for example, absolutely needs to be shipped out of country for repairs. But so many other things just don't. And if an engine on an M113 is causing you a little bit of trouble, no worries. If an engine on a Bradley in the future will be causing you a little bit of trouble, no worries at all. Are there enough of them? Hopefully, but is there an ability locally, domestically, to put things right? Absolutely. And that's going to be very helpful to Ukraine going forward as well. It's just a very, very nice little clip of the traffic when, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm very used to this. This is perfectly reasonable. It's a very nice machine to work on, very straightforward. And you can tell that he's enjoying it, but you can also tell that it's not just him, is it? There's many, many like him. Klaus.
Hello, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Today, Turkey will finally approve of Finland's membership. What's it called?
Ratify Finnish NATO accession.
And yes, I read a notice in the Norwegian Broadcasting Service, and that brought me back to when I was a kid in the 70s, and recalled that they had a president called Kekkonen that was often in the news, maybe not often, but I remember that the Finns always had to walk a thin line not to provoke the Russians. And as we've seen with all their posturing, they are very easy to provoke. They bought the Russian military equipment, apparently to try not to make the Russians too mad at them. But slowly but surely they inched towards what was called European. Before European Unit, it was called European
Economic Community.
Yeah, thank you. And then they were a member of EU, and with the war that Russia started the full-scale war in last year, Finland finally decided to become a fully member of the Western Alliance and is now under protection of Article 5. That has been a long, winding road for Finland, and they are finally getting to the destination. This is the same road that Ukraine will unfortunately, they have to suffer so much more than Finland had to go through. But eventually, Ukraine will get there as well. I'm looking very much forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Kekkonen was the president of Finland for, you can just think of pretty much the whole Cold War. Not exactly the whole Cold War, but pretty much the whole first Cold War. And he was behind this Finlandization of Finland, this policy of exceedingly not just strict neutrality, but a neutrality that was to that was to be maintained at all costs, at all times, right? Could Finland have behaved differently at the time? Maybe, possibly, but I think that counterfactual is very difficult to explore. What it shows now is that Russia of today is nothing like really the Soviet Union of yesteryear was. You know, why do we see that? Where's that evidence? It's evidence that the Finns clearly aren't taking any threats that Russia is making very seriously at all. Throughout the Cold War, Finland knew that Russia might attack again, that they could. Soviet Union had an ability far beyond what Russia has now. Russia has degraded its own ability very substantially, especially in the area next to Finland, right? You look at the numbers of troops that have been removed from bases like Alekurti, from Kamenka, from Viipuri. They're not serious about it. They've not just removed troops; they've removed air defenses around St. Petersburg. When would they be doing that? They're not in a position to even think of attacking Finland at this point, which is obviously a good thing. It's a good thing for Finland. It's a good thing for the rest of the world. Except it's that they all went to Ukraine and that they're all now fighting in Ukraine and killing Ukrainians instead. It does show a very different time, right? It shows a great change in the times. 50 years ago, when Klaus is describing this and said the for Finland, now we're applying for NATO. But now, now it's a very different thing. Klaus.
Yeah, we also have to remember that back then, in the 60s, 70s, I don't think that NATO equipment was that far ahead in terms of precision and accuracy as it is today. So a full-scale war with back then Soviet could have been devastating for a small country like Finland. So that just shows that they had to be so careful in order not to be become a vassal state of Russia or Soviet. And of course, the advantage in the military equipment has been gone for NATO equipment has vastly surpassed whatever Russia is able to produce. So today they would have fared a lot better. We know that Finland, but as I think it was someone mentioned on this space that what Russia have is in quantity becomes a quality somehow. So thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. And to speak to that, right? The Soviets had a lot more when it came to quantity than Russians have now. But also, the logic of Western military development was a little bit different at the time because they knew that they would have to counter this vast quantity, and therefore there was another vast quantity available, but it was produced to a much greater quantity, and this is where. The trade-off maybe was also certainly the trade-off was made too far in favor of quality over quantity rather than say making stuff even of the same quality but in a greater quantity. Ever since history ended 30 years ago. Absolutely. Ioana, good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to comment a little bit on Finland's accession to NATO, but I wanted to talk about Sweden, in fact, because for Finland, apparently there will be a vote today. Turkey will vote, and it will vote positive. Finland already ratified in its parliament the accession to NATO, so basically in a few days Finland will be in NATO. But what we have seen yesterday was a renewal of the threats, not to Finland, which will be in NATO very soon, but to Sweden. The Russian embassy in Sweden published a message in which basically they said that if Sweden will be in NATO, it entitles Russia to threats and measures, and including military actions and so on. So I'm wondering why they are targeting Sweden now when it's Finland that is getting into NATO. So basically the narrative of the Russians shifted again. Finland is now untouchable, the only country that is touchable and susceptible to the threats is Sweden. So they renew their threats, maybe with the last hope that Sweden will turn away and not go into NATO. So I just wanted to point this out because I find it hilarious when everybody is talking about Finland joining NATO, the Russians are talking about Sweden. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they know that the Finns are really not going to buy into whatever they might be threatening now, right? The Finns already were buying into less of the Russian threats than the Swedes were for decades prior. At this point, no, Finns just it would be even the Russians realize that attempts to sway the Finns would be a complete waste of effort. They think they might have an outside chance, maybe with the Swedes. They don't have an actual chance, right? They clearly don't have an actual chance. Maybe Matthias can tell us whether they have an actual chance. Have they been roundly mocked, Matthias, in Sweden for their empty threats?
I don't know, Dolan.
Something tells me he's driving.
Yeah, Matthias, we can hear you. I thought it was on my end, but sadly it's on your end because it's coming through half a syllable at a time. Maybe this is the clearing of the backlog. Don't worry about that. That's just what happens. And Matthias, let's go back to you in a little bit when you're out of whatever tunnel or stretch of highway you're in, and let's go back to Ioana and then to me, Ioana.
Yes, there was yesterday a post about.
That was actually what I was going to bring up my own.
Carry on, Ioana.
You're ahead of me.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Matthias. So there was a post yesterday about Hungary's reasons for blocking Sweden, and they listed 3 separate reasons. The first one is the constant undermining of relations on the part of Sweden. Open hostile position that continued for years. That's what Hungary said. The second is the perceived moral superiority of Sweden, which they say it's laughable. And the third is lack of respect. Relations between our countries have deteriorated over the years, which makes bridging the gap more difficult in these difficult times. It's Zoltán Kovács, the spokesman for the Hungarian government, in an interview with CNN. So the 3 reasons seem very similar between themselves. I mean, it's all about lack of respect, if we are to summarize it. and it's quite laughable that they try to give a reason for something that is at best unreasonable. So yeah, I just wanted to point this out because I think it's a good discussion about it.
Certainly is. Ming.
Yeah, no, thanks, Tim. Yeah, no, Jana, I was going to bring up exactly the same piece that you brought up there about Hungary, in which context it would seem to me that the Russian threats against Sweden are not the intended target. I suspect that they're more a signal to Hungary and more for Hungarians to listen to than Sweden themselves.
And now let's remember that today Hungary was put on the list of unfriendly nations by Russia. Whysoever. But Ioana, tell me this: how do these threats, not threats, how do these references that Zoltan Kovac, the spokesperson, used for the Hungarian government used? How do they sound like? Because to me, they sound a little bit like from some mafia film I've never watched. Are you showing me disrespect?
For me, it sounds like a student that is not prepared to respond in class, and he has to invent something, and he has to do something to seem prepared. And also, he added something on the line: the Swedish government just doesn't seem to care, it's a little bit of whining, a little bit of unpreparedness, and a little bit of improvising, and finding a reason. It's like a couple fighting, and the last resort is you show me no respect, you don't respect me enough, and you don't listen to me enough, and things like this. It's it's laughable. And yes, Russia added Hungary. That's why I raised my hand. Russia added Hungary on the unfriendly list. And to come back to the analogy with the couple, troubles in paradise, maybe?
Oh no. Oh no, that would be just awful, wouldn't it? What does the Russian unfriendly nations list mean? Someone might ask. It doesn't mean an awful lot. It basically means that there's different treatment by which it will be applied to you, and can't benefit from certain trade deals, which Hungarians clearly wanted to benefit from. Does it actually mean anything? No. Is it more messaging than anything else? Yes. Now they get tarred with the same brushes, the Estonians and the Poles, and the Lithuanians, and the Anglo-Saxons, which is probably good because if somebody needs to tell Hungary to quit it and start behaving like a NATO and EU member state, well, I guess the Russians might as well be the ones to do it.
I found the original Hungarian for Kovac Sándor. A kutya megetette a házi feladatomat. Meaning, the dog ate my homework.
Can I just ask, Doman? This is Hungary, yeah, that's no longer friends with Russia. Does that mean they will also be complying with the arrest warrant if Putin happens to turn up? Go ahead, Ioana.
Well, I don't have the original mention, but I think they said that we are still talking. It's not so bad, so we added you to this list, but it's not really so bad. So there is still a chance for us to be the best friend forever, and so on. So they left a little door, the dog door, open, and they put an asterisk to the statement. So. I don't know. They show that they are not happy with what Hungary has done lately, but it's not like the Anglo-Saxons or the other really unfriendly nations. I guess there is a scale, there is a scale of unfriendliness with Russia, and Hungary is just a little bit on the scale, just the first step on the stair, while the others are really deep down.
So it's like the ladder of unfriendliness towards Russia, and they've just stepped on the ladder, whereas everybody else is right up at the top.
Yes, that's my analogy,
on,
but it's difficult for me to explain things.
Full on Russian
Thank you, Mocha.
or anger against Russians, in fact, yeah. So yeah, I see.
Actually, we need to make that that Hungarian of yours a ringtone or something.
If you want, I can get someone to sing it with a nicer, friendly, more temperamental Hungarian female voice.
No, I think honestly yours is better because it's more unexpected. Hungarian speaking Hungarian, pretty normal, pretty regular sight. But you suddenly swinging into full Ugric is something particularly I don't know, moving, as I said. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring everyone earlier. I was just laughing way too.
I found Hungarian always easier than Finnish, I have to say.
Hungarian has fairly straightforward orthography and pronunciation rules. It's just that it sounds very amusing.
Yeah, I mean, if you come from German, actually, the way to create the vowels is easy.
Yeah, the stress is always on the first. Vowels are all there, right? Some of them have basically umlauts over them, which is fine. And then that's about it. And then you know that if it's sideways, it's longer. What else is there?
Yeah,
ly
you just have to, and then you just have to learn the vocabulary. The rest is simple.
Yeah, learning the vocabulary is something I will never even remotely attempt. Definitely not.
You only need 2 words of all. You,
which are
Vörös and Fehér.
Red, white.
Exactly.
Very good. Now I already know the sweetness word, so that's the. Klaus?
So now Hungary will indefinitely postpone the approval of Sweden's accession into NATO because you think that Hungary is a language which is kind of weird. Is that so?
No, I don't think so. I also don't think it's weird. I just think it's funny when somebody who doesn't usually speak Hungarian bursts out a sentence of Hungarian. If Hungarian speaks Hungarian, that's pretty normal. But and I've only ever heard Axel say a single word before, never a full sentence strung together, and it was very on point. I don't think that I can affect Hungary's vote one way or another. And yes, Hungary is going to approve Sweden eventually, hopefully before the Vilnius summit in July.
What I was going to ask is, what is the relation between the Hungarian president and the Hungarian Prime Minister Orban? What role do they play? Because it seems that the president is much more aligned with the rest of the NATO countries.
No, not really. Okay, so Orban's the big boss. Also, constitutionally, the prime minister has far more power. The president actually here, when it comes to signing international treaties, has a lot of power constitutionally. But as you see, they still went through the pantomime of the parliament, right? They still did a full parliamentary vote and everything, because Orban also doesn't want to be seen that the president has too much power. The president used to be a minister in Orban's government. It's not an out-and-out election, I don't think. It's just a parliamentary. The parliament selects the president, if I remember correctly, as well. And she's a former minister of Orban's. She's with Orban on, in agreement on policy, in agreement on everything. Former member of his party, if not still a member of his party, whatever it is. It's not as though the president is somehow very different. Now, she will play a different role. She will use different rhetoric, because it's important that not everybody sounds exactly the same. But that's a part of the role that Orban wants her to play anyway. The relationship is very one way, unquestionably, right? He decides, basically. Catalin is just there to be, the ceremonial, goes places, meets people, says stuff, but
and it's
the decisions are made by Victor.
Norman, you perfectly said it.
100%.
To him to
100%. That's why it's a different messaging. Yeah,
seemingly more amenable. Otherwise, and Klaus, this is exactly what happens to most people meeting their president first and foremost. Seems like a nice person. Seems reasonable. Not Orban. Very nice. But it's essentially just an alligator with sunglasses and a bit of lipstick.
Precisely. Yeah, that's fully intentional, fully intended. It's by design. Matthias, hopefully we can hear you this time. Last time it was like half a syllable at a time.
Yeah, I lost connection there. Sorry. Yeah, I'll be brief. Yeah, of course. Anyway, this message last night was, in diplomatic terms, incredibly harsh. I think the Swedish Foreign Institute labeled it as shocking. It includes phrases like Sweden joining NATO is a hostile act. We reserve the right for Russian intervention, including military intervention, and on and on. So yeah, I expect, obviously this is Russian baby rage. It's not going to do anything. We might have a few pockets in the Swedish, this something concern them. Maybe some people get afraid, but the vast majority of Swedes are not going to, care much about this. I expect Russian diplomats to be, I don't know what the term is, but we basically ask diplomats to leave. I think that's what's going to happen. There's not really a big point of having Russian diplomats in our capital anymore. So yeah, I haven't read the Swedish news reports or watched the news. I'm on the road today. Maybe some of the other Swedes can fill you guys in, but it's not gonna make a big difference. Russia's trying to bully Sweden because we're not in NATO yet. And by the way, one thing that I thought was kind of funny, given Hungary's being obnoxious and wanting to get off. If I'm not mistaken, Russia also yesterday declared Hungary being a hostile nation. I thought that was kind of funny.
And did you see that the Russians have started to actually throw their billy shelves out of their flats? They are vowing to never eat smørrebrød again.
No,
And
is that true? That's hilarious.
there you go.
Because IKEA left Russia. I think they're going to hijack the stores and turn it into something similar. But if they're throwing the billy shelves out, that's meme level stuff. Thank you.
There you go. And no smørrebrød, no artificial meat spiced up, otherwise inedible rubber meatballs, nothing like it.
Yeah, they should send it all back to Sweden as far as I'm concerned. They don't deserve it anymore anyway. Too stupid.
Well, Domin, the how should I put it? The midget Tsar still believes that he's fighting the tail end of the Northern War, right?
Yeah, like his predecessors, he wants to conquer Ukraine, and he also wants to fight the Swedes. That's just a part of it. No, but on a serious point, Matthias, I hear that the Baltic mink has a peak in population on about a 38-year cycle. So I would be expecting a lot of minks swimming around Gotland this time around.
Obviously, you never know what's going to be lurking in the shadows of the Baltic Sea, but it's not only going to be potential Russians, so to speak. I'll let you know that.
But that's also the only thing they can really do, right? I mean, they can fly their nuisance bombers around, carrying something or not or nothing, and they can sail their vessels of the Baltic Sea Fleet around the Baltic. That's about it. They can threaten. They can't actually do anything.
I mean, there's a long history of Russian air power kind of infringing on Swedish airspace. It happens regularly. I think during the Cold War, it happened every week. Now and then, it's almost routine. Swedish jets scramble, meet the people or the fighters who are, and then just turn back, right? And maybe there's been some jousting now and then. This was mostly during the Cold War, but we've seen that as recently as last year, and the Finnish and Swedish defense ministers were meeting on Gotland. Gotland, of course, being the only naval carrier that Sweden has, unsinkable. Of course, a strategic, important island in terms of, whoever controls Gotland can control the airspace above Baltics and Kaliningrad. At that time, the same day they were going to meet, there was an incident, a couple of Russian jets making their presence.
I know what it is. It's Russian electronic warfare all over Sweden.
No, it's the highly evolved Chinese warfare in the so-called Volvo car.
Scared away by Swedish fighters. That's really just throwing words at us at this time, and more talk, not that much work.
Thank you, Matthias. Exactly. It will be threats. It will be overflights, sailing around, but nothing actually meaningful in the end. Chris.
Good morning. How are you doing? All right?
Yeah, all good, Chris. How are you?
Good. Yeah. Morning, Axel. Morning, Mockers. Yeah. Just a quick one. Just to say, this great space has helped connect more business people and helped us to promote more Ukrainian businesses globally, and particularly in the UK and USA. So, well done, MriyaReport. Just a quick one.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I hope that you're visiting a hairdresser today before your meeting tonight.
I am thinking about what to wear. I suppose I'll have to get my dog robbers out and my commando tie and all that stuff. Yeah.
Very good. Then John.
Yeah, don't judge a British politician support for Ukraine by the hair.
No, definitely not.
Anyway, so regarding Hungary, it is actually a little bit annoying because we all knew that there were some points to fulfill when it comes to Turkey, both for Finland and Sweden. But for Hungary, there were never, at least openly, any points. And So this is kind of betrayal of sort, which is annoying to us. I think. I mean, we don't feel particularly threatened, but it's annoying, and they have now openly kind of announced their grievances, and I don't know how to counter that. If the Swedish government probably shouldn't say anything, but I think the rest of NATO should say something. What do you think? Is that likely that something will be said about it, kind of officially? Well, what do you say?
I hope in vain, but I hope that this is a wake up to Hungary that maybe Russia doesn't want to be friends, that it never was going to be real friends, and that it's time to move on and go be friends with people who are normal and not and not crazed genocidal invaders of their neighbors, and maybe readjust some of their own behavior. Get over this teenage-like phase in their growing up. I would certainly hope so, because everybody else has figured it out by now.
No, I'm not talking about Hungary ending up on the unfriendly nations list. I'm talking about the points the Hungarian government made for not ratifying Sweden.
Yeah, I know. That's the acting out that I was highlighting, right? It was. How did those points sound like to you then, John? Because to me, they sounded kind of like mafia talking points, right?
Yeah, of course.
They're like, you won't disrespect me. You will, don't behave like that around me, or you'll wake up with a horse's head and you're next to you and be covered in paprika, something like that. It very much sounded like that. And who else behaves like that? Who else behaves? Who else does messaging like an extortionist, not all there mentally kind of person?
Yeah, no. I get all that. Obviously, I get all that. But the fact of the matter is that what they say matters. I mean, they have a say. That's the thing. It's not a teenager you can lock in the room and doesn't matter how much they complain. I mean, Hungary really got the say in this. That's what I'm trying to understand. What can be done, what should be done from Sweden's point of view, or from Sweden, Swedish government, or other NATO member governments. Because what I'm trying to say is that for Turkey, there was a kind of agreement signed that this has to be fulfilled in order to proceed. And as well, now a contract can be read, with the different classes. So you always find something if you want to find something that wasn't fulfilled in the contract. But when there was nothing such between Hungary, Sweden, and Finland, then there's nothing to, there's no real reason. So the question is, how could that be countered from the Swedish government, or preferably from other NATO countries?
Well, we shouldn't be so indignant. It's our own stupidity. What we should have done is to get our revenge in early. As always, in such instance, we knew what Orban was doing with Putin. We knew how they were planning. We understood the reasoning of Putin as to how to play his cards with Hungary and Turkey. We actually explained it here, even from our non-governmental perspective, last year here in summer, in detail. And Dolman and I remember. I think most of you will too. So as a consequence, if we can do this, I'm sure Ursula von der Leyen and others could have done it, but they didn't. The EU was simply not willing to push hard and make an excruciating example of Hungary, which it should have. It's very straightforward. Pressure works on this guy. You could say passivity, inactivity, and procrastination are on us.
Yeah, 100% actually, 100%.
Matthias?
Yeah, maybe I have a little bit different angle than you there, Swedish friend. I'm not a diplomat, and I'm just a citizen who's kind of interested in European politics, but no expert. But I'm saying Hungary knows that the window is closing to get anything out of this, right? And I think it's evident that Hungary is just walking in step with Turkey, right? They see the Turkish elections are not far away. This is the time to make a move. If we're going to get on anything out of this deal, the time is now. So I think there might be a case here to say, just ignore them. Right? They don't have that much leverage anyway. I don't see Hungary holding out alone if Turkey, after the elections, change direction or whatever happens. I think there's an argument here for just ignore them, allow people to see that they're kind of powerless, just play the patient game. That's what I'm kind of into. That's what my intuition is saying. Could be wrong, but yeah.
The Hungarians are certainly tracking the Turks here, right? Hungary thought, oh, we can get something out of it while Turkey's still deciding, while it's still a possible, while it's still a possibility. I think that's an important component here, obviously, but also at the same time, right? Let's not forget this. Hungary thought they might be able to get something out of it. They haven't. They have got nothing, and I mean nothing, out of it thus far.
Yeah, exactly.
And this, I think, this illustrates their failure. They thought, oh, maybe there will be something. Maybe there's something. And if anything, the Swedish government now. So, well, the Finns didn't have to give them anything. There were actually no concessions given to Hungary at all. If anything, we were now in a stronger position than we were before. We'll just wait it out.
Yeah, I think a couple of days ago we had, I forgot his name, but the Hungarian guy that is pretty well versed on like how things works inside of Hungary, and he explained that anyway, this is my conclusion based on what he said. Hungary, NATO is no different from, let's say, the Olympics or FIFA, right? It's just another platform where you can kind of get something out of backroom deals, right? It's just another platform for bribes and corruption. Right? There's no, I think he phrased it as there's no principles here at all. Orban just wants what's in it for me, and if they don't really have any leverage, and let's just not give them anything.
Exactly, and he thinks he might have it, and the reason why it's this whole waiting game, right, is because he thought, well, let's just wait it out until the last, because maybe there will be something. It's really that desperate. It's really almost shocking. It's actually disappointing at the same time, right? It's disappointing how unprepared they are for the game they play because they're used to playing by different rules. But they're not actually able to get anything out of it here. And now it's just, well, committing to the end.
Yeah, but it's still, Domin, the whole thing is still, it is demotivating to the rest of Europe. It is demotivating to everybody else. It should not be allowed. This is not proper leadership. This is totally simple. If you have something like that, you smack it down at the beginning. Harsh, clear guidance. This is a military organization. We should be acting like it. This needs proper leadership. I'm sorry, this hasn't worked.
Therefore, we need to change it. It's not difficult.
I agree, Axel. But I also think that the discomfort that we're feeling when this is happening is going to be a potential spark that's going to move, NATO in that direction as well. So seeing that in action play out on center stage is going to feel uncomfortable, and that might shift how people see things in the future. I'm hoping.
You're now deriving the positive connotation of an unintended consequence of passivity. I understand where you're coming from, but both you and I agree that it is not worth having that residual benefit. We should always lead from the front.
That's the old school World War II lesson that I think is being relearned now.
And we thought it was the end of history. Then, John?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't implying that anything should be given to Hungary or Turkey. I was actually more on what Axel was saying, that there's carrots and sticks, and carrots is not the tool here; it's the sticks. And my frustration is that I don't see that. And as you said, Axel, I mean, nothing was done early in the process. It's not only the NATO accession. I mean, it's Hungary's behavior towards supporting Ukraine, standing on the side and still being inside. I mean, that's it's unacceptable, and we keep accepting it.
When Hungary said that it would not allow the airspace to be opened, the United States and the RAF should have sent a full fighter squadron there and dropped in paras. This is when you move the 82nd Airborne just in order to have training exercises in Hungary. And then you tell Hungary what you're going to do.
Yeah, 100%.
Which brings us back to the absolute indecisiveness and weakness of this National Security Council and its leadership.
MriyaReport.
Hey, you guys, how you doing? Okay, listening to this conversation, I have a couple of comments and then a question. First, comment-wise, I have to say that this space, from the point of view of an ignorant American, is one of the side benefits is it does help educate us in terms of European politics, which I don't think there was, any other way for a person like myself to gain insight into. And you make it so humorous. It's very entertaining and educational. Secondly, while listening to this conversation, I just was reflecting upon the calculus that both Finland and Sweden's government and population must have had to go through in order to make a decision to join NATO. And it seems to me that it's a combination of recognizing that the bear has showed its claws, that the bear has been somewhat defanged, and that NATO and in particular the U.S.'s support of NATO is pretty strong for them to make this decision to join. Now my questions, and I would, and by the way, I would really like to hear from any Finns or Swedes, whether they think my take on that is somewhat correct. But my question is, Axel, perhaps you can share with us, is there any mechanism inside NATO to change their rules in obviously with some kind of a vote that where it would allow
to be not held up by a single country, you know, withholding its consent, because it really seems to me that there's this kind of dynamic tension, you know, in the sense that if a player realizes that by holding out, by being the only one to hold out, they can in fact hold things up, that you're kind of giving them an incentive to have a little bit disproportionate leverage in the process. Whereas if you're not the only single vote that can hold something up, that you would kind of read the room and, you know, basically vote with the rest to allow something that is obviously, you know, a good thing to go forward and stop all this nonsense. And so is there any way for an organization like NATO to kind of change its rules in such a way that it still allows the majority and the you know, a very strong majority to carry, you know, the day, but does remove some of the leverage from these individual players?
Well, the answer to that, unfortunately, is simple. In the NATO Charter and in its rules and procedures, there is no legal technicality opening that door. And it is based on the fact that unanimity is the outcome of the United States of America not ever coming to the point that it would have to be could be outvoted. NATO was formed on the principle of having countries and organizations of good faith being admitted to them and being trusted. That trust was extended to parties such as Turkey. That trust was extended to a number of Central and Northeastern European nations. And it had worked up until Turkey became, say, subjugated. And that started definitely with the relegation of the Turkish army and the reverse coup staged by Erdogan. From that time onwards, Turkish officers within NATO are sidelined, I mean their replacements. And it continued with the denigration of NATO protocols and operations in Hungary with the specific action as to the Transcom Air, the NATO air wing in Hungary. And how shall I put this? There's only one thing which can be done, and that's factual. All NATO members can say, Hungary, you either better leave or you fold. And we will exert any and all factual pressure for you to say consent and concede that point. And it's that factual pressure which can still be brought to bear, but that needs a strong, unified leadership within the White House, its administration, the National Security Council, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Trust me, there is absolutely all support needed from London for any and all of that. But there you go. And as to my Finnish friends, unless we have a Finnish friend coming up, I can highlight one thing, that in the weeks prior to this stage of the invasion, the invasion or the intensified invasion of 2022, in Finland, polling had been hovering around the 50-50 mark as to whether Finland should ever join NATO. The opinions had already started to change in recent years. Opinions had started to migrate also since November 2021, not last year. In the run-up to that war, as this unfolded. But it took that barbarous act to tip them over. The Finns are prepared for this since decades. Their total defense concept is based on defeating a Russian invasion. they know exactly who they're facing. And we had Jarmo Lindberg here, we had Pekka Tovari here, we had Igor Kopra, we had Atte and what's his face, Domen? Jesus.
Sorry, who are you looking for?
Adlerkreuz.
Adlerkreuz, Haryana.
Yeah, exactly. So we had parliamentarians, military intelligence, and military leaders from Finland here, who all stated the same, that Finnish society, in its inertia, had not, so to say, expressly voted for it. But as a consequence of this tipping over, and no, get the image of cow tipping out of your mind, please, but this tipping over the threshold unified Finnish opinion in support of joining NATO because it was overdue. And it was a long time coming. So Finland is different in that regard from Sweden. Sweden has a completely different political history, has a completely different political culture, as my Swedish friends will be able to attest to. Discussions abound. It has been very, very humanitarian, pacifist, social democratic for a long time, whilst at the same time the Swedish armed forces have always been super professional. The Swedish armed forces and the Swedish weapon system industry fit like hand in glove with any NATO state. There's no question. It's a perfect fit. Swedish society, on the other hand, really needed to shed, so to say, the skin of utopianism first. But we should hand this to Matthias.
Thank you, Axel. One other sort of point. Would you also say that a very important part in the calculus is also the fact that through the behavior of the various NATO members during this crisis with Ukraine, the resolve and the will and resolve that has been demonstrated, the leadership that has been demonstrated, has given both the Swedes and the Finns some confidence in NATO's effectiveness. I mean, it's almost like a couple of years ago when Trump was threatening to pull out of NATO. I don't know whether the Swedes or the Finns would have believed that NATO had the capability to really help them very much. But having witnessed what the coalition of the willing has done with regard to supporting a non-NATO member, in this case Ukraine, has given people confidence that NATO actually is a more viable, more committed player.
And I don't know, not necessarily. Matthias, let me just.
I can respond to that.
Yes, let me just finish on the Finnish side first. Let me just, before we go to Sweden, and I don't think that it has anything to do with the loudmouth who was the previous president. On the contrary, because his administration, funnily enough, did a lot more within NATO than anybody had seen. And actually, the public acrimony and bad communications, funnily enough, brought some of the NATO members closer together in a very strange way. Unintended consequence or not, I don't care. But it had the positive impact that the debate about it at least was carried into those more complacent NATO states. And there is something, and I don't think that Mr. Trump actually, how shall I put this? There is very little capacity for a single president to dissolve the participation in the most successful defensive military alliance on the planet. And everybody knows this. especially because the integration between NATO forces is so utterly close. And it's not just the Five Eyes as a cornerstone in the Anglosphere, but it is all NATO nations in the integration of that process. This is so much more than the little bit people see. And that's why nobody can take this really seriously. That it has a negative impact, yeah, sure, of course. Bad communication, completely abysmal. But for example, the key aspect that unless you pay up, why should we? That is a commendable spirit. And by the way, it's something which administrations since the days of George W. Bush have pushed for, that the Europeans should actually pay up. Now, has that had an impact on Finland? Not necessarily. Yes, nobody liked the style of communication because it simply doesn't have any cultural fit with serious people amongst us here. But I can definitely tell you that at that point in time, the Finnish armed forces and Finnish society and the Finnish, say, businesses and their business elite, who are all fully integrated into that total defense concept. And they are constantly actually working on this. There's people even receive days and weeks off throughout the year from their companies to be part and parcel of their as to who's right and who's wrong, as to who's right and who's wrong, and the effectiveness of NATO, the F-18 British Air Forces, the interoperability between NATO and the Finnish armed forces, then the joint trainings which occur since decades now in Norway, cold response, which integrate Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian, American, German, Dutch, and Danish forces and many other guest nations are a testament to this. So no, there is how should we say, the structure of NATO is fairly well established and fairly well known in Europe, and specifically in Northern Europe, even amongst the nations who are not participating to it. And the rest is media gloss and public opinion, which, as you can see with Finland, and that maybe is the key aspect. In Sweden, it took longer, and Daniel and Dan John can attest to it. But in Finland, it took 2.5 weeks after the invasion for all polls which were taken to go to a 2/3 majority in favor of Finland joining NATO. 2.5 weeks, not more. Matthias.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. All of that is completely true. So deeply important context. And I just go to Sweden. It's I think you need to understand why Sweden decided to stay out of NATO in the first place to really understand why this is all happening now, right? And so after World War II, which Sweden by very, very narrow margins managed to mostly stay out of, I'd say mostly by chance and luck, and of course some backroom shady deals. The reason why Sweden never joined NATO has nothing to do with some sort of lack of confidence in NATO's capabilities. That has absolutely never been the case at all at any point, even today. It's complete confidence that NATO is an incredibly capable military alliance. The reason was that Sweden stayed out of NATO out of support and support for Finland. It was an act of what's the word? Solidarity. Yes, because Finland was in an incredibly exposed state. It was still independent, but highly dependent at the same time of Soviet goodwill, so to speak. It was under pressure to be influenced heavily in terms of politics. And the assessment at the time was if Sweden stays out of NATO, that's going to potentially decrease the political pressure from the Kremlin to control Finland into a vassal state. So that was the reason why we stayed out.
But it was wrong.
In the decades, that was the decision, right? I'm just trying to give a context here. Second thing that happened a couple of decades after that, or the following decade, is Sweden started their own nuclear program. A lot of Swedes don't even know that, but we developed our own program to get the atom bomb because we needed deterrence, right? Which Washington didn't really want us to develop the bomb because at that time the thought was that the less countries that have the bomb, the better. So there was some less than public deals made, and Sweden decided to, all of a sudden, after having this program for quite a long time and gotten pretty far with it, we suddenly decided to remove it, and all of a sudden we were under the nuclear umbrella protection of the United States, which we then, during the 60s and 70s, during anti-Vietnam War and pacifist and flower power movements, decided to publicly exploit as much as possible, while at the same time playing a double game of, yeah, we still need good relations with the United States, while in public criticizing them the hell out of them, right? Which somehow led to our prime minister being assassinated in '86, I think it was. We still don't know who killed him. But anyway, so when Finland and Sweden at the same time recognize that, you know what, this neutrality thing, it's not going to help us because we have a neutral democracy in Europe that's being invaded by an aggressive Russia. That could be us. So screw this. Let's join NATO. So when Finland is ready to move, Sweden moves as well. So that, I was just going to give that big picture, and maybe there's something that needs to be corrected.
No, very well said. Very well said. It's just that, can we agree that the strategic calculus to be pacifist at a point in time when Finland actually needed strong support was something which was not completely unanimous in Swedish politics?
It very well might have been. I'm not an expert at this. You know, I just know the big picture pen strokes here. If you know more about this historically, please fill us in. But I'm just giving it as a context because you might take a look at it and say Sweden is like, oh, you should stay out of it, like the gnomes of Zurich, right? But it's a different. We come from a different place, and because of being neutral, like Finland and Sweden has always had a very closely related interoperability in terms of, you know, military. During the Finnish winter wars, we had a lot of military support from Sweden, and quite a few Swedish volunteers fought for Finland in Finland in the winter wars. And ever since, it's always been this unspoken union. The saying at the time was in Sweden was the Finnish cause is ours. So you'll hear Milla Lander saying today on Twitter, like, it's kind of touching, really. After Finland has been invited into NATO, she says the Swedish cause is ours. So it just kind of echoes that back, right? So it's this idea that we're moving together in this journey is has deep roots, right? And in terms of interoperability, of course, Finland and Sweden has been NATO partners for a very long time. All the command and control and joint operation training has always been there for, you know, decades now. Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian air forces regularly practice together in northern Sweden, like weekly. They've done so for many years. It's like it's not going to be any type of hiccup once we all come online. It's just going to be, okay, guys, and finally we can share the last secrets and do the joint planning and not have to be thinking ahead. So
100% true.
Thank you, Matthias. And it's like brotherly, you know, each of you have each other's back.
exactly, and it's being rediscovered to some extent, but it's always been there. It's always been there. And you know how we jokingly, like the rivalry in hockey, it just has that warm brotherly fight behind it, you know.
So Axel, back to like what is possible within NATO to, I mean, it seems like, at least from the outside, just again, being an ignorant American observing all of this, that part of what NATO is relying on in order to create pressure is what the EU may or may not do with regard to supporting Hungary or Turkey or what have you in, kind of applying political pressure on that side. Is there anything else that, I mean, I think you mentioned something about NATO coming together and threatening to expel Hungary as a way of applying pressure?
No, I didn't say expel. You can't. There's no there is no technical move for that. But you can simply sideline them, just as we sidelined Turkish military officers since the coup. And I think this will continue to be the case now. It is true that the parallel, uncoordinated, but overlapping action with the EU will lead to results. And many NATO members are EU members, but NATO is led by the United States of America and supported in control by our friends in Britain. That's it. It's Washington and London driving the show, and the Five Eyes supporting it. And that's fine. It's completely okay. I mean, that's what has always been driving the French nuts. But then again, they are not capable of thinking in collaborative terms. That's the whole point. NATO is a collaborative organization, and the Hungarians are standing against it. The Turks have done the very same. So what you can do is peer pressure. You can exclude them from exercises, and you can highlight that if need be, you establish your prerogative, meaning you go onto those air bases which you have and operate from there and let them try to do something. If Hungary were to take fighter jets, its own fighter jets up, in order to prevent NATO airplanes crossing over in case of an emergency declared by NATO, then I think it will be interesting to see what happens. I tend to believe that the Hungarian Air Force and the Hungarian Army would not act and would rather, say, disintegrate from view. Sometimes you have to play hardball.
Swedish owned fighters, actually. Swedish owned fighters.
I know.
I can add one more thing, and I just, because as a North American, to kind of get the idea here. I think there was a poll asking Europeans something like, should your country support Ukraine, and should the EU support Ukraine financially and militarily, right? And the two countries at the top of this poll are Sweden and Finland. In Sweden, that number is 97%, and in Finland it's 95%, which is kind of weird because I thought the Finns would be even more extreme, but maybe 2% of the Finns either it's like, I don't understand this question, or it makes them so angry that they refuse to complete the form or something. But just, I don't know what that number would be in the United States, but here it's pretty much black and white. And getting anybody to agree to 97% at anything in their democracy is usually not so common.
I think that's an excellent illustration, but yes, right. It is. Talk about a true consensus, right? How much closer can you even theoretically possibly get? I think there are a few percentage points of defense were running low on their word quota for the year. I better not say anything. That could be why there was a higher non-response rate. Who knows? Yeah. Shaggy,
I think Matthias' point was perfect, because the Finns being asked the question were just too angry to answer.
Yeah, thanks, Herman. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm quite astonished, actually, Axel. So you're effectively saying that a NATO country should invade Hungary if they want to?
I said no such thing. NATO troops.
Well, you
I
implied
said
it.
no such
That's
thing.
my understanding. Landing troops on Hungarian territory
NATO
without
has the right.
Hungary's
NATO
permission,
has the no. NATO
overflying
has the right.
Hungarian airspace without Hungarian permission,
NATO has
kind
the
of goes
right,
against sovereignty and
Shaggy.
territorial integrity. So if you think they have the right, then
No,
yeah,
I know that they
lots
have.
of countries can have the right to do that to everyone else. Then it seems
No.
I'm quite astonished
No,
by that.
Shaggy. Please listen carefully. This is all following the agreements Hungary has with NATO, and Hungary has, shall we say, suppressed the use of since last year. NATO has the right to use the airbase. NATO has been pressed its right. NATO has the right to bring troops there for regular exercise. It hasn't done so since last year. NATO aircraft protect Hungary, by the way, continuously. Joint
That's
aircraft.
immaterial. If you can provide me with the details of that,
what?
that says that NATO countries can
Not NATO
just
countries.
land troops
No,
in
Shaggy,
Hungary.
you're mistaken. You're projecting this upon Britain and sovereignty. That's not the point. There's an agreement as to the use of Hungarian airspace, and there's an agreement as to
With
the
Hungary's
existing.
permission.
Hungary gave the permission years ago.
Yep. So it's remarkable. Anyway, whatever.
No. Shaggy, trust me. When the air wing was
I don't trust
established,
you on this. I don't trust you on this one. Actually, it just sounds ridiculous. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm out.
Hungary gave the permission for NATO transport aircraft and NATO support troops to be present at the airbase, and NATO to use for its logistics coordination the Hungarian airspace. It gave that permission.
Okay, for people who want to Google things, look up Papa Air Base in Western Hungary. Well, this is what Axel is referring to, where the NATO joint, transport air wing, logistics air wing, it's called something like that, is based, in which a number of countries have invested jointly to procure, maintain, operate a number of C-17s, I think, something like that. C-130, C-17s, one of those. And the agreement was that, Hungary, they're going to be based in Hungary. Hungary gets the associated economic benefits, and in return, Hungary maintains that they will be able to operate in and out of Hungary as needed, as desired, as needed for collective security. And let's say that they've not been completely living up to the spirit of that in the last year and a month.
Yes, and NATO would have been free to deposit paratroopers, support engineers, and more staff, both at this airbase as well as at another location in Hungary. That's all I've been alluding to.
So, in other words, this is something that's been very specifically signed by the Hungarian government 15 years ago, something like that, 20 years ago, whenever the first discussion started around that. So this isn't really a new thing in the slightest. This is a well-established NATO transport wing. Chris.
Damon, I was just going to, no offense to Shaggy, but I'm absolutely with Axel on this. It's about time that we stop getting pushed around by, well, people that are traitors within NATO, basically. Had enough of it. So I'm 100% with Axel on it.
Then, John?
Yeah, regarding expulsion of a NATO member, obviously there's no such text in the agreements, but and maybe that's not the right way to go either. But I guess, I mean, who would pull if that were to happen? If 28 or 29 countries said no, this is enough, we don't want you here anymore, we will simply vote you out. Who would police that? Which court would actually could this be taken up in? What kind of legal framework would judge such a decision? Is there any, or is it just up to NATO?
Well, it's an internal club, right? It's like you're a member of such and such club, so it would be completely an internal affair. The thing is, the way it was designed, it was intentionally any expulsions were intentionally left out to make sure that everybody actually does the right thing, and because there was this one very clear threat, beyond the eastern horizon, broadly speaking, and because of that, there was much easier, much more consistent alignment. What became a little bit more difficult since then was actually keeping everyone equally motivated.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt.
No worries.
But I mean, another thing is that maybe there was some intention from the US that we don't want to be voted out, so we don't want to have that. But I mean, seriously, vote out the US. That would be the same as closing the club down as well. I mean, if all the other nations, or I don't know, 78% of the other nations don't want to have US in NATO, then there is no NATO, right? I mean, so that could not happen per definition of the alliance, right? It could happen, but then there would be nothing to form NATO either. I mean, NATO wouldn't exist. Put it like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I mean, it's a club. A club can make up the rules if enough members are willing to change the rules. Then it could happen. It's just the will, and maybe it shouldn't happen, to set an example. I don't know.
The really interesting question, I think, when it comes to airplanes in Hungary, is what Sweden has over Hungary, because the Hungarian Air Force is flying Gripens, which have been leased from Sweden. Could Sweden say, well, actually, now because we're not a NATO member and because Russia is threatening us, maybe we need to recall these. We need them for our own defense. Hungary, you're nice and safe there, surrounded by other NATO countries. We don't have the same opportunities. We really need those Gripens. Of course, the Swedish government would quite unlikely say anything like that, because they know that it's not worth it. It's not worth the trouble, and in a couple of months they'll be in NATO anyway. But I think it's something that if the Swedish government was more like the Hungarian one, they might well be pushing forward. Yeah, I saw that Alon had his hand up earlier. Alon, I'd love to hear from you. It's been a while, but if not just now, that's fine as well. We can go to LR and back to you later. All right, LR.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate, by the way, this conversation, because it's really helping to educate me. So I get the idea that one of the ways to kind of bring NATO members around is this peer pressure, possibly excluding, a country, in exercises, and generally, putting pressure on the member of the club. But that would leave open, I guess, from my perspective, the other side of the coin, which is the club is still obligated to their commitments to defend that particular country, even if they were being shunned. If they were somehow attacked, the rest of the club would still be obligated to come to their defense. And that kind of seems just a little bit lopsided. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you can be a bad actor, you can be shunned, but if the bully comes and pokes you, we're going to still stand up for you. And I guess that just seems a little odd. I mean, I understand some of the reasons why maybe it was constructed this way in the past, the rules and so forth, but it just seems like it's a little unwise that they don't give themselves more more of an opportunity to to put real serious pressure on bringing someone like Hungary around or Turkey around on a vote like this. I mean, leaving Sweden out to dangle, it just seems I don't know. It yeah. It just seems rather pointless.
But part of this is also to look trustworthy to outside, right? So there isn't now we quit when times get tough. That's also part of it. But yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break for lunch here real quick. But that's the point I want to make is, we've been talking a lot of Sweden, so it's time to kind of chime into something else. But last thing I want to just kind of make a note of is traditionally, like the position in our government of defense minister has had a very embarrassing track record of incompetent people on it. The last one we had was he didn't do military service. Like it just looked like he was completely out of his water, and just one of those people who get put on the post for we wanted this guy in, but we had nowhere to put him. Let's just put him here. But our current defense ministers is a very different type of person. He was one of the most surprising nominees when the new government took office. I think when it was a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago.
No,
Paul
like
Jonsson.
six months. The elections in September, right?
Time flies. Anyway, yeah, it was like, who is this guy? Nobody. He was not one of the people who had was expected when people speculated. It's like, for the political elite and for the media, it was like, who is this unknown guy? But I recommend people to kind of take a look at him because he's got a military background. He's in his early 50s, so when he did his military service, he did it at one of the most elite units that we had at the time. We had, naval amphibious assault infantry. It's called Kustjägarna, Coastal Rangers, I guess would be our translation. It's basically people who storm archipelago beaches. And I think that only took like 200 candidates each year. That it was the highest, most hardest thing to get into, and only a fraction of those, a couple of hundred, even finished. I think they have an insignia now, which is like a helmet with 2 horns on them, and they even have like carried dual-edged battle axe into the field, not to fight with, but as a unit memorability artifact thing. Anyway, so within this unit, there's also a even more specialized elite part of unit. This is basically diving, combat divers. That's what he did. So he was a combat diver. We basically, blowing shit up, go behind enemy lines underwater, military diving. So he did that as his military service, and then he's got a doctor's degree at the King's College in London of War Studies. He's been at our National Research Defense Research Institute, which basically does criminology, study Russia. He's been a guest research position at the NATO Defense College in Rome. On and on and on and on. Like this is his track record. So we might have a new Ben Wallace in the Nordics. Obviously, it's he's got a lot of work ahead of him. But every interview I've seen him had in the Swedish media concerning us sending this or that military equipment. I mean, we've sent basically everything except fighters. He's aced it, completely aced it. Super calm. And when he makes public statements, he just reads the text as a matter of fact, but the text is very, very stern. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of share that. We've had this pacifist history, but I think this is the cleansing that we're going through. Obviously, I'm a bit of a homer, but anyway, I'm gonna drop down now for lunch. See you guys.
Thank you, Matthias. Yeah, I was very happy when I saw that Polyotso would be taking the post of defense minister for all the reasons that he outlined, and even more than. I actually wasn't even aware of some of the earlier details before he went to King's and then to and Rome, etc. But certainly someone who's been saying that Sweden should consider NATO accession for a long time beforehand, and someone who understood the threat that Russia posed. It was much easier for him to adjust last year in February to what just happened than to most anyone else, right? And that helps a lot when you're not stunned and you're not trying to adjust reality to your mental model, but rather can only briefly tweak whatever little bits you need to of your mental model to reality. Then, John?
Yeah, actually, what Matthias was saying there, I was about to say that I seem like a little bit like Ben Wallace, and actually there was a nice picture. I think in the press, was it this morning or yesterday? I can't remember. The two of them standing on
yesterday.
the stairs. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah, and yeah, so yeah, he's straightforward. He knows what needs to be done, and I think he's pulling a lot of weight. Likely in the government to get things done with the support to Ukraine. And also, I didn't know he was 6th of September last year. That's the date for the Nord Stream. But anyway, yeah, he's the right guy at the right place in the right time, I think.
Oh, I see where you're going there. Okay, he assumed office on the 18th of October. So, then John, you might be onto something.
Yeah, I think he just updated his CV. That's not.
Romeo?
Yeah, thank you. That makes the point even more obvious that it's really kind of unfortunate that actors like Orban in Hungary can block, you know, a decision on something like this. It just seems very unfortunate. And again, you know, just being an outside observer and trying to understand the dynamics of how these organizations fit together and the politics and so forth. It's a little bit puzzling that you know, obviously Hungary is you know, on paper a democracy, but it isn't acting like that, is it?
No, and this was part of Orban's design, and you know, hopefully now it's coming to it's eventually going to come to a close. But the thing is, like, what is it really about? It's really about having a very transactional view of working with others in Europe for him, and having a very ideological view of working with others elsewhere, such as, you know, for example, with Moscow. That's really the problem here. No, the logic should be exactly flipped, and if it were for that, then there wouldn't be nearly as much of a problem. If everybody works on a fundamentally you know, integrated basis and thinks of things principally within the alliance, within the economic union as well, then it doesn't tend to lead to problems. You can work transactionally outside of that, but here there aren't just rules, but there are also principles to adhere to, and that's really where the lack of it is, and where Orban's approaches are truly fundamentally problematic. Orban didn't used to be like this. Just remember, again, I keep reminding people of this. Orban wasn't always a Russian shill. Indeed, he built his career at the end of the 80s through the 90s, early 2000s of being the most anti-Russian politician possible in Hungary. In Hungary, where there was a good chunk of people on the other side from him politically who were, former members of the Communist Party, worked with the Soviets, with the communist authorities before the 90s. No, it was only when he visited the United Russia Congress in 2009 that kind of when the switch flipped. And it's not sure why, whether they had something on him monetarily, whether they had some information on him from the communist years, that he was an informant for the secret police at the low level, whatever it was, something flipped. It was at that point that something flipped. There's a great account. I was hoping they'd be posting more. They did for a while, called Fiatal Orban. So Young Orban. You can find it on Twitter. Young Orban, easy to find. And they have a small collection of speeches and statements from Orban and a couple of his friends as well, from before 2009. No, and it sounds fantastic. Can we have that guy back, please? If he was actually running Hungary, it'd be a completely different kettle of fish. But clearly he found a way, because he cares far more about himself and about power than he cares about the future of Hungary or the future of Europe, that he went that way. And it probably is just that cynical. I don't think it's even fundamentally ideological deep down. I think it is just utter and complete cynicism. I don't know. Then John?
Yeah, I'm going to borrow Axel's one of Axel's lines, not the sentiment whole, but the other one. That it probably takes a call. Well, a call from Pennsylvania Avenue would probably solve it. This and many other matters. So if you want to do something, I'll just call the White House and ask them to call someone.
Yeah, couldn't hurt. Definitely couldn't hurt. Edvard.
Yeah, and one would wonder, Domen, if this will cost Orban, in the future. So why is he doing this? It will cost him more than, it will benefit him, right?
He believes.
Am I wrong?
A good point, but he believes, or he continues at the moment, seemingly, or at least until about 2-3 weeks ago, he continued to believe, publicly stated so, that Russia will end up either winning the war or respectively coming out of it on top, to the extent that it could drain out the resources of the West, therefore end up in an accommodation, which would then prove his point, allow his vassal position to continue, and therefore him coming out fine.
Yeah, but when you see reality, you'd think a person would change his mind, right?
He has been I agree with you, but Edward, he has been speculating on Russia being able to achieve a frozen conflict yet again.
Well, I guess you're right, Axel. But to me, that's just. I mean, he's a really, really bad poker player, or what I mean. He's a really bad gambler in that case, in my opinion. Really, really bad. Suffers from a gambling habit, or something like that.
100%.
Yeah, he bet all on 17, right? It's not going to pan out well, not at all. Talk about what is it? What's the fallacy? Oh, not spend money. Someone help me out. Throwing good money after bad, but there's a word for it. Anyway, Limaromik, right?
Yeah, you're a really bad gambler if you stand to really lose something. And again, I'm not 100% clear on what he loses by playing his little game here. I mean, he's certainly yeah, he's certainly causing damage to NATO by not allowing Sweden to be integrated quickly. But what is he losing in the short term, other than, you know, potentially getting something out of somebody somewhere? I mean, you know, where's the downside for him in the short term?
Well, this is it, right? He has a relatively trapped electorate. He only needs to stay in power within Hungary. He doesn't particularly care that Hungary is suffering both economically as well as in other ways because of it, because he gets to stay in power. The election was last year. He got re-elected again. There won't be another election for quite a while, and he's building both an electoral system to a degree, but also in other ways a backing of a sufficiently large chunk of the population through, in part, very clear lies and deceit. In placing himself as good for Hungary, fighting off the big bad wolf, outside, be it in Brussels, in Washington, in Berlin, in Stockholm, as we see now, right? Because everybody's against him, and he's the great savior, whatever. But really, he's just the dictator. I'm sure he, as a Hungarian living abroad, he was able and happy to chime in a bit on this one as well. It sounds awfully familiar, Robert, doesn't it? They're disrespecting us. That's why we won't ratify the accession.
Yes, totally. And like, first of all, I think what you meant was the Concord effect, like throwing good money after bad money. And
that's it.
Like, yeah, it kind of makes sense for Orban to, well, I'm not saying makes sense, but in his mind, it probably makes sense to kind of at least sit on the fence, because like, if you look at the outcomes, what may happen, right? So if you say if he's on the wrong side of history, what's the worst that's gonna happen to him? Like, is he going to lose an election, or will he be like, is the EU going to be like gravely concerned about the situation in Hungary? And that's one of the problems, that it's enough for the Kremlin to have one asset like Orban, and it seems like the EU and NATO are paralyzed by that. And I think that's a huge vulnerability, because situations like that may happen in any country in the future. So I think it's important to somehow make NATO and the EU resilient to such things. And like, in the worst case, like, let's create new clubs. Let's have a NATO plus, which operates in different rules, and like, everybody except maybe some countries like that could join. Of course, it's like easy to say. One item that was in the news is that I think Orban made a statement that like, they imposed a new state of emergency, if I understand correctly. Like, I'm just reading up on it. And somehow it was related to like asking Russia to pull out of Ukraine. But I don't know if it's recent news or I'm just looking at something old. And lastly, regarding the NATO membership of Finland and Sweden, like, everybody knows the real blocker, or like the real last step of the decision making is going to be Turkey. So I think Hungary was, or well, not Hungary, Orban was playing with this slack, like somehow slotting between every other NATO member and Turkey, like preferably being closer to approvals in Turkey, but just kind of preceding them. So like, Hungary just doesn't have the weight and importance to to actually matter. And as you say, I think it's just transactional. It's just trying to get concessions out of the EU, or trying to kind of be vengeful, or like trying to exercise some kind of revenge towards the criticism from Sweden about the state of Hungarian democracy. I think this is it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I think Robert had to go. I wasn't 100% sure if he stopped speaking or got cut off. Yeah, it is a fundamentally transactional approach. Now, there have been, comments made, and earlier, Axel and I touched upon this, right? How the Hungarian president, Nova Katalin, speaks very differently from how Orban speaks, despite both of them coming from very much the same, very much the same political party, if nothing else, and her clearly being nominated and voted in as president at the behest of Orban. But there has been a little bit more said now, and that possibly precipitated Russia's decision to designate Hungary an unfriendly nation, because she said something along the lines of we strongly condemn Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We think that Russia should withdraw its troops from Ukraine, and spoke of a peace plan. It's the problem is it is all talk, because they've clearly not exactly done anything, if certainly not much, if anything, to further this, right? To further Russians getting expelled from Ukraine. Indeed, they've limited some other people's efforts to help expel Russians from Ukraine. So it's a little bit all talk. Also, the peace plan might sound nice and all. The problem is this is primarily messaging for their domestic, their electorate domestically, much more so than anything else. That's why it's so lacking in any concrete notes, especially things like, well, but we all realize that peace can be had, and can be had easily. All it takes at the end of the day is for Russian forces to leave Ukrainian territory. It is actually that simple, and when it is actually that simple, it doesn't take all that much all that much effort or work for peace to break out, right? Well, all it takes is for Russian forces to go back to Russia. Then clearly they have to only be addressing one side with any peace plan. Just saying. Lima.
Yeah, this discussion really is kind of making me reflect on some of the discussions we've had in this space over the last 24 hours. I mean, starting with Ambassador Carpenter's statement, to the effect that there's no going back to the old world, after this. It seems to me that many of these international coalition, these organizations that are implementing, an international coalition of some kind, presumes that the actors that are participants are operating out of functioning democracies, but to the extent that those operating democracies are either taken over by strong men, or are actually headed by outright autocrats, those people, those parties, ought not be able to almost single-handedly be able to block an organization that is otherwise trying to do the right thing. I mean, it just seems like those days of being naive, right? Post World War II, or whenever some of these organizations were created, we have to really reassess the world and say to ourselves, do we allow ourselves to be controlled by a single a single crazy man, or are we, or a strong man, crazy man, whatever, or should we put in place rules that prevent that kind of almost imbalance in the minority being able to hold up the majority, to do the right thing?
Yeah, the way it's set up is a way where he does maintain a majority domestically, and that's both painful, but it's also the way it is, and that's why we need to work with it. Now, working with it means working with it if he wants to be transactional. Two can play that game, or indeed the 31, 32 can play that game if really need be. The other thing that I'd say to this is let's not go too high and mighty on functioning democracies when it comes to NATO. A founding member of NATO was Portugal under Salazar, which was one of the more interesting regimes of 20th century Europe. Truly, genuinely fascinating. The best way for me to summarize it, because I think most people don't know that much about Salazar's Portugal, right? But the best way to summarize it is when Salazar was told that oil was discovered off the shore of Angola, which was at the time a Portuguese colony, and he said, "Oh no, how terrible!" Because he wanted to go back to the past. He basically, literally wanted to go back to the olden age. Argue about Luther's theses or something like that. Nice and 17th century sort of argumentation. All of this modern stuff was far too much for him. Didn't want any changes whatsoever. And can we please all go back into the pre-Renaissance, which is again truly fascinating. But certainly wasn't anything like a functioning democracy. Certainly wasn't anything like a democracy. It was so reactionary. It wasn't even reactionary anymore. It was just a regime that literally lived in the past and wanted to live very much in the past. So they were a part of it. Greeks and Turks joined a little bit later. Greeks quit for a bit in the 1970s after Turkey invaded Cyprus. People don't usually know that, and then rejoined 6 years later. Part of the reason why Erdogan is so against Finland and Sweden joining without him extracting any concessions is because people messaging in the same sort of sphere as he is media aligned with him, has been criticizing the Turkish government of what is now 43 years ago for not extracting any concessions around Greece rejoining NATO. NATO then in was 79 or 1980, whenever it was, just letting them in without extracting concessions. And with elections coming up, he wants to kind of point to that and be like, no, but see, we do better. Just a bunch of interesting things. And again, Greece, Turkey, throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they went through some fun times, let's say. Certainly not functioning democracies at all times. Yes, NATO has changed in the 1990s. Rules became a little bit different. But you don't even need to go to that high standard, is what I'm kind of getting at. As long as people play within the spirit of the game, you don't even need to go to that high a standard. Then, John.
Yeah, I think you're wrong there, Roman. And of course, you're right. This has happened in the past, that not so democratic countries has been part of it. But the big difference is that what's now going on in Ukraine hasn't happened since the 40s, right? In Europe, and NATO is about security in Europe. So now is the test. There hasn't really been a test before. Now is the time when it's really needed. Even though, yeah, there was some minor incidents before. Now is the time. And when the time is there, it's not really working perfectly because of having those dissidents having a say.
No, you're right, then, John. In a way, right? Maybe we can apply a new logic to it. The logic by which Portugal was a founding member of NATO was, well, Salazar definitely not going to be a communist, is he? Right? Maybe the logic now has to be as simple as don't be a tanky, don't be a vatnik. Maybe this is just the new version of an old principle, really, isn't it? And Orban having his sort of tanky tendencies, not a good thing. Let's please move on from that.
Yeah, it comes back to, again, what did Ambassador Carpenter's organization have to do in order to deal with, the fact that Russia was a member and was going to block every move they tried to make. They obviously had to make some new rules in order to continue to be able to function and do anything in a positive way. And I guess that's my point. That's what's coming, into clarity for me, is watching these autocrats, these autocratic regimes be able to block international coalitions simply on the will of a small number of individuals within a country. Really gives them undue weight, I guess. And there has been in my own country, some discussions about the, I guess, ill-advisedness of having this filibuster rule, because it does give undue weight to minorities in blocking, otherwise productive, governmental functions. So I guess it's even more extreme, where one individual country, potentially run by an autocrat, can block a whole international coalition and hold everybody up for whatever they think they may be able to get out of it. It just seems wrong.
And the good thing is, they've not gotten anything out of it. I guess that's the silver lining. I know it's not good enough, Axel, that simply they haven't gotten anything out of it, but it's a good start. At least mistakes were made to that level. Then John?
Yeah, well, they haven't got anything monetary out of it, but they have got people like us talking about it, and I'm sure we're not alone. So energy is wasted on it, and I'm not only talking about them accepting Sweden into NATO. The big thing is their resistance of to support Ukraine. That's the big thing here, and they shouldn't be allowed. And the energy is spent in discussions like this, I'm sure, which could be spent on other things. So they are getting something out of it. Yeah, Huda?
Oh yeah, agreed. Yeah, nice to see you. Thanks. And LR, you didn't go to bed, LR. What are you a vampire?
No, just an insomniac.
I hear you. Well, thanks. Got a lot of questions. Mockers, you're there.
Good morning, Yehuda. I believe you had quite an eventful evening last night, and why don't you tell people about it?
Yeah, listen, well, it's funny that you're asking the question unprompted, and we have LR here. As everyone knows, MriyaReport, under Peter Duran's excellent leadership, became an NGO in December, and a 501c3PO situation in January. But we wanted to obviously assist in helping. I think the mission statement says something like exist to advocate for Ukraine and to support groups that help Ukraine. And you know what group helps Ukraine a lot? It's the government of Ukraine. It would be the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. And they were talking for a couple of weeks about coming on to do a fundraiser. And yesterday they said, okay, we come at 7. And we're like, how do we do this? And so we scrambled to get the funding mechanism up, because 100% of the donations there that are for anyone who sent it in for Veterans Affairs are going to them, and so it was pretty impromptu. I know it was a little sloppy, like Sloppy Joe. It's a hamburger helper meal. We just went with it, and a lot of people apologized to some of the co-hosts. We didn't get that messaging out to internal comms. We just actually set it up, and then they came on, and it was quite. We had Katerina, and then Natalia Kalmakova, who's she's the director of the foundation. She came on, and boy, did she field a lot of questions. And I'm very happy to say that in that time, a lot of people actually stepped up and donated. I don't even know the number. I think they met their goal, to be honest with you, of 10,000 or 15,000. They're moving. This is the same group that asked for funds through Maria Aid, because we weren't a charity at the time, and they received about 10 or 15,000 dollars last September. They flew from Kyiv, or they took a train to Berlin, then they flew to New York, and they went to Congress, they went to the Helsinki Commission, they met the Veterans Affairs Administration people. It was a big deal, and they wanted to do it again. It was last minute, but it is a war. So when they asked, or we said sure, and they came up, and people like Lou did some very incredible things. So that's why I'm so happy to see you, Lou. Maybe you could tell people why it meant something to you. Why did you and your organization want to step up? What did it mean to you? I think that'd be interesting to hear if you feel so inclined to share.
Well, thanks, Yehuda. Yeah. First of all, I mean, this space is, I have to say, for me and for I'm sure very, very many others, I've heard it expressed here many, many times, what it really means to people like myself, who genuinely are horrified by what is going on in Ukraine and want to get to understand the truth and how we can plug in and help. It's invaluable. And I applaud all of you for your efforts. I'm a late joiner. I have to admit, I've been a Twitter member for a long time, but I was only using it as a way of kind of keeping track of my own personal interest in technology. And it was kind of my news feed on tech for many years. And then it became my news feed, period, because I stopped watching television. And then over the years, it's been invaluable to me to just basically keep track of what I consider to be reliable people who, are well grounded and are giving you a good sort of view of what's really happening out in the world, not what some media moguls, trying to sell you, or some government trying to sell you. So I found this space through a sort of circuitous route, starting with Gary Kasparov and Alex Vindman, following them on Twitter and kind of reading Gary's book and little by little, and then getting introduced to I'm sorry, his name is escaping me, the Yale professor.
Sonnenfeld?
No, the Yale professor who wrote what is it, Bloodlands, and Anne Applebaum,
Timothy Snyder, and
yeah. Well, I mean, to make it a long story short, I really did go and educate myself, and finally I found this space, and I landed, and it was like, oh, and then fun, kind of funny for a tech guy. I was only listening to you guys through, because I wasn't using the Twitter app. I was using a third party app tap bots because it was cleaner and there were no ads, and there was none of this stuff, none of this craziness of changing what you see in your timeline. And so I didn't even when I would visit the MriyaReport, I was visiting from the website and from the web interface, and there was no way for me to even participate. I was listening for the first, I don't know, couple of months, just listening. But I kept coming back because what I heard here was truth, truth to power. I was also feeling like I was really getting an education on so many levels. Um, but all the while, the motivation was my admiration for the Ukrainians and what they're dealing with and what they're going through, and my humanity, I guess, my empathy, whatever, for their plight, and my horror at watching, um, you know, uh, some of the political shenanigans, the slow rolling, and I found a like-minded community here, obviously, and then right around the time that we were finally getting to the point where there was a lot of discussion about uh, tanks, and I figured out that if and what happened is Elon helped me because he disabled the API for third-party apps, and so I was forced to use the Twitter app itself. And lo and behold, when I joined the space, I could see, oh, there's a way I could actually step up and maybe offer a few comments here or there. So I mean, one of the things I would recommend is for people like myself who are that stupid and naive to not realize you have to use the actual Twitter app from Twitter to be able to actually participate, and on an iPhone or an Android, obviously, although that obviously seems to have some issues. um, you know that uh, I think you guys should make that more obvious, that it really is limited. Participation is limited to using the app itself in one of
Good.
those two. Yeah.
So
But
for our
anyway,
audience, so why don't you
yeah.
tell our audience? I was trying to get at what inspired, like maybe you could explain what you heard from Nat and Natalia, because there's some people, a lot of people, holy sugar. I didn't know, or people didn't know about her. I didn't know people would be still talking about it all night. So what did she say that struck you? That what she does and why you donated?
Well, that's a good question. I have wanted to somehow contribute for some time in both to the efforts of the space and to Ukraine in general. But I think we had a happy convergence of things for me, which was you've achieved your 501c3 status, um, and there was a link on your website to actually make a donation there, and then there was a good cause, that something that I truly could get behind, which was a Ukrainian government institution that was obviously being run by somebody that you Yehuda were speaking very highly about and really highly respected, so I could trust that. And so there was the means and the motivation came together, and I don't think I'm alone, but that's when people act. And so my deep, again, empathy for what Ukraine is going through, my admiration for those who are fighting the good fight on behalf of all of us, and the mechanism to actually be able to do it. I decided that, okay, I'm going to take this opportunity, reach out to Yehuda, and say, hey, I'd like to make a contribution here, but the mechanism is not quite there yet to make it super seamless for someone who wants to make a donation, not directly, but through my foundation. and so I did get
Let
that
me jump.
information.
Yeah, let me jump in there. Yeah, exactly. You know what? They came in pretty last minute and said we want to come today, and we had to scramble because we weren't set up for it, and it was actually quite difficult. There are a lot of, I guess, like financial like rules and stuff that have to happen, and like like when you set up a charity, and so we had we had a team of people on the back end worked like 3-4 hours straight just to get it done. But when we got it done, it's on the page, and I just want to let people know. So Veterans Affairs came on, including the director. She's doing a fundraiser with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ukrainian Embassy in Washington, kind of a known entity, plus a bunch of other groups in the United States that are working together, and they need to get their veterans and their staff over. Their budget has been slashed basically, and they just kind of spend whatever they can, even their own personal money. They're getting to the states, so the funds that what I was trying to get at, people like LR are sending funds or sent funds already actually to help get their staff over to the states to do the fundraiser in Washington. It's going to be like a diplomatic junket, and whereas last year we helped them, this year we're doing the same thing. It's just a pass through, dollar for dollar. You'll get a tax receipt in the United States if you help out, and they get the funds and do the needful. They'll provide a letter. Now we did ask for a letter from them, but it was pretty last minute. And it's going to just basically say, hey, it's Veterans Foundations in conjunction with, Ukrainian Embassy in Washington. You guys helped us out. The listeners at MriyaReport helped us out last year, and we'd like your help again. We're going to be moving, I don't know what it was, 7 Ukrainian personnel to the United States. It's basically flights and accommodation. They're not having parties, and we'll get that letter today. They resolved to get it today, and I'll give it to Mockers and Doman and Allen, and they can post it on the MriyaReport main page. And then once we transfer it, they're going to give us a thank you letter saying, thanks, MriyaReport. We received your donation of 10,460, whatever it is, and then and that's it. That's the plan. So I'm kind of also saying this for the benefit of our team in the background, because some people didn't know, and I apologize. I didn't know either until 4 p.m. Yesterday, but it was a good conversation. So I'm glad you've told the story of why you're at MriyaReport. I was hoping some of the things that Natalia said we could bring up again, because I think it's important. Like, she talked about the importance of taking care of veterans, of how the future of Ukraine will be veteran centered, how there'll be 500,000 Ukrainians that are missing limbs, and they'll need wheelchair access and accessibility. And Kyiv, for example, being such an ancient city, has buildings that aren't necessarily the most friendly to wheelchairs, right? So that's a big issue. So it's all really important, and I just wanted to litigate it. Thanks so much. Back over to you, Markers and Doman. Sorry.
Yeah, could I jump in and just say one more thing?
Go for it.
I think that this is a great. One of the reasons why I made a move for myself is I think this is a great leverage. The amount of money they're looking for at this point is really pretty small, relatively, but it's a force multiplier, because getting these veterans over to the U.S. and getting them in front of either government officials and or other potential donors is going to be a huge lever for Ukraine. This will raise awareness of the needs. It will hopefully mobilize support within our government, and will also mobilize other donors to make contributions, because there is a huge need. I mean, the veterans are clearly worthy of support, but so is Ukraine in general, because the whole country is essentially at war. I mean, these people are being bombed daily almost, and so yeah, I mean, it seemed like a very worthwhile thing to contribute to, because it's going to lever and provide more visibility and more support.
Sorry, amazing. Well, no, thank you for that. And I have to drop off and do some stuff. Doman and Mocker, sorry, I just wanted to I was asked to give a bit of a debrief on what happened last night. And it's just a pleasure to see you here, Lou, again. Natalia messaged me; she was very happy that you stepped up and you let me know when you want to do whatever you have to do or whatever you need. Thanks so much. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much. And Lou, this is part of what you said at the end. Keep it front of mind. This is indeed also part of why we're here for 24/7 through all these months, and sadly, way too many months still to come.
Well, I think that you guys, there's going to be many benefits from what you have been doing. I'm sure there are countless benefits already, but I'm sure there are going to be many more now that you have unlocked the donation genie with the 501c3. And I'd like to help get that streamlined so that other people like myself who are willing to make commitments and support have a really simple, streamlined mechanism to do so.
Thank you for that, Lou. That's as Yehuda says, I'm sure much appreciated. George.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I just a bit of news, Doman. So since March of 2022, here in the Philadelphia area, we've taken in 70,000 people from Ukraine. Just wanted to throw that number in. So the Ukrainian community has grown significantly here. And when it comes to like fundraisers, obviously for veterans that are going to need prosthetics and everything else that goes in with that, I am sure if I talk to the local Ukrainian community here, especially their leadership, we should be able to get something going. If not only money, but with maybe some of some of the local medical entities here, because we also have one of the biggest orthopedic centers in the country here in Philadelphia. So I'm going to need particulars from you guys, and maybe we can get one of these medical centers to give us a commitment, so we can start bringing these people here to get them fitted. So just let me know.
Thank you, George. And I'm sure you know who you're going to be talking to, right? And it's not going to be me.
Yeah, exactly. I just need particulars because I missed the whole thing last night. So,
and a lot of people did, George. It was very impromptu. I think Peter messaged, I got the request, sent it to Peter, and he just said, "This is golden. Pull that trigger." I don't check Signal I'll be honest, my Signal doesn't work. I can't actually scroll through messages. I can barely. It hasn't shut down in about 2 weeks, but I'm afraid to manipulate it too much because it actually stops my Signal, all my apps from working. So I don't like it. That's why I say let's use Slack, everybody. No one listens to me. Anyway, yeah, no, the next time to come up, I even said it would be much better if you'd give it a or a few days, and we put up a card, and you put up the letter and tell people what you're doing. But instead, they said they just wanted to describe it directly. And frankly, you know what? For a first time, it was pretty darn successful. I think people either pledged or donated over $10,000 in total, and Lou's a big part of it at $5K from his organization, 5,000. And he even said you could let them know, because I want people to feel that the momentum. And that was very kind of you. You didn't have to do that. Better organized. Sometimes, as I said to one of our hosts, I said, you know what, it's a war. They came on. They said they really want to do it now. They had to move their timings to the left. That means they moved them up, and we can't say no to to the government of Ukraine Veterans Affairs. It's important stuff. So promise you that we will endeavor to be more organized. For those that where that's come from, well, it just came out of nowhere. But we're all very happy, and I think Natalia and Katerina Teslenko, you can see them there, did a really good job in explaining what they need the money for, what they're doing, and the whole purpose of the visit. And I think that's grand. That's something I'd get behind all day, every day. I hope that helps, Doman and Mockers. I didn't realize when I went to bed that there'd be so many people would be asking after. I thought it would just be like a pickup game of hockey. You know, everyone just plays and then they stop. But I guess the momentum of giving kept going on in our absence. Is that what happened, Mockers?
I just woke up to a lot of questions going, but when did this happen? And I was like, I have no idea, so don't ask me.
Fair enough. That was definitely a blind spot on my side. I just thought everyone would go to bed, but it's not true. Yeah, I know it's great. They're even a fellow, if you remember, Taras, a guy named Taras, was in Minneapolis, and he came up and he's like, you know that in our town of 1.5 million people who are mostly not Ukrainian, we fitted 60 Ukrainian amputees. And I'm like, how much is that? Like $2,000, per wow. So he goes, no, they're 20,000 on average. Holy cow! So $1.2 million raised by a small community to give 60 people they don't know prosthetics, and that made me feel great. It means that people around the world care so much about how Ukraine is doing and helping their veterans. I think that's super awesome. But I was inspired by as well.
George?
Yeah, it is good news because one of the things they're going to have to do, like Yehuda touched on, was some of the infrastructure in Ukraine's going to have to be adapted. Obviously, here in the United States, we have the Americans with Disabilities Act that requires buildings that have access to people with wheelchairs and everything else that goes on with that. So I think people can glean what they can from something that says that's titled the Americans with Disabilities Act. But Ukraine's going to need something equivalent, especially any buildings that they rebuild or moving forward. But like Yehuda said, it's an older city. A lot older than Philadelphia, probably about 6 times older. So, they're going to have some work cut out for them. But knowing the Ukrainians and how they're really good at improvising things on the fly, I'm sure they're going to, rise to the task. And because it's going to be unfortunately, quite a significant amount of people that are going to need this type of access, men and women. And Ukrainians respect their veterans. You hear stories of them going to restaurants and not having to pay for their meals and things like that because people want to give them back something because they put their lives on the line to protect those civilians. So I'm sure Ukraine will get that done. Doman, can I mention something else? I don't want to really completely change the subject, but if other people have any questions, I see Elar's got his hand up, so I'll let him go. And I just wanted to mention something else for you.
Okay, Elar, go ahead, and then I think George might want to talk about some heavy equipment.
Okay, well, just to pick up on what George was saying there, the Ukrainians are super flexible. And one of the things that really, really impressed me in the course of the conversation last night, Natalia was talking, we were talking about this whole idea of how, infrastructure really needs to get built. And in the course of thinking about that and thinking about what it is that people need when they've made such a sacrifice and they're handicapped, and they're looking forward into the future, and they need hope. I had this idea that I brought up, and she was amazingly quick to pick up on the idea and sort of run with it. And I'm really looking forward to working with her. And the idea was pretty simple. It's Ukraine seems to have a lot of IT professionals. Some of these veterans may not be trained in IT, but they certainly have the capacity, and it might be helpful for the veterans organization to maybe consider putting together a veterans IT services company that would give employment to these individuals, and also provide a sort of legitimacy to them, both for their own needs within Ukraine, but also on a global stage. Because there's a lot of people looking for reliable IT services, and you can't always be sure of who you're dealing with. But if you were able to go to an organization that was backed by the Ukrainian Veterans Administration and find reliable IT services at a reasonable price, this would be obviously something that would be attractive to the worldwide market, but also provide a huge basis for employment of these worthy individuals who have made such an incredible sacrifice. And like I said, I just threw that out there, and Talia was like, "Wow, that's a great idea. I'll definitely take that and run with it." So that just shows you again their flexibility and adaptability.
Absolutely, and taking advantage of modern solutions is certainly something that Ukraine will be well adept to, right? Both from a technological and a psychological perspective. Speaking of technological perspectives, George, are you trying to go to where I think you're trying to go to?
Well, we can go there, Dylan, but really quick, what I wanted to tell people, I mentioned it yesterday, was there was a session in Congress where where congressmen got to ask questions of General Milley, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and then Secretary of Defense Austin. And it's on YouTube. I guess it's maybe on CNN website too. But there's about an 8-minute 7 or 8 minute video, and where it's different congressmen are asking the both generals questions about Ukraine, and most of the video is Milley fielding questions, and it's really interesting to see how he answered the questions and what his answers were. The take-home message from this video is that the support and the viewpoint of both these generals in regards to Ukraine was really good. It was the first time I've ever heard a United States general, when being asked questions in Congress, use the words slaughtered and hammered in reference to the Russian forces in Bakhmut. And there was other questions about U.S. Let's put it this way: how some people in the U.S. Have been trying to poo-poo the idea of the U.S. Helping Ukraine, and they were really, really good in answering those questions. Milley did a masterful job in explaining why the U.S. and why the allies need to help Ukraine. He discussed the fact that Putin's a war criminal, because he was asked that question. He discussed the fact that it is a war, genocide, that it is, that the Russians are and have been committing war crimes. And it was just really good. So if anybody's interested, you can find that. And it's a good 8 minutes. You'll understand that these two guys are not playing around. And if any Russian side, that it doesn't bode good for them. Let's put it that way.
And now, George, to the other question, we keep hearing, oh, but Ukrainians can't get this, can't get that because it's too hard to maintain. What about the logistics? Can they keep things running? And then for a long time, those were, let's call them for what they are, the excuses, right? George, yesterday there was a wonderful video that Dmitry from Board Translated put up a translation of, of a Ukrainian maintenance, army maintenance chap who was previously what, George? What was his livelihood for decades before?
Was he a mechanic for like
for agricultural
tractor?
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, you know what, that hit home, and thank you for tagging me on that video, Doman, because I've mentioned on the space before. I have one of our family members had a still has it, but obviously the business isn't going as well, but it's going good for the Ukrainian army. He had several mechanics that used to work on agricultural equipment, from harvesters, the tractors, just to let your imagination run wild what farming communities need, to harvest. And all of those guys now that used to work for him are working now for the Ukrainian army, for the Ukrainian military, working on what we just saw, tanks, armored personnel carriers, you name it, anything that we would call, a heavy wheeled mechanic or tracked mechanic. And these guys are doing a great job. I've mentioned it on the space a couple of times. I'll mention it again. I was there at one of the shops one time, and they needed a part that went on a Mercedes, and the guy took, just call him Kostya, that was his nickname. He took a block of aluminum and machined the part. The part was cracked, the original, and he machined the part from aluminum right there in front of me. So these guys, I think another thing that, once again, a lot of people in the West, and that's all they've been working on, kids, they'll figure it out. And obviously that video just proved it.
And then on top of that, the specific engine, right, was a Detroit diesel in an M113. What else uses those? The John Deere harvesters that he's been working on for decades, right? So it's a really straightforward thing, and Ukraine has a very large workforce of mechanics used to working on heavy equipment, many of whom are now there to maintain the heavy equipment in Ukraine that is coming from the West. Now, let's not forget this. Before that, they were having to maintain lots of Soviet equipment. Soviet era equipment had a much greater tendency of breaking down. There were more hours needed for these mechanics. So even with this inflow of Western equipment, it's just a little bit more reliable, sometimes a lot more reliable, breaks down less often, and those same hours can be used to keep a much larger number of things keeping on running. Yes, some things still need to go out of country for repairs, like a breech block on a Panzerhaubitze 5000. When it needs to be replaced, they get wheeled out to Slovakia now, where the Klaus Maffei Wegemann workshop is now up and running. But for most things, most cases, most complaints, most issues, they can keep it close to the front. It's easier in the logistics, and it's quicker, and it's going to be back in the fight much more quickly, and that's really important. And that's a really big component here of what the Ukrainians have to do in order to eventually kick the Russians out as well.
And don't forget, most Western equipment has been designed for ease of maintenance, right? We're talking about being, instead of having to take, 1,000 bolts off or whatever, I'm exaggerating, but to take out an engine or a transmission in a lot of Western equipment, the whole power pack comes out in one piece. They're modular, so that helps the ease of maintenance too.
Exactly. Lou?
Yeah, George, I heard you mention that video last night, and I went looking for it. Would you be willing to find that link and put it up in the nest for us
I'll do it.
who are interested? Okay, thank you. And yeah, I want to also jump on the again on the bandwagon, saying I expect that when this conflict is over, Ukraine is going to really blossom. Their economy, I mean, what they're showing in terms of innovation, adaptability, energy, resolve, whatever. All of those kind of entrepreneurial activities, I think. I think it's just going to be incredible to watch. You know, as they emerge as one of the powerhouses in Europe. I'm sure we're all going to be inspired by that as well.
Absolutely, and if you want to check it out, I've put up one with my commentary on it as well up there in the nest. Now, news of this morning, which I've been sitting on for 3 hours now, and we still haven't touched on, or 2 hours. George, I don't know if you've heard it, but an American citizen, journalist for the Wall Street Journal, was arrested in Yekaterinburg on suspicion of spying for the US. Now, my first question is it time for Western outlets to pull their reporters out of Russia? But my real question is, George, who does Russia want back? Because why else, George, why else would Russians be arresting an American reporter if they didn't want to exchange him from somebody that they had arrested recently in the West? Is it the guy who tried to get a job with the ICC? Is it those reported Argentines, alleged Argentines that were picked up in Slovenia? Is it the GRU operative in Norway? Is it someone else?
It's probably somebody's cousin or something, some goober in the Kremlin's relative. I don't know. I have no idea, Doman, but it is kind of bizarre. But you said it was the Wall Street Journal or New York Times reporter?
Wall Street Journal.
I don't know. I would be surprised because some of the articles from the Wall Street Journal, have been dubious, and you would think that Russia wouldn't bother them since they're carrying some of the water for the Russians. So I know I'm perplexed by that.
Sometimes there are higher aims for them, aren't there? John?
Yeah, they're building up a full house for exchange them with for Putin later on. The ICC.
Oh my! I don't know if there's enough Western reporters altogether in Russia to do that.
I don't think so either. And who and which Westerner is gonna agree to that exchange, right?
Orban.
Well, yeah. Well, he might be exchanging himself pretty soon.
That'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Then John?
Yeah, I really hate that Yehuda left. I don't know if he's still listening. If you were, I want to try a dad joke on him.
You can workshop it on me, and then we'll see how it goes.
Okay. So let's do that. So, do you know why dads always take 2 pairs of socks or bring extra socks when they play golf?
So they can put their foot in and say hole in one?
No, just in case they get the hole in one. Yeah, so you were close.
Okay.
It's supposed to be bad.
Oh my. Okay. Well done. Well done. Okay. I'll tell you what's no joke. A week ago, the Japanese Prime Minister visited Kiev, first time, in various ways, and now, as of today, they've announced a $470 million package for Ukraine. This is one of many tranches to come because another about $5 billion or so has been authorized already. 400 going to as a grant to Ukraine to help recovery, and 70 million going to the UN Development Program, specifically earmarked for the restoration of energy infrastructure. On the other hand, we have Russians continuing calling in bomb threats, and I'm presuming it's somebody associated with them, continuing calling in bomb threats on Bulgarian schools 3 days before. Those schools are to be used as polling places for the Bulgarian parliamentary election because they're trying to depress turnout.
Yeah, yesterday. Well, let's stop with this. Russia don't understand what they have unleashed yet, and I don't think we understand it either. But yesterday I said that in every Swede there's a Viking, and the Viking will come out, and in every Japanese there's a samurai, and it's not pretty when when these kind of things comes into play. And I mean, if you get Japan on the wrong side of you, then it's a bad thing.
And especially since they've not really been overtly doing all that much lately, right? They've not been really putting themselves out there in especially when war's involved that much for quite a while now. I don't think this is this is really a trivial question. No, it's been a while since Japan was involved to this degree anyway, and it does feel a little bit like things are changing with their attitude as well. Now, a few days ago, who was it? Somebody brought up. It was Goldman who brought up the Japanese F-15s that are getting retired or have just been retired. I forget exactly what the state there is. If only they say, really, they're really American things. They might have been manufactured in Japan, but fundamentally these are American planes. Why don't we just send them back to America? Send them back where they came from. Wouldn't that be just the best option here? Wouldn't it? I for one would really enjoy that. I for one would really enjoy that. And it could maybe just move things along appropriately for Ukraine to get something akin to a proper air force. Just think. Then, John?
Yeah, and the other thing that Russia is doing, I mean, they're creating unfriendly nations, as they call them. And then once they have created an unfriendly nation, then they try intimidation to hold the unfriendly nations back, which is backfiring. So I'm sure this is going to create a reaction in Russia to try to intimidate Japan into some sort of submission, as they try with everyone else.
Oh, sure, because they're going to be so easily intimidated, right? What is it? The same population, but 6 times the GDP.
Yeah, not only GDP. I mean, Russia could have a great big GDP, but technology.
Yeah, yeah. Wasn't it Japanese stuff that they kept stealing throughout the 1970s and 1980s because they couldn't make their own, technology?
Exactly. Have you been to a Japanese bathroom?
I know where you're going. Do explain the big difference between one and the other.
Yeah, I mean, a normal bathroom, well, except for in Russia. I mean, it's kind of a mechanical experience, right? When you tidy up, let's say in Japan, it's a touchscreen experience. I'll leave it with that.
So what you're saying is, in Japan, it's a visit. In Russia, you need to visit the outside.
Something like that, yeah.
Got it. Yeah, right. So yesterday we were talking about the Olympics, right? I don't know if you're around for that. We're talking about the Olympics. We're talking about how it seems like Russians will be allowed to participate in the Olympics. I don't think that's a very good idea. Just a thought here. But we've seen some people doing somewhat the opposite, right? For example, last year, the International Fencing Federation has banned Russian Belarusian athletes from participating in their events. A couple of weeks ago, they allowed them in again. So after a year of banning, they allowed them in again. And the Danish Fencing Federation was about to hold a very high level international fencing competition in Copenhagen. And as of this morning, they canceled it. They said, we're not organizing this. No. If you want to make us accept Russians and Belarusians, nope, we're not doing it. There's not going to be a competition then. What do you think then, Sean? If there's enough little pushes like that with individual national federations, could this be enough to move things along? Could this be enough to maybe get the bigger ones to rethink things first at the federational level and then at the international federation level and then eventually with the Olympic Committee?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of money involved. So I mean, the question is really how much or how shameless are the people on the top. I mean, we have seen example where people don't care. They take the shame and the dollar, right? So it's really depending on that. But yes, obviously, grassroots sort of say movement is the way to go instead of pressure from the top. Just sabotage from the bottom. And I can say, I mean, like in Sweden, now I don't know about all the small organizations, but on the highest level, which is Riksidrottsförbundet, which is like the national all sports organization, they are strongly opposing the IOC decision. So yeah, that at least that has to be done, and then probably the money is the key, the sponsors.
Yeah, this is Axel's thought as well. Just pressure the sponsors. If there's no sponsors, there's no interest of the IOC to do it either. I think there's space there for sure. That's a way to go about things. But at the same time, I'm thinking, couldn't this be done also just within the various sporting bodies, various sporting federations, organizations as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if everyone is blocking it from below, then no one will be there, right? And it will only be Russians and or Muscovies and maybe North Korea and others. It wouldn't be an Olympics. But so obviously, if everyone actually follow suit, then yes, total success. But that's probably not going to be the case.
And apparently, I've missed that Finland has done likewise for a September tournament that's happening already a week ago, right? So Denmark was really just the Danish Federation is really just following in Finnish footsteps. Sorry about that. I wasn't aware that Finland did it as well. So there you go. Finland and Denmark working together, well, one after another, in concert. Hello?
Yeah, I unfortunately agree with Denjon that expecting the IOC to do the right thing here is it's a long shot. But in this course of this discussion yesterday, and reflecting upon the fact that there is a sentiment, I think, that has been growing, and we witnessed it with Wimbledon last year as well. There is a sentiment that if you represent Russia, maybe you ought not be given a big stage. And I share that sentiment along with a lot of people, I'm sure. One of the ideas I threw out there, and I know it's not necessarily practical, but at least it's worth maybe thinking about and seeing if people would agree, is one of the things in this whole debate is that often we are conflating the individual with the state, and it kind of, from my perspective, takes away the agency of the individual. And wouldn't it be maybe interesting to offer, let's say, top tennis players or musicians, conductors, whatever, and or Olympic athletes the opportunity to, go on the record, produce a 1-minute video disassociating yourself with the state, and then being allowed to participate in whatever event people are trying to ban, instead of just blanket banning a whole the whole group of people who may or may not really support their government. I mean, wouldn't it be a PR coup to get top athletes and performers, whatever, on the record saying that they disagree with Putin and his regime's, persecution of this unjust war, and then be able to participate under some kind of neutral flag or whatever. I know it's not practical, but I just throw it out there.
No, forget it's not practical. It just isn't the thing. I've got a question for you. So, where do where are Russian athletes employed?
Well, I know that they're military. They're associated with the military, and it's highly unlikely that any of them could come out and do this. But since the IOC is playing the what is it, the rights game, the athletes' rights game, this is a counter to that argument. And again, I know it's not practical, but I'm just saying, as a counter argument to that, why not say, all right, you want to let athletes or whoever participate? Well, let them publicly declare where they stand on this, and whether they support their state or not, and then we'll decide whether they can participate or not.
So in the Tokyo Olympics, every single Russian medalist was either a member of the military or a member of the police. They were either from CSKA or from Dynamo. that's the level of it. They have all the opportunity to disassociate themselves as it is. Nobody's they don't need to be given an opportunity to disassociate themselves. It's relatively straightforward if any of them want to do it. The thing is, this is either people who work in the military or people who work in the police, security services, intelligence services, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and other, right? That's literally where it is. It's not just about them. This is very much a key part of who they are, what they are. And the same goes for just about anyone else. This is a representation of the country. It's a representation of the regime, and very, very strictly speaking, and to a great part, it's a representation of the Russian army, and that is, I think, particularly notable here. The opportunity to disassociate themselves is, I know. How can you give an opportunity for that to someone if they didn't really want to take it themselves already? Surely this is something of their own initiative primarily.
Well, I mean, I get it completely, Dolman. I mean, but you gotta admit, right? You're born in Russia, right? Maybe you're a gifted athlete. What other course do you have, right, to pursue? If you're going to pursue your passion, what other course do you have? It's sad for those individuals, but it doesn't mean that those individuals, in their innermost, heart, are absolutely bought into, all the BS, right? I mean, again, I know it's not practical. I know it's very idealistic, but let's pop out of Olympic athletes for 1 second and let's look at, for instance, professional tennis players. A lot of these tennis players who are representing Russia or are Russian don't even live in Russia any longer. They're living and training in the U.S. or somewhere else, in Spain or wherever. And why not give those individuals an opportunity to go on the record publicly and state their feelings about this injustice, rather than just ban them blanket ban on all Russian athletes.
But you say give them an opportunity. They have a mic in their face at least like once every 2 weeks, even the lower level ones. They can take the opportunity. They already have the opportunity. They have all the opportunity they could possibly need. Give them an opportunity. Says is that they have no ability to get things out of their minds and onto paper or onto a recording. They already have that. I see a disconnect there, because what opportunity do they need to be given? But yeah,
well,
anyway.
Can I just have one last comment on that? Let's take Wimbledon. Wimbledon is saying, did say that they were not going to allow Russian tennis players to participate. Well, if they were given the choice, you can go on the record. If you really want to participate, you can go on the record and disassociate yourself from the state, and we'll let you participate. Yes, you're right. They do have a mic. They do have social media. They can come out and say what they're saying. But I'm saying this is a way for an organization like Wimbledon or other organizations to provide a mechanism whereby, rather than just say, just because you've got Russia associated with your background, you cannot participate. This would be an opportunity for us to get a number of these people on the record potentially, and put a little egg in Putin's face.
Yeah, 2 points. I heard you when you said this yesterday, Laura, and I kind of was with Dorman there, but I have thought about it since. I mean, this will never happen. No one would ever go on record doing this, because that would be the end of them ever going back to Russia. Well, while the current regime is there anyway, so that would be putting themselves in danger for their lives, I guess. So it would not happen. But yes, anyway, it should be done. Call the bluff. And if they're not willing to do that, then they can't. They can't be neutral. Well, neutral is not really, but you know what I mean. And number two, how can this has anything to do with a human right? These athletes are professionals. They are going somewhere to work. Basically, they're doing it for money and fame, and it's not, it's not about having somewhere to stay or living secure and so on, which are the human rights. This is about them being allowed to do their job in a place outside their country. It has nothing to do with human rights at all. Then yes, there could be some laws saying that you shouldn't punish everyone, blah blah blah. But it's not human rights, to my understanding at least.
That's absolutely right, and that's my point in a nutshell. Is this is another unfortunate example of tanky West whataboutism. Where you use the argument, of a rational, functioning society, democratic society, and you try to apply those rules to a situation that is obviously not that. And you can't ever really equivalate these. I mean, as you pointed out, these people they're working for the state, but they have no choice, right? I mean, if you're a professional athlete, an Olympic hopeful in Russia, you only have one path.
No, but they can do their athletes stunts in Russia. They can still be paid by the Russian government. There's no need to have them in France or Sweden or wherever. They can still be paid. It's up to the Russian government to stop paying them because they're not on the international stage. But that has nothing to do with human rights. They can do it there. No one is stopping them. Just stopping them outside their country. That's all there is to it.
Well, then the IOC shouldn't be using that argument, right?
Exactly.
Okay, let's go to Pauli, then to Tommy, Danny, and next econ. Pauli.
Thank you, Domin. I hope you're doing good.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Pauli.
Yeah, so briefly, being a professional athlete and doing work internationally in international competitions, it's not a fundamental human right. Period. So no question about it. It's a leisure, a luxury you can have, but nothing else. I think this is a new approach that I've not heard it in the last 5 or 10 minutes at least, is that they could always jump. And by jumping, I mean they could do the same kind of thing that athletes in Cuba have done. So they have changed, their country. So if you have any spine and you want to compete, you change your nationality, and then of course you have to adhere to the new country's regulations and commit to it. And of course there are side effects. You might lose your ability to go back to your former home country, but what's the word anyway if they're a bunch of genocidal freaks? And that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Exactly. That's really well put, Pauli. Thank you. Laughing Tommy?
Yeah, so I think there's, and I'm sorry for this, but then John Elwar, you have, we sort of have a slant in the space when it comes to this issue because we think about it from the perspective of fairness and social justice, etc., and we think about it from our perspective as members of a liberal humanitarian society, humane society. But the thing is that a declaration on tape of them disavowing, or how should I say it, denying and opposing everything that Russia does will not be a successful PR or coup for the West, because I can tell you exactly how it's going to play on Russian media, and it's going to play exactly the same way that them competing under a neutral flag did. Basically, what's going to happen is they're going to make their little tape, they're going to participate, they're going to win everything, and when they go, and it's going to get, the event itself is going to get huge publicity in Russia in whatever they win. But none of the commentary, the ceremonies will get, and speeches will get notable play. And then when they get back home, what's going to happen is you're going to have a whole campaign about, look how they forced our athletes to humiliate themselves in order for them to be allowed to represent our great country. And look at what they're doing to Russia. And then the athletes themselves, in order to, even if they're true believers in the humanitarian, the human ideals, the liberal ideas, even if they're true believers in that, they're going to be forced yet again to go, yes, they forced this, it was excruciating, I'm so ashamed, but it was better for me to represent my motherland than to be, how should I say, to deny Russia the proof of its greatness. And that's going to be the whole angle. I can feel my hair getting to the Skabeva braid on the back of my head as I'm speaking this nonsense, but that's the way they think and that's the way they operate. We have the idea that we have to give something in order for them to give something, and that's how we reach an agreement. And that's the difference between the merchant and the wolf in negotiation. Because the merchant thinks that a deal is two sides giving up something in order for both of them to gain something. And the wolves in negotiation just go, I want everything, and any bit of something you give up is something that naturally belongs to me. I shouldn't have to give up anything. And that's how they proceed. If you approach negotiations and thinking in that way, you're going to understand how they're going to play this. And I have seen, there's a reason that they promote, we're asking ourselves, how come they promoted the guys who are part of Bucha? And that's the point. If they acknowledge what happened in Bucha, that means that they did something wrong. But if they reward the people, it's at the same time denying that they did something wrong, showing how the West is manipulating the rest of the world against them, showing how the West is treating yet again Russia unfairly, and so on and so on. All the propaganda. In order for you to see what the effect is, you have to think like the population and the propaganda apparatus will. And then giving a statement will do nothing for us. Nothing. But it will, them playing at the Olympics and having their victory, because in end of the day, the Russian sports apparatus has sufficient combined knowledge and skill to produce some decent athletes, whether fairly or unfairly. That's going to be a huge PR win for Putin's government, as it is in every Olympic and international sports event, and they're going to play it to the max. And that's why they shouldn't compete regardless of whatever, how should I say it, ostensible gesture they make, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the logic that's being presented is, they're being discriminated against because they're Russians, right? What has been done previously when South Africa was running its apartheid regime can simply be applied to this, especially in the context because Russians are claiming that those territories are theirs and the people there are their subjects, and yet they're literally committing genocide against them, well evidenced, to the point where the president of the country has been indicted by the ICC for population transfers, and specifically kidnapping and transfer of children, which is one of the things that fall under the Genocide Convention. Right? That's why, and you have the arguments are in hand. No? The arguments are in hand, especially if you follow what the Russians are saying, and that's why the few sports people who are used fundamentally as a tool of propaganda by the Russian regime. Nah, Danny.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Doman. I hope you're all doing well. I'm on my lunch break and I was listening in, and I heard you talking about the Olympics again. So yesterday I was on the space for a very short while, and I recommended folks watch a very, very interesting documentary about sports doping, specifically Olympics, cycling, the works. It's called Icarus, just like the one that got too close to the sun, had his wings melted off and fell back to the earth. That's the title of the documentary. It's like a sports thriller, but it's actually a documentary. So all of those are facts, things that have happened in the past. They explain how the USSR engaged in cheating by doping and other methods, and how they've been banned from sports before. So it's called disqualification. We always use the word, oh, they're banning them. Oh, they're not banning them. They have the right to participate as long as they can play by the rules. It's always a rule-based endeavor. You can have your rights taken away from you, especially if you cause harm to others. It's not like they haven't been banned from sports before. They have for cheating, for doping. So there are cases in which you can restrict their rights. They have the right, they still have it, as long as they fit into the acceptable social norms where you can exert your rights. If people do bodily harm to others, they are incarcerated, even though usually being free is a human right. You have your rights taken away from you. It's no different. Stop calling it banning. It's not banning, it's disqualification. Disqualification is sportsmanship. It's part of sports. If you don't play by the rules, you're disqualified. The fact that they can pose a danger to other nations' national security should disqualify them. The fact that they represent a regime that murders civilians should disqualify them. There's a heap of reasons why they should be disqualified. Please watch that documentary. It's on Netflix. It's from 2017. It looks sharp, very well written, very well presented, and it will give you insight on how they use sports as a weapon. Yeah, I think we shouldn't even be using the terms. Words are very, very powerful. If we use banning, they will repeat it. Let's use disqualified. That's so normal. It doesn't even have to be a conversation. Yeah, that's about it.
Lexicon.
Hi. Yeah, I think the proposal, the idea of allowing individuals to do something that their country has been disqualified from or whatever there's actually a usual Olympic language for it, of which I'm not aware at the moment, but there is. But I think to clarify our thinking a little bit, that old guideline reference that I always bring up from United Nations always say is that rights are accrued to individuals. That is, individuals are rights holders or rights claimers, both holders and claimants if they're denied. And states are duty bearers. So this state has not only not exercised its duty to behave decently in the community of nations, but has in fact started a unprovoked war of aggression. So I think the expectation that of course it's not a right to participate in the Olympics, but that's a matter between athletes and their federations and nations and states. But it is not so that the individual is not individually banned, but so long as they choose to stay with that sports federation, of course, they're unable to participate. So yes, an individual, as we've said, can go to another country. I think that's the only individual choice. I think that this is completely unreasonable. We could not imagine that an individual could denounce his country and be expected to stay within it. That just not going to get anywhere near anything. And great, all the more true of Russia than of even some other states. That guy's going to fall out a window or something. So yeah, but I think it's a bit of an easy shorthand to remember that states bear duties, are bearers of duties, and individuals are rights claimants and rights holders. So you cannot expect them, we don't put an expectation on an individual to stand up against their state. In unusual circumstances, people do denounce wars, and some have, and some will in their countries. But anyway, I think it's a non-starter, that idea. But I think whatever you wish to call it, the term we wish to use, definitely excluding Russia and Belarus from these games is essential. It's beyond me. There's a bloody war going on. People are being exterminated. People all over the world have seen some of the egregious examples in individual cities. And we've seen that it's not an anomaly. This happens every place the Russians go into. We're going to stand and watch children being stolen from a country by another country in order to wipe out the invaded country, I think, and have them in the Olympics. I think we've got to use some more language about what happened in Germany to individuals, including athletes. We know how Jesse Owens destroyed Hitler in winning his races. But anyway, that's just a memory that I have. But what's going on in Russia is not better. It's not a lesser crime. Every single one of the crimes of the 6 elements of the crimes of genocide are incorporated, and every one of the war crimes is being committed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lexicon. The tools are there. Then John.
Yeah, I mean what Laughing Tommy was saying, and also Lexicon was saying, I 100% agree. And I mean, if it was up to me, they obviously wouldn't be allowed into any events. They wouldn't be allowed out of their, outside of their borders, and there would be Western jets flying over Ukraine with Western pilots, and so on and so on. So yeah, we can do a lot more. We should do a lot more. This is a low-hanging fruit. Just don't let them participate in the Olympics. Simple, or any other sport at any time.
And George.
Yeah. How many of the athletes, Doman, does anybody want to take a guess? How many of the athletes, what percentage are actually members of the military in Russia?
I think it's about a third, but the best ones tend to be, so about 2/3, 80% of the top ones, and the rest are police and other security services, Rosguardia, intelligence services. So,
Exactly. So as soon as the ICC does the next step and declare the Russian military terrorist organization, that should put the kibosh on those idiots.
Exactly, right. You're not talking about just people. You're talking about specifically people employed by the repressive organs of the regime, the same organs that are conducting the genocide in a part of the world that Russia claims its own. So there is a direct connection to apartheid, right? Because Russians say, "Oh, but this is Russia." So it is very much, if you're talking about rights, going against very much the rights of people that Russians claim are their subjects. While they're clearly not, but even looking at Russian logic, there's a clear precedent. Joanna?
Yes, I have a few different points. First one, a symbolic one. Russia was in breach of Olympic peace last year when it started the invasion, because it started it during the Paralympics, which were held immediately after the Winter Olympic Games. And you know, normally during the Olympic Games, it should be peace. So Russia did not respect the Olympic peace last year. Then I have some, you know, facts, some legal points. In fact, to participate to the Olympics, you should be from a country which has a National Olympic Committee. So the participation to the Olympic is directly related to a country. You cannot participate just like this to the Olympics under a flag. Yes, there are exceptions for stateless athletes, or for example, if the country is not yet recognized internationally by the UN, and then you can participate under the Olympic flag. There were some exceptions during the time for athletes that were allowed to participate as independent athletes. Also, last Olympic Games, Russian athletes participated under the Olympic flag because the National Olympic Committee was banned because of doping. So this happened. The other point is during the time in the last 100 years, a lot of countries were banned from the Olympics. From 1920, Austria, Bulgaria, Turkey, Hungary, and Germany for participation in World War I. It continued in 24 for some countries. In 48, Germany and Japan were banned from the participation because of their role in the Second World War. And then for a lot of years, South Africa was banned because of apartheid. Afghanistan was banned from the Olympics in 2000 because of discrimination of women under Taliban rule. So there are precedents. A country can be banned from the Olympic if they do not respect certain rights or if they participate in war. So this can be done. Another thing I wanted to mention, and probably is the last, is that for next year Olympics, they say that Russia should participate Russian athletes should participate under a white flag, not the Olympic flag, the white flag with the circles, just the white flag. So it would be obnoxious for the Russian athletes to be represented by the Olympic flag. It would be I don't know, I don't have a word for this. So they realized that it's not possible, and they proposed this participation under a white flag. I think the white flag should be held up by Russia on the battlefield, not on the Olympics. And last, yes, I have another point, I'm sorry. If an athlete decides not to represent his country or her country, choose another country, or just not represent its country, he's not a national athlete for 3 years. And he could, in this case, be allowed with the Olympic Committee could enable such an athlete to compete under the Olympic flag. But for this, the respective person should declare that it's not he or she is not representing the country. And I think some Russian athletes have this choice. But I have just seen today on Twitter that some of them are really very proud to be a representative of Russia and are supporting Putin. So I guess this is not an option for many of them. Thank you.
Exactly, and I think this is, Ivana just outlined the right thing here, right? There are ways, there are means, there's plenty of reasons for it, and it's very straightforward to actually accomplish it. Yeah, white flag on the battlefield, that's a good start. Then John?
Ooh, actually, I forgot what I was about to say. But yeah, one word to one of there. Not banned, disqualified. I think that was a good point from Danny. They're not banned, they're disqualified. Otherwise, fully agree. Oh yeah, yeah. About athletes being employed by the military or police, or whatever armed entities. Obviously, that's a construction. I don't think any of the top athletes actually have a day job, except from going to the gym and running and jumping. But yeah, that's beside the point. In this case, it's to their disadvantage to being employed by the police or the army. I think it makes the case even stronger not to allow them. Yeah, out.
Thank you, then, John. LR.
Hey, thank you for the lively interchange, and for the record, I withdraw my suggestion. I do like the terminology of disqualification versus banning. I think that's very helpful, and I also like the idea that it's the state that has been disqualified, and to Iona's point, if you're not associated with a state, you have no right to participate in the Olympics. So I think between Lexicon and Iona's framing of this, maybe there's a good argument to the IOC that we're really not dealing with rights of individuals. We're dealing with a state that has disqualified itself, and therefore its athletes should not be able to participate. And am I mistaken? Did not the mayor of Paris say that she was not willing to allow Russian athletes to participate in the Olympics? I'm not sure she gets the final say, but I think I did hear that at one point.
Correct. She could basically go as far, and she visited Kiev a few months ago. In her speech at the Kiev City Hall in front of the city council, she said that the thing is, as you say, she doesn't actually have the authority over it, right? Organizing the city celebrations and making sure that the public transport runs well. She doesn't have the authority over immigration, questions of immigration, right? Because that's a national thing and clearly not a local government thing. But it's definitely, it's a part of it. Obviously, the city where it's held has a little bit of an influence in it all. And if they really wanted to, they could cause quite a bit of stink about it. So that's on the plus side. But no, she doesn't have the legal authority over it, obviously. George?
Sorry, guys.
George?
I had a
No worries.
thumbitis. I was gonna say, we were talking earlier about the video montage of Millie answering questions in Congress. I posted that link in the nest, so you can see General Milley's hammer time video. It's up there.
Yeah, that needs to be set to an appropriate musical track. Then, John?
Yeah, my last statement about the Olympics in Russia. Actually, we could even de-escalate. We like that word, right? De-escalate the narrative of the word we use, from ban down to disqualify to not qualified. I mean, first you have to qualify to be, to my understanding, disqualified, meaning you show up and then you disqualified. So they haven't even qualified yet. Because one of the qualifications is being a good global citizen, right? In the spirit of the Olympics.
It just doesn't fit, does it? All right. Decoding. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. That sounds like a very promising line of argument about the state aspect, because, I mean, if David didn't qualify as part of the Welsh national team, or even Great Britain, which incidentally excludes Northern Ireland in the nomenclature, but anyway, then why couldn't he nominate himself as a neutral? This is discriminating against David because he doesn't come from a country which is presently engaged in genocide. And so if they're promoting the idea that these poor Russian athletes are being discriminated against, then I think I'm going to nominate myself to do the shot put, or maybe something else. So I think it is a strong argument, because this is the thin end of the wedge. If individuals are allowed to represent themselves as neutrals, then what about 8 billion other individuals? Whereas in fact, it's their status as a neutral coming from a genocidal state that is qualifying them to be a neutral. It makes an ass of the entire construction of this enablement of the Russian state to promote its Z symbol. And that's I'm focusing on the Z symbol promotion. There's no way you can have Russian athletes in any capacity in the Olympics without the Z symbol. It's bad enough having Djokovic and his father hanging around with the Z symbol. But if any of the Russian athletes are there, then we will definitely have a lot more Z symbols than we will have if we don't. And those symbols, and we have the precedent for this with the swastika banned in Germany, for instance, that symbol Z promotes, incites, and directly incites genocide. And so, yeah, I'm focusing on that line of argument. But I think the state thing, if you open it up to individuals to not represent states, then you open it up to everyone. It's changing the whole idea and composition of the Olympics. And also, I like, if that's correct, what my Viking, or not, well, one of my many Viking pals on here just said. I think that was my Finnish colleague, was it? That sounds like also like if there is part of the qualification process or the criteria, good global citizen, or be a proper representative of Olympic values, that sounds like another strong argument as well, because especially for the military, for the security force members, you cannot be part of that. And the Nuremberg principles would apply to this, and unless we want to include in Olympic principles, genociding, enforcing genocidal policies, is representing them is part of the Olympic movement, which I suspect we don't. Out.
Thank you, Decoding. Joanna.
Yeah, I just wanted to underline the fact that Russia itself is not respecting human rights, and I'm reading from, the Declaration of Human Rights, where it's stated that all people are equal in dignity and rights. And let's remember what Russians are saying about Ukrainians. Also, the right of to be free, the right to life, liberty, and security. What Russians are doing in Ukraine right now, I think it's breaking these rights. Also, no one shall be subjected to torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. And it continues like this. So Russia itself is not respecting human rights. And the last point, I think a campaign with the sponsors of Olympic Games should be good, because if there is no money, maybe somebody will change its mind. And I think Alliance has, in the mission or purpose or whatever, has a saying, we strive to do the right thing. And I think it's time to do the right thing. Put pressure on the Olympic Committee and not associate themselves with a committee that allows Russia to participate in the Olympics.
Maybe that's the way to do it. Yeah, Ioana, I have a request from a loyal listener asking if she'd love to have the info that you've dropped about the Olympics earlier, and if you want to put it during the course of the day in a little thread or some such, that might get particularly widely shared and be of use to have arguments at hand by the fell armies of NAFO. So if you have a couple minutes, maybe that'd be great.
Okay, I'll try to do a thread.
Thank you, Anna. Send it to me when you have it, or tag me, and I'll push it onward and upward and throughout. Lennart, how are you doing?
I'm quite good. A bit busy from time to time, so all good. I think regarding this Olympics, basically, if Olympics just care about money, then don't argue with the Olympic Committee. Basically expose the people who give them money, expose the sponsors. Make it clear and make absolutely clear for the sponsors that they lose money on like being together with the Olympic Committee and the atrocities they allow Russia to perform while their athletes are basically making money for the Olympic Committee and the sponsor. So basically go after the money. Don't argue with idiots, just go after the money.
Yeah, Coca-Cola, Allianz, Deloitte. There's a few really big international sponsors who might not be too happy with people not wanting to talk to them much anymore.
And I would love to see some kind of table summary or a mind map where the money is coming from, so it's easier to basically know who to go after and who to basically expose when you talk to people.
Wait, somebody sent me something yesterday, but I forgot who it was, with a list of with the list of sponsors. And now I can't find it anymore because, of course, I closed it and forgot I got it from the first place. But it had a nice breakdown of sponsorship for the Olympics, and it had the big global sponsors, and then the other big ones, and then the lesser ones, which were mostly French local companies. So probably less meaningful, less important. Decathlon, I remember. Of course, Leroy Merlin, their owners, if I remember correctly, are now finally leaving Russia, seemingly, maybe, perhaps, after a year. But we'll see. Leonard, I need to ask you, how's the flow of cars going?
It's going good. One leaving in 2 days' time, another one in next Thursday. So moving on. Hence the reason why I sometimes don't have too much time here, but I also have work and stuff. So all good, all good.
I'm all for you not having time because you need to shuffle cars over to Ukrainian defenders. That's perfectly fine by me.
And to be honest, absolutely honest, if I have more budget, I can send more cars. I have more capacity, so it's basically a budget question. Because if you're at the place where you see 2 cars and but you'd only have budget for 1, it takes virtually the same amount of time to arrange 2 cars instead of 1. So I can do more.
There we go. If you want cars in the hands of those who use them to get up to the front of the front lines, talk to Lena. He'll tell you how to do all of this. What I want to say is, go for it.
Sorry, yeah, and we do both cars to the military, but also when like private soldiers want cars, basically arranging that too. So all kinds goes over, but the more the merrier.
Absolutely. So we have then don't send me the wrong list. We have a list of some of these. So Coca-Cola, Airbnb, Alibaba, Atos IT Services, Bridgestone Tires, Intel, Omega Watches, Panasonic, Procter & Gamble, Samsung, Toyota, Visa Cards. Those are among the really top ones. Allianz Insurance as well. So that's really where the big ones are. Yeah, that gives you an idea. Deloitte is one of the bigger ones as well. Peter.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to say I agree entirely with the previous speaker. I think the IOC are basically corrupt, and all they and the sponsors care about is the bottom line. It's all about the money. As to banning Russian athletes from the Olympics, I think Russia is not really a true competitor. Russia employs its athletes by the state. They're an arm of the state and an arm of propaganda, and they're not, true sportsmen in that my sense of the word. I also think that Russia is a state that is notorious for corruption and for cheating. They've been caught doping their athletes with state approval numerous times. And I think that we're playing into Russia's hands by actually having this argument about the rights of the Russian athletes. It's the same thing as they do with whataboutism. They get us arguing about something to distract us from the true need, which is they should just be banned. Russia is a terrorist state. These people are employed by that terrorist state, and we're letting them compete in a national event which they will use to justify their entire regime. So, as I say, I really think that we should stop discussing, the rights of the Russian athletes and, it's not fair, and just tell them, no, your state is not fit to be in the company of civilized countries, and you shouldn't be allowed in. And if the IOC aren't willing to do that, all the countries and their federations of sports should refuse to compete. Maybe set up a separate organization and compete elsewhere. But that's my benefit. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
I like it. Thank you, Peter. Sometimes this is the simplest thing to do. All right. Now we don't have David. Go so far into this. But I have a question. I see Decoding lurking around, and Decoding. There has been an arrest made this morning in Yekaterinburg, in Russia, where a Wall Street Journal reporter. Oh, Fancy Pants, do we have you in first for Zelensky's speech comments? Because I'd love to hear what the response was of that in Austria. President Zelensky today addressed the Austrian Parliament. It is, I think, there's only one EU member state to go, which is Hungary, that he hasn't addressed yet. Is that right, Fancy Pants?
You're right, Doman. I think Austria was kind of like second to last, which puts us in the right place in the European Union.
So how was the speech received? Was there any public responses to it? Generally, I saw somebody walked out before the speech even started.
Yeah. So I was even considering crashing this pro-Russian demo they made in front of the parliament, but because I was busy hacking some online polls yesterday, I went to bed too late and I couldn't be bothered to crash this protest, which was anyways a tiny crowd of I don't know, 50, 60-year-olds or people that anyway have the senile bed flight, and therefore went waving a Russian and one Austrian flag in front of the parliament, with a bunch of other people who joined them. Typical crowd that usually you see on anti-vaxxer protests. Very odd crowd. They were protesting, and they were faced by a few counter-protesters with Ukrainian flag as well. This was reflected in most of the newspapers. So the Heute newspaper, for instance, shared pictures from both sides, which I found good and fair, at least. So much for the initial reception outside. How was it received generally? So FPÖ, Austrian right-wing radical descendants of the Nazis party, they left the parliament as a closed group, leaving some tiny carton protest cards on their table. I didn't bother to read what they wrote because, yeah, why? And the thing that was more interesting, to be honest, was that the Austrian Socialist Party, SPÖ, was only present with, I think, a third of their delegates to the parliament. And also Pamela Rendi-Wagner, where I just launched a nice meme together with NAFO Austria. Pamela runs for Wagner. She also was not present. She excused herself with a cold. Among others who were, so like she was the only one, together with a second one, who were excused based on some cold or some letter by their parents why they excused. But the big part that actually abstained from listening to the speech, they apparently are all some one way or the other as well pro-Russian. And we have in NAFO Austria, we have two fellas who are actually tweeting about SPÖ's ties to Russia. On one side, on one hand, Sigri, she made a nice post. I will share it with you, Doman, where she outlined who is in bed with Russia from the SPÖ. And also, Dietmar Pichler always makes some nice posts on exactly that topic, protesting the closeness of SPÖ to Russia. I will share both their posts with you, Doman, and I think it's interesting to explore if you're interested in Austrian politics. But I was happy that the former party of choice of mine, which I voted for in the past, which I'm certainly not going to vote for in the future, but at least they were all present and condemning this form of protest. So Lopatka, who I'm sorry, I'm not too deep into the individual roles. He has some important roles for ÖVP. He condemned FPÖ leaving. I'm not sure if he addressed SPÖ. I think he didn't explicitly mention them, but he condemned those leaving and stated the obvious, right? That Russia did a criminal invasion, and to not stand against it and to actually show protest is something despicable. Yeah, that's that. Afterwards, there was some discussion in Austrian state TV, ORF, where again we could see the influence of Vatnik journalist Verschütz on ORF, where they discussed, but where does the war end and where does the help for Ukraine end, right? And they mentioned something which had me again vomiting in for an hour or so, where they said, but Crimea, Zelensky wants to take back Crimea, and that's gonna be a problem for Putin, though. He's certainly not gonna accept that, and there needs to be some end for supporting this. Weird discussion on Austrian state TV. So summing it up, I think we have fair share of tankies / Vatniks in Austria, and SPÖ and FPÖ are apparently catering to those lost souls.
Yeah, FPÖ were always, where they were. I didn't have any hope there, but certainly disappointed in the SPÖ. The 2/3 of them didn't show up. Other minor parties, I presume NEOS was there in full.
NEOS, Volkspartei, ÖVP, as well as the Green Party were there in full and greatly supporting Zelensky's speech and applauding it. Yeah,
And the discussion on ÖRF afterwards, what was it about Crimea? Was it just as a matter of practicality, this can't happen, or
No,
where
no,
was it going?
It was on the extent of Western support for Ukraine, where one has to always add that it's anyway ridiculous that in Austria this is being discussed because Austria so far has done jack shit in terms of military support for Ukraine. So it's kind of embarrassing to be discussing on our state TV how far Western military help for Ukraine can go. And that was exactly the nature of discussion. They were discussing, so how far shall this help go? We are this, and one thing, I need to go back in this TV and listen to it again, because one thing which they also mentioned, now there's discussions about sending depleted uraniums. Things are further escalatory, in some escalatory spiral, and then Ukraine also wants to get back Crimea. Isn't that going already then too far? Where's the stop, right? That was the nature of discussion. That Western military help is escalatory, mentioning depleted uranium as an example, and then saying Zelensky wants military support actually to also free Crimea, and them in the ORF basically seeing it as isn't that even Russian territory, basically, right? So yeah, that was the nature of discussion, nature of argument being had.
So Vyshnikovsky, why did they consider it even possibly Russian territory? Have they not heard of, I don't know, a map?
I think they've been drinking too much Russian vodka, like Christian Werschütz, who is a very influential journalist, influential but also disputed journalist within ORF, who since ever and always has supported pro-Russian argument. He doesn't go as far as saying Putin is right with his invasion. That in Austria almost no one dares. But he follows the soft Russian propaganda, right? By in the past shining light on the Russian Donbas lies, right? And that train of thought, that train of propaganda, has its soft influence in Austrian state TV.
Soft or maybe actually quite hard. Thank you, Fancy Pants. I'm glad Zelensky finally, got to address the Austrian parliament. At the very least, for the parliamentarians to be forced to reveal their true colors.
100%, and I think the SPÖ has opened themselves up quite a lot today. That was quite revealing, and I think they didn't do it as united before, and it certainly triggered some discussion, and it's making people aware now. I think that's an opportunity to shine light on that, and I think partially we can here hope for Neos to take this opportunity and to shine light on the SPÖ as well, because clearly a party who is in Russia's pockets should not be voted for, and we are heading towards an election next year, right? And SPÖ is currently in discussion about its leadership, because Pamela runs for Wagner. She is disputed as a leader because the party performed poorly. So there is a fight for who takes party leadership at the moment. And I think that can be used from both sides. Russia will try to, or Vatniks will try to get that used to their benefit, and I think we can use that to our benefit to force SPÖ into the right proper corner in supporting Ukraine.
The really frustrating and shocking thing, I think, Vyshnikovsky, is that look at the opinion polling in the last election. ÖVP was at nearly 40%, SPÖ was at barely over 20%, and FPÖ was at like 16%, right? Because it was right after the Ibiza affair. Since then, the opinion polls have really changed, and ÖVP is at just over half of what it was at the last election, at just around 20%, and actually FPÖ is leading at about 28% or so on an average of polls recently, with SPÖ about 25, right? So the ones that walked out are actually currently leading in the polls. Is this a reflection of the Austrian electorate, Fancy Pan?
I would say so, yeah. I think while among university educated people, you have, I think, a wider majority that supports Ukraine. Among the workers, certainly pro-Russian narratives are determining the electorate. So that's currently at 30%. I don't know at what percentage SPÖ is. They might be at around 20%.
25.
Not everyone, 25. Not everyone that supports SPÖ is pro-Russian. I think they might be more split, right? I don't even think that half of them supports Russia. I think certainly more would support Ukraine. But yeah, so let's say you take 10% and FPÖ, clearly everyone who is pro-FPÖ can be considered pro-Russian. There's no room for error, no room for support of Ukraine in any of their arguments they're making. So we have about 40%, I would say at least 40% hardcore Vatniks in our electorate. And anyone who I know in the past, some people listened to me and challenged me then in my personal messages saying it's not true, it's not so many, but I'm sure that with 40%, I think I'm quite accurate when I say 40% of the electorate does not support Ukraine, but buys into this neutrality bullshit and interprets neutrality as being neutral in face of genocide in Europe.
Thank you, Fancy Pan. Is there still a desire for Austria, for Vienna especially, to be the place where spies get exchanged on the Schwechat tarmac?
I think that's certainly the role that Austria is still rooting for. Unfortunately, I think someone should take it away from us, right? At least the West should say, screw you, Austria, not gonna happen anymore. We pick a new neutral spot for exchange. But Vienna, yeah, taking a shameful role here.
The reason why I ask is because this morning, Ivan Gershkovich, who's an American citizen, a journalist for the Wall Street Journal, seems to have been arrested in Yekaterinburg in Sverdlovsk Oblast. People know where it is, I guess. And apparently, allegedly, because he was considered a spy for the Americans. Now, that obviously raises the question: why are Western outlets still keeping journalists in Russia, right? But also, he was apparently already brought to Moscow. The Lefortovo courthouse was evacuated about an hour ago, and before a car drove up to it. Presumably, writes Elliot Higgins of Bellingcat, with said Wall Street Journal journalist. Now, what I'm thinking is, he's not a spy, probably. What I'm thinking is, well, the West just arrested someone from Russia, and Russians want them back before they can spill too many secrets. So they've done a nice kidnapping, and they've replenished their stock of people to exchange back to the West. But who is it? Who is it that they want back? Is it perhaps the two alleged Argentines who were picked up in Slovenia a couple months ago? Is it perhaps the GRU officer who's been posing as a researcher first in Canada and more recently Norway, where he also got picked up? Or is it maybe the guy who just got extradited to the US, who wanted to infiltrate the International Criminal Court? I think it's that one. What do you think? And will they get exchanged at Schwechat, the Vienna airport?
Who was the latter one that you mentioned?
There was remember about 9 months ago, there was a guy who wanted to work at the ICC, who pretended to be, I think, a Brazilian, but was actually a Russian, and he wanted to infiltrate the ICC. Well, I think it's probably that one. Ooh, there was I see. There was a GRU. There was a GRU murderer in Germany. Maybe him. They wanted him for Griner, but they couldn't get him. Maybe that's who they want.
There's quite a few that have been arrested, right? Sweden did arrest some. I think there's quite a bunch of spies that have been taken custody. The one thing that we should all be aware of, less us, but I think news outlets, right? Going back to Austria, ORF, whoever still has journalists in Russia, or whoever still has people traveling to Russia, I think it's more and more time to be careful, because we know this kind of behavior from North Korea or other regimes that here and there take some token tourist hostage to exchange them later. And I think now the more Russia gets under pressure, and surely Russia has really taken a deep dive in its standing, in how its economy is going, how its war is going, the more the situation is going down south for them, the more we will see kidnappings and those token exchanges. And I think Russia is not any different anymore from North Korea. It's just a matter of poverty. Once they reach the same poverty level, you will see the same problem with people within Russia that they will have. They will take more prisoners and try to exchange them. You just enumerated quite a lot of prisoners taken, Doman, and I think that will just continue. And I mean, we have a lot of spies that they might want to get back, so there will be a lot of different journalists and tourists taken hostage in Russia, I believe.
Then, John?
Yeah, fully with fancy pants there. Actually, why do we need reporting inside Russia? I mean, all we need reporting on is what they're doing in Ukraine currently. That's the only thing that matters. What they do culturally and so on, who cares? And as we know, there's no opposition, or at least it's really hard to do anything together with them. So you won't get anyone to speak out in any press, Western or domestic. So yeah, just bring them home. All we need to know is happening in Ukraine, and after that, maybe we can have a look at it. Just bring everyone home.
What's the added value of still keeping Western journalists in Russia at this point? I think that's what I don't really get.
Yeah, the only value is for Russia, right? Because they get some propaganda out. Because not all all the Western media is reporting, to their disadvantage. Well, actually, quite few. So it's only Russia getting something out of it.
Exactly. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Good. You actually, I was trying to stick my hand up right before you just said what you just said, which is why do we even have journalists in Russia at this point anymore? I really, it to me, I think that just everybody really needs to get out of Russia. It just after what happened with Brittany Griner, I was kind of shocked that there were still people left there. But of course, journalists being married to one, I'm not surprised that they would want to stay. But there's really no point at this juncture because, quite honestly, this kind of thing is going to continue. Any American citizen is going to be seen as a potential, bargaining tool in Putin's sick sort of game, and for some sort of political pawn or some sort of whatever it is he's trying to do. And is it really worth it at this point? And the answer is no. They can really do the majority of what it is that they're trying to do from a distance. I'm sure that they could still keep their contacts of people that they have. People communicate over, various, things like WhatsApp or whatever nowadays. So I don't, Telegram, whatever. I just don't see why, what the benefit is. There are ways that you can communicate with sources, securely, so that they can protect their sources in Russia, et cetera. It just, to me, the dangers really outweigh the net benefits. The president of Russia does his little speeches. They air online. Transcripts are then posted to his, to his website. I mean, there's no benefit whatsoever. So it's just, to me, it's just mind-boggling that this is even occurring. But here we are. So hopefully this is a wake-up call, and that every other journalist just hightails it out of there immediately. I mean, don't you agree?
100%. I really don't get it. And yesterday we were looking at this really incomprehensible reporting from an NTV journalist from Germany, who came to report from Sevastopol, so got into Russia, crossed across the Kerch Bridge, obviously illegally crossed across the Kerch Bridge as far as we're concerned, into Crimea, did a report from Sevastopol in which he said basically nothing. But why? And that's really incomprehensible to me. But anyone who does something like that, I really don't understand where the risk assessment from the editorial board, from the ownership of the media company is also rather difficult to understand. Fancy pants?
Why does this German journalist still go without worry and to Sevastopol, right? Why does F correspondent, I don't know his name, I don't bother to look it up, still report from Moscow? And what would the risk assessment be? If I was the responsible person for their private security there and risk assessment, I would say the risk is very low. Why? Because they're Russian tools. If you go and report from Sevastopol, you give the Russian occupation credibility. Russia loves that. It's a positive tool for Russia. They would not arrest such a person. And I also think they would not arrest Austrian State TV correspondents in Moscow. Therefore, they're completely safe because generally those news outlets that send these journalists there are pro-Vatnik. That's my assessment.
Exactly, right? They're given assurances, but they're given assurances because Russia knows that it benefits from them. Now, if you're doing something that benefits Russia, otherwise they wouldn't let you do it. Why are you doing that? What is the purpose of that? You know, what is the legitimization for that? That's a step where, you know, of course, those ones are probably not in danger. The ones that are kind of more on the edge, you know, especially from the US, maybe Britain, that's a bigger question, I think. And I really don't understand the utility of that particularly well at all. Right, where else are we? Nick, actually, I don't know if you've heard this because I don't think you were around yesterday when I was going on about this. But have you seen the what's been going on in Bulgaria ahead of the Bulgarian elections on Sunday, with bomb threats being called into schools, and schools are the polling stations in the vast majority of cases. And I reckon this is an attempt by the Russians to depress the turnout on Sunday, in order to have more pro-Kremlinites go vote, but say the normal people in the middle to a lesser degree.
You're gonna have to repeat that because I just spilled coffee on me. I was at Starbucks and I literally they handed it to me and it wasn't closed and I dumped it all over myself.
I will let you tend to that, and we'll circle back to you in a little while. How about that? I think that sounds like a better idea. No, coffee's supposed to go. Yeah, coffee's supposed to go a bit higher up, not. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't close it properly, so my car is covered in coffee, and I'm covered in coffee, and very upset about this.
Yeah, you take care of that.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
See, Fancy, this doesn't happen in Austria, right? Because people don't drink coffee in their cars. It's a place called what is it called? Where do you go to have coffee, Fancy Pet?
Where we go to have coffee in Café Central, probably.
There we go.
Some other old school cafes. No, but I mean, come on. Starbucks has also covered Austria with their stores, and lots of people have coffee to go. We are not as backwards as some would portray us. And some might even beat me with a stick for saying that our old coffee tradition would be backwards, right? So it was just a joke.
It's a pleasant coffee tradition, Fancy Pants. It takes a little bit more time, no? but it's I'd say a much better option.
100%, and I can just recommend it. Our cafes are nice, except for the service at times, but that is also improving due to the old Austrians dying out and Austria becoming more multicultural and mixed with Europe. So even the service is improving thanks to Austria having opened to EU and many Europeans coming here to work and the other way around, right? So it's improving, and coffee, old cafes in Austria are really nice to hang out. and all our Ukrainian friends who come over enjoy this coffee tradition. Yeah, that's one positive part of Austria, right? Let's not only focus on Pamela runs for Wagner and FPÖ.
No, that is that's not good. That is really not good. That they're structured in much the same way. But I'll say at least there's fancy pants. You know, when Hungary a week ago said, you know, we wouldn't extradite Putin if he came to Hungary. At least Austria said that they would if he went to Hungary. So if he went to Austria, and you know, I'm thinking, you know, Putin must be really terrified now. No more attending weddings in Südsteiermark.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. I mean, I think it's good that Austria has still some form of I don't know, adherence to international law. We have some politicians who are doing a great job. So certainly something that FPÖ and Pamela runs for Wagner in Austria would like to have for Austria, that we become more like Hungary, is currently not the case. So at least until 2024, we are safe, and Austria is not a safe place for Putin or his co-conspirator in deporting children. What's her name?
Maria Lvova-Belova.
Fantastic name.
Yeah, it's one thing there. Mockers?
I was just going to bring you something that is also not very pleasant. Would you like to hear what's happening when Wagner are going back home?
Sorry, well, who's going back home?
These Wagner prisoner type people.
Wait, who?
Wanger, sorry. Did I say it wrong? The Wanger
Yes,
people.
there we go. Now we have the pronunciation.
Right, sorry. Yeah, so a bit of a scandal, apparently. This guy, he's called Ivan, believe it or not. Sorry, so many. So he is a Wanger fighter, and he's a convicted murderer. So what happened was he was given leave from the front because, you know, the rotation of troops and all that. So he was given leave and he returned to his hometown of Novi Brits, and apparently didn't make himself very sort of popular with the locals. So once he arrived, he started by vandalizing property and threatening to kill everyone in the town. So at least he's an equal opportunities murderer. And then he was apparently detained by the police, but they picked him up, decided against it, and decided to unarrest him for 24 hours and then rearrest him 24 hours later. However, they had a good reason to rearrest him 24 hours later, because in that time that he was released, he allegedly stabbed and beat a lady to death. So now he's been arrested on suspicion of murder. He admitted it. And the locals are absolutely outraged, as you can imagine. So he was allowed out of prison, served on the front, returned home, and immediately began committing horrendous crimes. And the fact that the police didn't arrest him sooner, or at least talk to him and then let him go, the first time and allowed him to go out and murder somebody, well, that just goes to show, doesn't it, that yeah, this is probably why Prigozhin has fallen out of favor, because these people were supposed to die, weren't they?
No, exactly. I think that's exactly what, right? You said 5,000. The report was 5,000 of the 40,000 survived the 6 months. Well, that's yeah. I mean that's just unconscionable, isn't it? The plan, the Russian government thought is yes, excellent. We're gonna give him 40,000. Maybe 2 will come back. Maybe 1, maybe none, probably none. But then 5,000 showed up. Goodness, that's not right. They're clearly not sufficiently efficient at doing this, so therefore they shouldn't be allowed to get any more. No, they're not killing them off well enough. But I really think that must be part of it, Marco.
Yeah, one thing about this guy though was he was apparently just on leave, so it was just his normal rotation off the front. Now, if they're on leave, I mean, soldiers are technically able to go, relax and recuperate. But in the case of these prisoners, they didn't really plan this out, did they? Because they didn't expect any of them to get to the point where they would acquire leave, I think. And this marching them in with a gun at their backs was supposed to wipe them out.
So before I go to Nick, our dear Daniel from Romania tells me that now there's a new initiative apparently, whereby when somebody gets convicted of a crime in Russia, they'll just be sent straight to Ukraine instead of being sent to prison at all. So instead of trying to decrease the population of prisoners in prison, you just shove those who are on their way to prison. Instead of sending them to prison, you send them to the front.
I've heard this myself, yes, and apparently it's quite the scheme in some areas where literally they say we can take you before the judge and you can get 10 years, or you can sign this paper to volunteer for the army. And apparently a lot of people are quite convinced to sign that paper.
That's lovely, isn't it? Nick, what do you think? How's the coffee cleaning going?
Well, for now it's contained, I guess I should say, and they were kind enough to make me another coffee. I'm still in my pajamas because I had to drop off my daughter. I know that's uncouth, but I normally just drop her off and then go home and change. But this morning I decided I wanted some coffee, so I did that. But anyway, I digress. I normally don't do that. But anyway, and of course, that's where I got screwed. So I couldn't go in and get napkins myself. I went through the drive-thru, got napkins. They made me another coffee. That was very nice. But anyway, what I was thinking about all of this was that, they really had to. Here's the thing. I don't think they really thought about that all of them would die. I don't think they really thought it through, period. I think that they were just thinking about the immediate need for soldiers, and, perhaps somewhere in there they were thinking, oh, well, some of them might live or whatever. But I don't think that they really thought of any sort of exact number.
Are you saying, Nick, that Russians forget to plan ahead?
Right. No, exactly. That's my exact point. They don't think through to the logical conclusion like the rest of us, and game plan the whole thing out, like a game theory. If I do this, then this could happen, or this could, like the whole series of events of, your choice of actions. If I take this action, then this could happen, or this could happen. And then if I do this and that, you know what I mean? Like, no, they don't really do that. For a lot of situations, or most many, really.
Yeah.
And
oh, sorry. Carry on.
No.
I was just...
Yeah, and so it's like I don't think that they really thought it through. number one, if we're going to be completely honest. I mean, I think saying that they did, I think, is really giving them too much credit, to be quite honest. And number two, right? But of course, this is exactly what would happen. You know, I mean, not only are these people just base criminals, right? Add to it the horrors of what is going on at the front, that everybody knows what is happening. We are hearing from, you know, like Dimitri's War Translated and other various things, and you know, you hear these recordings and whatnot, and from the Russian soldiers, and you know that what they are seeing and experiencing is really horrible. We see the videos of them complaining about conditions, etc. But also the ferociousness of the Ukrainian attacks, and how you know, they are just basically being sent in like meat and all of that, and what that is like for them. That is going to do a number on the most sane, the most stable person, let alone add all of that, the horrors that give them any sympathy, because that's definitely not what I'm trying to do here. I'm just talking about the science of the mind, right? Okay, and then add all of that to the fact that these people are base criminals, murderers, rapists, thieves, you know, violent thugs, whatever it is that they are. Okay, and then add that to it. And of course, not only are they going to potentially continue or revert back to that behavior, even with the best of their intentions, if they maybe didn't want to. You know, Russia doesn't really have mental health facilities or any of this kind of stuff. And Lord knows they probably are going to go seek any, if there was, immediately or anytime soon. And that kind of stuff can get triggered very easily. So of course the stuff is gonna, you know, come right out. You know, I mean, it's just like, duh, you know. And here we are. Look, you are, you know, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions, Russia, right? Of course, this is exactly what's going to happen. And we should expect to see more of it. And so should the Russian people. So, you know, and oh gosh, I don't feel sorry for anyone about this, not even the Russian people. You know, this is, hey, he's your dude, Putin, this is your war. You don't like any of the stuff that's going on, and you don't want to be murdered by these Wagnerites coming home. Maybe you should, I don't know, do a coup and do something about it, you know, get the heck out of Russia, do whatever. I don't know, just do something about this stuff. That's my attitude.
Margaret?
Yeah, I was just going to say that they plan so far ahead with their espionage and their soft power. And all of this stuff is sort of planned out to the nth degree. But when it comes to their military, they've relied on it just being there, I think, for so long. And there's been so much grift gone on in the military that, you know, everybody's told lies about, oh yeah, we're fully prepared, everything's fine, yeah, we're going to plan, it's great. And then, of course, then they've come across the major issue that it is absolutely not great. And yet they're still forging ahead like they're nuts.
It's been this way since imperial days. I mean, one of the most famous examples of this, going back to imperial days, is the Russo-Japanese War. You know, that was one of the first real ones where the world was shocked to realize how shambolic, you know, Russia's military, particularly their navy, actually was, because everybody thought the Russian Navy was, you know, amazing and blah, 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 and all of this, right? And they ended up finding out, nope, that's not really true. It ended up being a shocker for everybody. And the thing is they've always just sort of skated along on their reputation. And what that war exposed again was more corruption, more issues of that principal agent problem that you're kind of alluding to there, Mockers, where everybody's like, oh yeah, everything's fine, but then there's corruption and people hiding institutional and bureaucratic rot that is really hiding problems related to ship effectiveness or ship readiness and not having enough or, what have you, right? Soldier or sailor, I should say, readiness, all of that kind of stuff, right? And so when it's needed, it doesn't work, because they lie and they cheat and everything. And it just is, it's always been that way since basically time immemorial. So it's just, just more of the same. When it has worked, it's, been relatively, I would say, rare. There have been instances where the Russian military has been okay and competent, usually in units or, battalions or whatever in small instances. But overall, it's largely been ineffective, and it's been riding on these other victories that it's gotten. But overall, there's just so much rot that goes back so far, and it just continues, and they don't learn from history. I just really think that this war, and I think I've said this before, that Putin is taking a Stalinist approach to how he's trying to win this war. I mean, everything about it he's modeled after World War II in so many ways. The propaganda and we're going to defeat Nazism and all of this kind of stuff. And he's doing again what Stalin did, and he's trying to win through a war of attrition, that he's convinced that if he just sends enough bodies, that's going to make it work. And it's just not going to work in this instance.
I'll step one little bit below Nick and beyond Nick and say, you know what? If it's true that they're sending an IS-3 tank, then he will literally be sending World War II tanks named after Stalin, right? IS stands for Joseph Stalin. Into the battle. Now, isn't that some symbolism?
Yes. That'd be pretty hilarious. And they've been on and off have been talking about renaming
Stalingrad.
Right.
So until now, they had a permit for, I think, 12 days a year or something for Volgograd to be renamed to Stalingrad, various anniversaries of stuff. And now there's another push to do it permanently because, he's just such a great guy. I mean, just such a great guy. He deserves it, really. I mean, they deserve each other in a way.
Right. I mean, Putin is basically like a little Stalin. Maybe we should call him that. Call him like little Stalin. I think that would kind of piss him off. You know what I mean? Because the little thing, but you know what I mean? Like because he wouldn't be like another Stalin.
Have you seen him next to Vučić?
Next to who?
Vučić, the president of Serbia, who's about a foot and change taller. Yeah, he doesn't like those meetings.
No, it's so funny. I love that. That's brilliant. So calling him like little Stalin, I think would be super hilarious. Maybe we should get like a hashtag going or something. He hates stuff like that. So I think that would be really fabulous. But anyway, yeah. So he is though. He's kind of acting like a little Stalin in everything that he's doing and his approach to everything. And so it makes sense. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was something that they would actually do in this instance. So anyway.
Yeah, and Stalin was actually, I think Stalin was even a touch shorter. Ming, jump in.
Thanks, Devin. No, I think, Dr. Nick, I think it goes back further, the rot that you were talking about. You see it, for instance, in Tolstoy's Sevastopol sketches, where he talks about corruption in the army. You see it you see it in Gogol, although in Gogol, obviously, there's a level of absurdity. So you see it in the nose, the overcoat, in Dead Souls, in the government inspector. Lermontov, you see it a bit in, Hero of Our Time. But I was going to just comment on Mokka's story. I think I absolutely love it, the story about the Wagner guy who goes on leave, the convicted murderer. There he is, Putin, with the vaunted champion of conservatism in Europe, campaign slogan, Vladimir Putin, tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. And it's just an absolute fake shambles. It's so amusing.
Oh, Ming, I was only saying that the 1905 incident was, or about that time, the Russo-Japanese War.
No, you're absolutely right, and of course
was
it was
one of the most famous incidents. But you're right, like there's tons of incidences of it in literature, that you could point to that talk about that sort of like institutional rot at the individual level, but at the level of like war, that's where you can like really see it, where people talk about it, from a historical perspective, that people were kind of really shocked. Another one, Alexander II. Why am I forgetting the name of the war?
Russo-Ottoman?
Huh? Yeah. Thank you. They got slaughtered in that one too. So that was another one that was kind of a shocker for people as well. But people had imagined that they still at least had a strong navy, that their navy was still among, if not the top in the world. And that, put a stop to all of that talk. So, the Russo-Ottoman one sort of cut the knees out from underneath the idea that the Russian army was formidable, but the Navy was still thought to be potentially very, very good. But the Russo-Japanese War just sort of killed that idea completely. But you're right, there you can point to so many examples in Russian literature where they talk about that sort of individual level, what it looked like to, soldier or officers. I'm sorry, I've got the hiccups. So yeah, there's just the rot was just really systemic.
Ioana?
Yes, the conversation reminded me of an article that I read on Kommersant 2 days ago, and I think it deserves some attention. Kommersant is sometimes unusual because they are commenting on different things, and sometimes they are unusually correct. For example, they published an article on depleted uranium that was not only correct, but really dismantling some of the arguments of the propaganda. But it's not what I wanted to talk about. This article is about a poll. All Russian Center for Study of Public Opinion conducted a somewhat unusual study The Russian people were asked, in the presence of a time machine, in which century would you like to be? The majority of those surveyed would prefer to visit the 20th century. Only 4% of them expressed the desire to go to the Soviet era, but the most popular answer was the 20th century. 60% of the respondents want to move to the 19th century, 12% to the 18th century, 6% to earlier historical periods, and some of them find it very difficult to choose an era or did not answer. Only 3% of the respondents want to go into the future. And the comment of Kommersant is, this is not surprising. The unknown is always scary, and suddenly the future doesn't exist in principle. And they were asked also what prominent people from the past would they like to talk. And they say, the Kommersant says that the answers are upsetting. 70% of the respondents choose Peter I, 15% Stalin. The youth showed some interest in Lenin. And now I will read the comment of the writer. Why was the outcome disappointing? Because it would seem there were so many interesting people in Russian history, but the output is still Lenin, Stalin, and Peter I. Secondly, one does not need to be a great connoisseur to understand that the 20th century was perhaps the most difficult in national history. However, this is no time to grieve, let alone doubt the erudition of Russian citizens. And yeah, that's the article. What do you think about it?
Go ahead, Domin.
Oh, I was waiting for you to jump in. Well, all I'll say,
okay.
I'll be very brief, and I'll say, it's funny how they want to go to the 20th century, but not the Soviet era, and not the 1990s, and not the First World War, and probably not the time between the February Revolution and the October Revolution. So, what part of the 20th century still left them? I don't think the ones who answered the 20th century thought this through very well. But other than that, I'll say that you want to have the same opinion of Kommersant. It seems like a lot of stuff in Kommersant just avoids the censors because it has too many numbers and it's too complicated. Nick, take it over.
You basically kind of summed up a lot of what I was thinking too. Like, so exactly when do they want to go? And then like, is there like, I have to really sit down with it and think, is there like some sort of sliver, like maybe a 1 year period where they're all trying to like jump into or something? I don't know. Are they all trying to jump into the year 2000, like when things were still like maybe kind of like, well, I don't even know. Like I mean, the war in Chechnya just happened. I don't even think then either, because it had just kicked off and a bunch of Russians were going all splody in their apartments. And, well, that had happened in 1999, I guess. But still, I mean, I just can't, I was there in 2000 too. So I don't know. Like, I can't imagine like what it is that they're talking about. And I totally agree with what you just said about Kommersant. Like, they're really interesting paper. They have lots of these little interesting, bobs and ends, like these little surveys that Ioana just highlighted that are kind of interesting and kind of telling in a way, right? That give you these sort of interesting little snapshots into how Russians are feeling, which is kind of interesting. And like you said, it's like when do they want to be there? But I agree too. Like, who do they want to talk to? That is kind of problematic. I wonder, was the question open ended? Was it a Likert scale? Like, that's kind of what I'm curious about. I'm assuming that it was an open ended question. But the fact, I'm kind of wondering if, I don't know, like who, I'm trying to imagine though, like why the youth would choose Lenin. At least they didn't want Stalin, I guess. They didn't pick him. At least they have a recognition that, I guess on a sliding scale, that he is worse-ish than Lenin.
No, they picked.
Curious.
They picked Stalin. Is on second place.
Oh, he was in second place. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Is second place by what percentage? Like what were the percentages breakdowns of Stalin versus Lenin and all of that for the youth?
70% Peter I and 15% Stalin, and some showed interest in Lenin, and that's about it. Just a moment
so
to see.
So the youth picked Peter I first.
I think you're talking
Yes.
about class teacher. You want out of everyone, or just the young people?
Everyone. They just mentioned that the youth showed interest in Lenin.
Okay, well then that's what I'm saying. Okay, so that's what I was going at. Okay, so if the youth picked Lenin, that was the person that they picked the most. Like, so go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, I omitted to read the conclusion because I didn't want to be too long, but I think it's interesting, and I will cite. The conclusion is that if you like the past so much, then you will get it. Do you want to talk with Peter I, with Stalin? It's relatively simple to find an analog in the current difficult time. And we do not need any future. We remain in the past because we like it. There is one more phrase. But you can't bring back the past. It's useless, no matter how hard you try. It's better to start building the future, and preferably bright, without using methods from the past.
Right, and so the other thing that I was going to mention, and that's a perfect analogy. That the reason I think Russians, and we'd have to look about, because they've asked these kinds of questions before at Kommersant. I remember seeing them before, and it would be interesting, it'd be kind of interesting to see a sort of aggregate of those questions at Kommersant over a time period. Just, I don't know, I wonder what you could sort of get out of it. And their projection, like what percentage of people imagine a future, because Russians have always, though, from my remembrance of those types of questions, have always kind of imagined, like, had some difficulty going into the future. But what percentage had a difficulty time going into the future? I remember you said it was small.
3%.
What percent? 3?
3.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember it being that small before. That makes sense, especially, I mean, Russians are always fatalistic, right? They imagine that, they really aren't masters of their fate. That whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And, politicians have one life, they have another. And, they just kind of imagine that they're just kind of going through the world, and, you know what I mean? Like, it's very fatalistic, very sort of dark, bleak, hopeless, kind of like a Russian novel. And so that's not entirely surprising, but especially in context of the current war and the current situation, I can imagine that number would be very low. So I would say that, but at the same time, I would say that I agree with what Kommersant's assessment is that the further you go into the past, you're just reliving it. And I think that that's one of the problems with, like, Ruski Mir and this whole mindset and the way that Putin is fighting this war and recasting Russian greatness by going back into the past and, creating this new myth for Russia by rooting it in the past. So, but it fits what he wants. This idea of him being some great leader of the past fits in with his idea of his being a sort of quasi czar or a quasi, Soviet leader or whatever. That's
Very good.
the head of this capitalist, kleptocratic state. Anyway.
Back to the Future it is. Ming.
Thanks, David. So just on the topic of Coruscant, I find Coruscant interesting too. And I'm wondering to what extent that might be to do with the fact that it's owned by Elisha Osmanov. Now, he's kind of interesting himself. He's, in some senses, traditional Russian oligarch. I think he's actually of Uzbek origin. Because a couple of years ago, I watched a recent Russian film called Dear Comrades, about a brutal Soviet massacre to put down a strike in a city called, I think, Novocherkassk in Siberia, somewhere like that, in 1962. And it was an extremely traditional anti-Soviet film. And it was released in 2020 with Elisha Usmanov as executive producer, funded by the Ministry of Culture, all the rest of it. So, had everything, all the official stamp of approval on it. And I was slightly confused looking at this because I was sort of thinking, well, it's spectacles, but this was very much of the Soviet system. And it was just fascinating to me that Usmanov, his name should be attached to it, as it is obviously to Kommersant too, because he, for instance, spent time in a Soviet prison, I think, prior to it back in the 80s. He's got no reason to love the Soviet Union, unlike necessarily say Putin. It's just that somehow he gets a pass, and I'm not sure why. I know he does stuff like he goes and buys Fabergé eggs at auction and donates them to the state and things like that. But I'm sure that's not enough to be able to get the pass that he gets.
That's probably about it, isn't it? I also think that there's the other part to me that, look on the Soviet past with rose-tinted glasses, sure, but not necessarily all of it. No. Which bit of the Soviet past do they really care about? 1941 to 1945, and then Sputnik, Gagarin. That's about it, really, isn't it? That's the only Soviet past they really care for. The rest of it is pretty optional.
But that's right, Dermot. But so then you make films about those things, right? You don't make films about terrible moments in the Soviet past, as this film is.
No, that's true. I agree with that. I'm just saying, they just don't care that much with those bits being presented as not that good, because there's some nice social realism to be had, nevertheless, and some nice Bildungsroman type moments. There's space for it. Dostoevsky was no positive exactly either. They quite like these very dark and torturous things on top of it. As long as you show the Great Patriotic War, starting in 1941 and in 1945, that's exactly what it was. There was nothing else going on at the same time in the world, definitely not. As long as you show that in the right light, it's probably all right. It's you can there's some flexibility with the rest of it. And I think maybe this is one of the kind of successes of their domestic propaganda now compared to the Soviet times. In the Soviet times, it was too total. It was too about everything. Now they're kind of focusing on the important bits. And also, instead of providing one correct answer for everything, that's hard to remember. There's a multitude of correct answers for everything, as long as they all drive in the correct general direction, right? As long as they're driving the correct general direction of supporting the genocide of Ukrainians, they're quite okay with it. But it doesn't really matter who you blame. Do you blame the Anglo-Saxons? Do you blame the Ukrainians? with their, quote unquote, as they like to say, neo-Nazi Jewish president, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. They're okay with both solutions. And you can blame either or you can blame the Germans, or you can say, well, whatever it is, the next thing we do is we're going on to Warsaw and we're going to nuke London. It doesn't really matter what your solution is, as long as it's in the general realm, right? And the same kind of goes for this. No, maybe it wasn't the most optimal thing, but it certainly wasn't that disruptive. When did this thing in Lower Cherkassk happen, Mink?
1962.
Yeah, nobody cares about 1962, unless it's about the space race. It's completely, by the by. Simplify. I think that's maybe the way maybe that's why they're successful, right? Maybe that's why they're successful, because they're simplified. Yeah, let's go to Shaggy. I'm gonna ask Shaggy if he's reviewed the Papa Air Base basing of the NATO Strategic Airlift Wing documentation yet.
No, I haven't yet. I'm still working. I'm on my overtime rate, so that's all good. I'm being paid. So regarding this Wanga guy who was allegedly murdered a babushka in Russia whilst on leave, maybe he's the smartest Wanga guy there is, really, because he's murdered a babushka. He's on leave. I don't know how long leave normally is in the Russian in Wanga, maybe a week or so. But now he's going to have to stand trial, probably. So that's going to give him a bit more leave from being on the front line. And then, from what I heard before, he's going to have the option to either go to jail or volunteer for the army. So he could just have thought, you know what, I fancy a bit more time away from the front line, go and kill someone, get a bit of time off, and then just go back to where I was supposed to be going anyway, the front line. And then maybe when he gets leave again, he'll just rinse and repeat. Sounds smart if you're a Wanga guy. What do you reckon?
I think you're right, Shaggy. I think he's maybe kind of clever. Also, very Dostoevsky, all of this, isn't it? Very Dostoevsky. Nick?
I'm here. Okay, sorry. So what I was going to mention that kind of back to what Ming was talking about a minute ago, that Commerçant actually, I used to read it, well, I still read it, but what I mean to say is that when Berezovsky used to own it, I read it too, and Commerçant has always been quirky, kind of like that. That's kind of one of its trademarks, is that it, especially when it was owned by Berezovsky, because they didn't have the censor problem that they do now. It was, fiercely independent, known for high quality journalism, etc. And it also had these little quirky bobs and ends in it throughout. And so that was always sort of one of its hallmarks. So I think that they are trying to carry that forward and do so still in a creative way to get around the censors. In 2019, the censors cracked down again because I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. It was like they had ordered sort of the firing of these two reporters who were working on this story related to, I think it was the Duma or something, because they said that a certain deputy or the speaker of the council or something was going to resign or something, but they said this was according to unnamed sources, and these new laws made that illegal or something. And so the censors came in and basically cleaned house. And the it led to the entire political staff quitting at Commerçant, sort of in protest, and it was a sort of big deal. But anyway, you know, and it kind of led to sort of like this new, I don't know, this sort of new era at the paper. They had to, you know, really try to be more creative to get around these sort of censors. But you're right, Ming. It's like what is it about this guy that Putin allows him to kind of operate in this way to, you know, where he kind of gets this sort of free pass. I wonder if it's because the existence of Commerçant gives, because I always go back to this, and, you know, people that have heard me talk on this space a lot of, you know, this is going to sound familiar, but Putin is a legitimacy-seeking authoritarian, and lots of people in Russia like Commerçant. And so I wonder if the existence of Commerçant still would provide Putin some air of legitimacy, if that makes sense, and allowing it to operate in some way that's quasi-controlled provides him the ability to point to, say, Commerçant and say, you know, see, we have some media that is somewhat legitimate, or, you know what I mean? He wouldn't say somewhat legitimate. He would say it's legitimate, you know?
Yeah. So it basically occupies a role recently evacuated by Novaya Gazeta and
right.
Echo Moskvi.
Exactly, because because they completely had to, you know, because Novaya Gazeta, as you know, they and Echo Moskvi were just sort of like, you know, as Novaya Gazeta was the paper, and Echo Moskvi, you know, the radio version, right? And Novaya Gazeta pretty much had to go just online or whatever, and Echo Moskvi was just on the radio, obviously, and then it just ended up having to completely shut her down. So that is all they have left that they can kind of point to. But like I said, in 2019, when they did that, you know, sort of clamp down, it became harder for them to do what they were doing before. But they are still trying to work around the censors, I guess it seems. But you know, but it does occupy that space to give Putin that, you know, sort of veneer of legitimacy in the media space. That's my answer to that. That's the only thing I can come up with.
It's a way to inspire normalcy, right? A sense of normalcy. It is this boring, weird thing. It writes all sorts of stuff. It doesn't sound like outright propaganda. It inspires a sense of normalcy, just like for the upper middle classes, travels to, you know, Tuscany and Paris inspires a sense of normalcy. So that's why we cared about visa restrictions. Just like, say, elections, you know, just having them inspires a sense of normalcy. It doesn't matter what ends up of them anyway. Everybody knows what's going to happen, but it's about inspiring a sense of normalcy, and that sense of normalcy is worth far too much to them, and that's why they cling onto it.
Right, and it is because I think Putin feels like he can control this guy because he's part of Putin's circle in a way, whereas he couldn't control, you know, Novaya Gazeta and Echo Moskvi. So they had to go. So that's why I think, you know, Commerçant is allowed to exist. And so, yeah, anyway.
Ivana.
Yes, it's a little change on subject, but I take advantage of Ming being here because he has great insights into the aviation. industry. It's still an article that I found on Commerzant. The head of the Federal Air Transport Agency said that Russia may resume direct flights with a number of countries, including Myanmar, South Africa, Vietnam, Mongolia, Saudi Arabia, and so on. They say that in the future, for the current year, the opening of air links with Myanmar and the resumption of flights to other destinations are being worked out. Russian airlines are considering the possibility to launch flights to the countries of African continent, Ethiopia, South Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, and others. What is interesting is that they say this after the COVID pandemic. They do not mention anything related to the war. Today, Russian airlines fly to the extraordinary number of 34 countries. So Russia has direct flights with 34 countries, which is very interesting. And after that, they talk about the conditions. South Africa plans to resume air traffic before the Russia-Africa summit that is scheduled for the end of July. And there are talks with Myanmar and so on. It doesn't seem very, very assertive, the article. It's more like wishful thinking in a way. But anyway, I would love to hear Ming on this. Thank you.
I saw something a day or two ago about Aeroflot announcing a new route to Burundi or something. And I'm sure it's going to be really popular. I can't see a lot of Russians traveling to and back from Saudi Arabia. I just can't see it happening at all, unless MBS rushes through his plans for Neom, where they can potentially maybe drink at some point in the future. No, I mean, look, I just think Aeroflot, Russian airlines in general, are grasping at straws here. None of these routes realistically are going to be particularly popular or full or anything like that. My bet is that they'll be at best really low frequency, like maybe one return flight a week, that kind of thing. So it's more of the, oh look, isn't it exciting? We're building a multipolar world with all these first-rate countries. It's just more of the same.
Ming, I think you're missing something.
Go on, Doman,
yeah.
what is it?
Myanmar. I think that's a serious venture. They operate 10 T-55 tanks.
Yeah. Okay. I sorry, I wasn't up to date on the military equipment available in Myanmar.
No, but I think this really shows how much Russian airlines are grasping at straws. I know the Mongolia flight the Ulaanbaatar flight got suspended at some point, but I think that there's a Mongolian airline that actually flies to somewhere in Siberia. So there is a flight from Russia to Mongolia, just not an Aeroflot. I think it does say a little something about the reach. 34 countries. Oh yeah, 34 countries. I think Air Serbia probably flies to more than 34 countries. So has Serbia then overtaken Russia? I'm gonna go and count up their destination countries. No, little brother took over. Right. Speaking of planes, let's go from Russian commercial to future Ukrainian military. Latin, what do we see appearing on the horizon?
Well, hey, Doman, and you just sent me a link of, I didn't get a chance to really look at it in detail, but apparently a report that the aircraft that were donated by Slovakia are already in operational use in the Kharkiv area. I think that's what you sent.
There's that, yeah. So some of the Slovak MiGs, they got collected by Ukrainian pilots at Sliach base last week.
A couple of days ago, yeah.
Are apparently already in operation over Kharkiv.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. We know from the video that there were 4 operational aircraft minimum, unmodified. I want to underline that. I was interested in, like a lot of other people observing this situation. We really wanted to see actual images or video of those aircraft coming out of Slovakia, and the images did seem to confirm that there's been no significant upgrade of or changes to other than what we know of those aircraft that had some minor changes to make them more NATO compatible. Their weapon systems are still the legacy Soviet stuff. So that said, those 4 airframes doesn't surprise me in the least that the Ukrainians would have rushed them into operational use near population. This is one of the most pressing needs for the Ukrainians. Remember when Jeff was on the other day, when Colonel Jeff was on the other day speaking to Mantis, call sign Mantis, one of his older, or can't remember if he was one of his old buddies. I think he was, but anyways, solid F-16 guy, and he expressed that opinion that the primary tasking, the paramount tasking for the Ukrainians right now is air defense for a number of reasons. So that those aircraft the fact that those aircraft are already being deployed near a major population center, presumably flying combat air patrols or quick reaction alerts, however it is that they're doing it, more than likely trying to defend the area. And Kharkiv has been hit pretty hard over the last year or so from cruise missile and drone strikes, which those aircraft are capable, very capable of on their own and in conjunction with the ground-based air defense and radar to detect and intercept those targets, those slower-moving targets, the drones and the cruise missiles. That's not surprising. That's not surprising at all. It's exactly what we would expect, and it frees up the rest of the force. I would expect, the rest of the Ukrainian fighter fixed-wing fighter force, their Su-27s, MiG-29s, one of the things to consider is that there are some slight changes or differences now in the composition of that force. And to not get too into the weeds on it, I'll just say that they're not flying anything that we know of right now, any MiG-29s or Su-27s that can fire AMRAAMs. I mean, I just don't think that's going to happen. But what we do know is that there are certain capability differences depending on which particular airframe we're talking about, because there are legacy MiG-29s they probably pulled from the boneyard. There are MiG-29s that over the last few years the Ukrainians themselves have upgraded. They claimed, and this was open source mainstream media several years ago when President Poroshenko was president of Ukraine, that they had tweaked the original Soviet radar on those aircraft to get somewhere. And I read in Ukrainian defense journals that it was in the area of 25 to 30% increase generally in detection range on some of their radars. That's pretty significant. If that's the case, then I think we're looking at ballpark around maybe possibly about 100-kilometer detection range on those fighters that receive that work. That's a significant improvement. It still does not close the gap between them and the more advanced Russian types. And the Ukrainian Air Force spokesman, and I believe the defense minister in the last few days have been emphasizing this. Understandably, they've been saying it on media to emphasize the fact that these aircraft are welcome, they're going to be useful, but it's important to shoot down the idea that somehow this takes care of the problem. The problem they have identified from the beginning, it's been consistent for a year now, is the disadvantage in range of weapons and radar that they face against the more advanced Russian types. And so it's like we were saying a week or two ago, this is helpful. Hopefully, they're gonna be able to get a few more of those airframes operational, because they're sending quite a few that are not operational. So some of the I believe most of the Polish ones will probably be operational, and we'll see them be put into use. The only other thing I'll add is that when I say that they free up the rest of the force, it's not just for the air defense role, but remember that some of those Sukhois and MiG-29s that the Ukrainians already have been modified to carry the HARM missile. So in that suppression of enemy air defense role, that's a very important role for them right now. And any aircraft that can arrive to free them up to focus more, it seems to me that would make sense for them to be able to focus those modified aircraft on that role.
Very good, thank you, Latin. So no surprise that the first few Slovak MiGs they could fly to Ukraine, so they could engage more or less right away.
I would not be surprised if the day they arrived in that same day, that video that we saw, within hours, those aircraft were being worked over by ground crews and having Ukrainian markings applied to them and flying combat patrols that day would not surprise me in the least. They know this aircraft inside out. The Ukrainians know the MiG-29 very well. They have gotten so much out of that platform, and it has served them well. And if you want to segue to the other subject, we continue to look towards later this year when hopefully we begin to see more concrete signs of the beginning of their replacement with Western types, which is what we have to remain focused on in the West. And I don't think we are losing that focus. I think that is still ongoing, and that's where we're headed.
There's a link. There's a thing I sent you a link to, another statement by Yuri Ignat, the spokesperson of the Air Force. But before that, who calls for, in this, among other, for more Western kit, or for Western kit, period. What is there? What is likely to be coming to Ukraine? What was the newest speculation?
Oh, you're talking about this Greek report?
I am talking about this Greek report.
Okay, well, that plays into, again, the bigger picture on the Mirage 2000 front. And I've said it many times. If I'm wrong, fine. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Like, if I'm wrong on it and it's just a bunch of F-16s that go there, fine. As long as the Ukrainian Air Force gets a capability increase, everybody's happy. But I do believe that France has sent out enough signals since about February that they want to be in on this, that they want to contribute. I do believe that Mirage 2000 will be part of that initial influx of Western aircraft. The NATO countries, we put those aside, right? That coalition that I think is already pretty much in place. Denmark, Norway, Netherlands, and I still think Belgium might contribute something. But anyways, 3 or 4 nations. And excellent news, right? Those are all the same standard aircraft. Once the Ukrainians are trained up on them, there will be total interoperability between those types because they're essentially the same upgrade of the F-16, so essentially the same aircraft. So, but on the Mirage side, it is this, like I joked with you this morning, it's a story that refuses to go away, right? I wake up in the morning and I see a very credible, it was well written, when I read the translation, Greek report about transfer of some of their aircraft. And that's kind of a 2-part story, because what you have in the situation in Greece is that we're talking about one wing of the Greek Air Force that continues to fly the Mirage 2000, and one of their squadrons had transitioned to the Rafale a couple of years ago, and those were let's call them baseline Mirage 2000s, except that they had, as I always say, variants matter. Modernizations, upgrades over the years change the capability of an aircraft. That's standard. That happens in any Air Force. And what the Greeks did over time was they adapted their Mirages to carry the Exocet anti-ship missile. Now, those aircraft, as I understand it, and I think it's in the range of about, probably in the range of about 20 aircraft total, as part of the Rafale deal. The Rafales they're either almost completely delivered or they have delivered them all to 332 Mira at Tanagra. Those aircraft are operational, and the Mirages that they replaced, as I understand it, were returned to France. And now what the Greeks are talking, there's been this rumor of the Greeks also being interested in those UAE Mirages. That makes sense to me. That doesn't seem ridiculous. Although ideally, you have that wing in Tanagra, the 114 wing, which is 331 and 332 Mira squadrons. One is flying Rafales, the other is still flying the more advanced variant of the Mirage 2000. Clearly, from the Greek Air Force point of view, you would want to standardize on the Rafale, because the Rafale is just for operational reasons, but also because the Rafale is a very potent aircraft that does a lot to, from the point of view of their primary threat, which is Turkey. So, and the article points that out, that if there were to be any move on those 2000s that are currently active in the Greek Air Force, it would have to be backfilled more than likely by Rafale, and it would be a question of where do you get them from? Can they produce them fast enough? Sign the the conditions of how they would do that would have to be worked out. But I have no question that the Greek Air Force would jump at the chance to standardize that operational unit on Rafales. So that would free up potentially another batch of 2000s. So now we're talking about approximately 12 baseline, and let's call them at the bottom end of capability because of reasons I've explained before, approximately 12 that were retired by the French Air Force last year, approximately 20 that were retired by the Greek Air Force that have a little more capability in terms of weaponry. And the UAE aircraft are out there, 66 aircraft. It's not an insignificant number of aircraft, and there are several countries that have shown interest in them. And then we have the potential for approximately 20, maybe 20 to 30 currently operational Mirages in the Greek Air Force. So that said, I mean, and there are other operators, by the way, that I think could be part of what I think is happening. We've heard Colonel Jeff offer the opinion, which I agree with, whether it's F-16s or other weapon systems, and tanks was very similar. Main battle tanks, this was happening a few months ago. Tremendous amount of conversations, very intense dialogue happening behind closed doors between different countries. But I am convinced that the French government is at least trying to put together a number of Mirage 2000s that they can donate to Ukraine. And again, I don't understand why I read so much criticism of this aircraft on Twitter. The Mirage 2000 is
because it doesn't have a fuel gauge. That's why.
Oh, forgot. Yes, big problem there. Right? It's a very capable fighter, and you know it doesn't quite. Now, one other thing to throw in, okay, and this is, I went out of my way to confirm this because it is important. But the Greek Mirage 2000s, at least the 5F, which is the next level up, the ones that are still operational, can carry Scalp / Storm Shadow. That is definite. They initially ordered that weapon in the early 2000s when they weren't even flying Rafales. They ordered some more when they to increase their stock when they ordered Rafales. So you know there's a platform, plug and play, that can carry that weapon. We have seen small indications, mostly last year, from the British that could be on the table, providing that weapon system. And as we've discussed before on space, that particular weapon system would be it would be an incredible boost in terms of being able to hit ground targets for the Ukrainians. They don't have much precision guided fixed wing, you know, from air launched precision guided capability right now that we know of. It's possible they have already integrated JDAM, but we're waiting to see visual or official confirmation of that. But Storm Shadow, in terms of its range compared to JDAM, it's just tremendous. So that could be something that we'll see down the road. But those Greek Mirage 2000s can carry without modification. They've already been modified to carry that weapon.
So the way I'm looking at this is, so the Greeks initially ordered 12 used Rafales and then 6 new ones. All of these will have been delivered sometime last year, I think. And then they were ordered another 6 new built last year in March. And I think that it's those 6 new built that they want first. The initial timeline was 2024, was mid 2024. The way that the thing was written that you sent to me was, well, if they get those earlier, as in now, then they're happy to rescind the old stuff back to the manufacturer.
Yeah, what they did initially, as I understood it, as part of that deal to accelerate the deal, and we've seen this before. The French aviation industry has done this before, going way back, is they will actually take a small number of aircraft out of the, and I think this is what I'm pretty sure this is what they did with the Rafale deal with Greece, is they took a small number of active Rafales from the French Air Force and transferred them once there had been conversion training done for the Greek pilots. So that gives them an initial batch of aircraft to work with, while Dassault then begins to deliver new. And I think the intention typically would be for those aircraft to be returned to France eventually, like you said. I think that's what we're talking about here, but that's kind of standard practice. By the way, this idea of if we consider now that at the very least, I think it's fair to say that we can consider Ukraine as an associate of NATO. I think that's fair to characterize them that way. Then if you go back to the Cold War, this idea of cascading down older equipment, and not necessarily junk, but let's just call it older equipment, as cutting edge stuff is brought into online with the larger air forces, the larger armies. The idea of cascading that equipment down to junior partners in the alliance, there's nothing new about that. That was going on in the 1950s, and it's very consistent with the way NATO has worked with its members and with other friendly countries. So the idea that this is what's going to happen for the medium to, I'd say at least short to medium term with Ukraine, it's a perfect fit, and it's just the way it's going. I am convinced that number one aircraft, probably F-16, number two of the three potential that the defense minister referenced without mentioning, he didn't mention specific types. I do think number two is the Mirage 2000. If there is a third one, I'm not sure right now. I'm not exactly sure what that could be, but we've seen some. What's that?
Probably old Typhoons.
Well, Axel, there he is. Axel has been pushing that idea. It's technically feasible, and nothing would make me happier than to hear even a small number of Typhoons, assuming they are the type that would at least be able to carry Storm Shadow and Meteor air-to-air missile, and the Ukrainians are supplied with those weapons and trained on them. Those two weapons would be transformational in the aerial battle space. That what they would be able to do to take on the Russian combat air patrol and push that back, really take it on the way the Ukrainian pilots want to, and not just at low level, but at altitude, like take them on head on. It would be transformational. So I certainly hope if I don't care if it's the number 2 on the list or 3, if Eurofighter were to show up even in a small number, but that's another aircraft to transition to, and it would be quite a process.
I think it's definitely an interesting idea. I see we got Axel up, but also we have Verlaine up after a while. Hi, Verlaine. How are you? I see you've been hanging out with some American retired soldier in Kiev. Never seen him before. Never heard of him before. What up with that?
Hi, Dom. Hi, guys. Haven't been here in a while. My apologies. Actually, it was sort of like a pocket dial mic request, but I'm really happy that I can come up. I suppose. I don't know. It's really hard to reflect on my feelings these days. This year overall. Yeah, I had the privilege to meet in person, hug, listen to the wisdom of Colonel John Spencer on the ground. That was surreal. And I have to tell you that he's much wiser in person than he already is online. Really like an honor. Yeah, how have you been here, guys?
We've been pretty well. I think a lot of us were very envious of your visits to various places around Kiev, especially yesterday when Shevgenia started publishing a lot of pictorial evidence, right, Axel?
I was just about to ask, how did you like the food?
I have to admit that the guys didn't love it. I loved it completely. I mean, like, come on, it was so delicious. But I saw that the cow paints were a little bit sketchy for some of the visitors I brought. To be honest, I don't know. It's just like meat-ish protein. It's really delicious. I mean,
It's old school
you mean
dish.
like if Shevgenia advise you to eat something, you just do it. Come on.
Exactly.
That's a
It's an
bridge
old
too
school
far.
dish. It's a very delicious old school dish. If you were to go, for example, into Minnesota or Iowa and the likes, you will find this everywhere and anywhere. This is as classic as it goes.
I mean, I remember my late granny did something like she cooked something like this. So it wasn't something new for me. The whole presentation was definitely new, and being in the presence of those two just awesome supporters and doers. It was, yeah, it was a bit surreal just to physically feel the support. I don't know how to explain you. Once you meet me in person, you will understand what I want to convey, but words usually don't convey all the meanings. And uh, as we have experienced and as we have checked it so many times throughout this year and more, words do not, they're not the best media, you know, the best medium of anything, and they can be misinterpreted, misunderstood, cross-cultural misunderstanding happen, and yada yada yada. So once you're here in Ukraine, the war is over and you're at Maidan, at Independence Square, I'm definitely up for a hug if you are a decent human being. So please be a decent human being.
How did can you describe the situation, how the presentation went?
The lecture, you mean, right? Yeah, the lecture with the presentation.
Yes.
So it was held in Kyiv Mohila School of Journalism. It lasted for an hour and a half. And for me, it was a moment of reliving everything that happened to us during the Battle of Kyiv. For Colonel John Spencer, it was a phenomenal representation of his work, of his analysis, of his desire to figure out how Ukrainians persevered and prevailed in the Battle of Kyiv, how he, it was very, I saw sometimes in the audience that a lot of people figured out and got to know some new details they were lacking, or there were some discrepancies, and Colonel filled them in a very logical and elaborate, eloquent way. So I hope, fingers crossed, we're gonna have an online version of that, because there were 3 cameras. I hope at least one of them was decent. So it's definitely something to get to know about, to be appreciative of what Ukrainians, my nation, did at that period of time, and the sacrifices of the so many civilians, but mostly army representatives who paid the ultimate sacrifice for just our freedom. The lecture was a blast. Q&A was also a blast. So I'm just patiently waiting for it to to be posted. You will definitely spot me in the crowd. Like gender equality wasn't there. I was the only one in the audience other than the journalist. So yeah. Yeah, the blending won't help me there. Like cover and concealment skills, no. Anyways, but joking aside, definitely something to hear, and especially to see how it happened on the maps, because that's going to be representation with the slides. And I can just
So
say
he put the mosaic together.
Yeah,
out
the
of
piece,
the many individual pictures,
yeah,
and gave
like
people a better understanding of what they actually went through.
Yes, and at the same time, for mostly, I'm really happy that the foreigners will be with these kind of in-depth studies and analysis. I'm more sure the foreigners will also be able to, process how the flow of events unfold, where they're the critical moments, and how we survive them with the help of what. There are still some parts to fill in, but we're going to be working on that. I'm going to assist in connecting the dots on my end as much as possible. But it's a city of million hearts, and a lot of people were involved, and so it's a process. It's a process. So there's always a room for improvement. Like we spoke with Starsky, they also people on the ground get to know more details and get some things checked up. So it's extremely hard to live in the times when then the war is, ongoing. But it's also extremely hard to document and analyze something that's happening at the same time. It's easy to analyze. Well, I mean, easy. It's relatively easy. Sorry for that. It's relatively easy to analyze something that happened a long time ago, and you have like a lot of records, and you don't question the records. You think those are facts, and you just analyze the facts. But when you meet a lot of different people who have different opinions, and they have different facts, and you try to, I'm just astonished by everything that John has been doing and keeping it up. So, but at the same time, I'm really astonished that you were able to keep up the space. I once again have to commend. Like, I remember how this whole thing started, and just with being here is a great help. Once again, apologies for not coming here. There's been just too much happening on the ground in my life.
Breathe.
I'm packing the boxes. I'm like
I can hear
I'm
it.
literally packing the boxes. So it was a pocket dial. I'm not even joking.
I could hear you moving in the background. Oh man, yeah, but let's briefly, if you allow us, let's go back to John. I mean, he went to Ukraine last year. He had a tour around, went around all the way the north, western side of Kiev, looked at the, even went all the way up to Ivankiv, if I'm not quite mistaken.
He went to Chernobyl, almost to Chernobyl.
Yeah, exactly, almost right. And he said that last year it was already when he was calling in from Warsaw at that point in time. He already mentioned that so many things have a completely different meaning when you connect the dots and the events and the environment and people who fought on the battlefield with what you could see on tactical maps and distant photography and try to pin together. And then you take it back, you analyze it further, you assemble more pictures, and out of these many, many little stones, you picture back together what actually happened, which is often not what you have been seeing and what you've been thinking, but it's significantly more, on the one hand, complex, but the critical points are so much simpler and so much more easily visible when you piece it all back together. He said that he'd done a long time of thinking about it, and that then culminated in the presentation. I think we all would be very glad if he could take some time in the coming days and say, reminisce and maybe line this out for us a little bit. But what are the three key items, the three key takeaways from his presentation when you look into this?
Apart from like
the three breaking points here identified.
Okay, yeah, the first one I mentioned in my tweet, like there couldn't have been anyone better than Ukrainians who could have defended Kyiv. So Ukrainians were the only ones who could have defended Kyiv in this kind of manner, in these circumstances, just because they knew the terrain, they knew the maps, they knew what they were doing in terms of their like advantages. So just for that, I think it was really important that he mentioned that. He also mentioned like crucial moments that happened in the Battle of Moshun, that there were like critical days, and if it wasn't for one of the moments when Russians were stopped in Moshun, definitely it would have been much more difficult for us to, cast them out. And just the overall, what else keeps you think? Because everything like.
Did he reflect upon the dam and the release of water?
Yeah.
This
is exactly the one. Like,
this is shaping Moshun. This is shaping and fixing and.
I mean, this is what I mean by like generalizing. Ukrainians knew the terrain. Ukrainians knew the advantages. Like, if it was someone else, they would have never even considered doing something with the dam, because they just like they weren't this like acknowledged with the dam. And we were using all the resources possible, and everyone was there. Like the veterans were there, civilians were there, everyone got weapons or get weaponized in any possible way. And we had this like decentralized execution, which is called mission command. Technically, at some point, everyone, even though we had the higher command, everyone was executing the small groupings and tasks in different locations according to the situation. And when we were like underarmed, when there was a lack of resources, Ukrainians decided, and we still do that up to this day, to preserve the lives of the personnel and withdraw, and then with more firepower, with more supplies to engage. So we're not like Russian in this regard. Our lives are the most precious things to us in this life. Yeah, and just like, destroying the bridges, like those 200-300 bridges that destroyed upon the whole, once again, the dam. Population was weaponized during the defense, and how the overall counter attack happened before the withdrawal. I think there are a lot of like key points to follow. You have to listen to the presentation from the very beginning, because otherwise I'm gonna just spoil it. Well, you know that the story of the Battle of Kiev, I hope. If you don't, then just wait for the release of the story of the Battle of Kiev. But yeah, like it's just so heartwarming to know that people care. And it's like, it's not just his work. I see it in his eyes that he cares when he makes sure that there's nothing extra added, that every bit of information is checked. Like we did the double checking of the KA-52 that was destroyed. I found the guy in my brigade that was the one who destroyed. Colonel got his surname. We followed like the timeline almost like every 10 minutes what was happening. And I just can see that in the eyes of, usually when you're talking with the person, you can look in them into the eyes and you see the intent. And it's not
Speak
just
about
it's not
the
just about the
KA-52.
work. Yes, it's
Of course,
just,
but
yeah.
speak about the KA-52.
Yeah. It was shot down by the second lieutenant Sri Palatyuk with the MLRS Igla, or needle. And before that, the guys, the glorious firefighters, as Starsky called them, tried to shut it down with small arms because of the situation. You see that there's like a massive armored flying tank rushing towards you, and everything is on fire. You do whatever you feel like doing in the last moments, which you deem of your life. And we talked about the paratroopers and Kadyrovites, and that the Vasil Kiev battle also should be considered, which I'm really grateful. Yesterday I met Chris Miller, and I have to admit, I'd rather not meet this person anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, like yeah.
Alex and I told you, and Bryce as well.
I just don't get it. Like like literally, I'm not complaining. We're sitting together, and he's like, yeah, and I went to Vasilkiv, and there was no paratroopers coming, and I spoke with the guys, and I was like, thinking in my head, I lost 2 friends of mine in that battle because they were fighting VDV forces which descended, and he's telling me this bullshit. And I was like, who are you talking to? And he's like, some TDF forces or some guys. He's like, which is the unit? He's like, I don't know the unit. I don't blah 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 blah. And he disregarded me, and I was like, you oh shit. I will die, but I will make
Did
sure
you correct him?
that I corrected him. He just decided to step down because I was too pushy, and I was sleep deprived. I slept for an hour and a half, so I immediately, as like in my head, it immediately escalated, and I started to go full on offense. And I went there. I wasn't able to listen to it anymore, and I just went back home to pack up some more parcels for my folks. Yeah. what else? Yeah, so he's just
Did John run into Chris Miller as well?
Unfortunately, I wish I could I wish I could give him an extra hug for bearing with this. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to speak about people behind their backs. I want to say it into his face that he's a piece of shit anymore.
We all
We've
would
been doing
say
this
it.
here. We have been doing this here for a long time, and if you remember what when Bryce described the specific workings and the journalistic malpractice Mr. Miller has been
doing committing
for years, I think it was pretty clear here as well.
So
do you need a cutter?
No, I have too many scissors. I'm sorry. I thought I would put on the mic.
No,
Anyway,
I have to say, Verlaine, I'm imagining you're applying that parcel tape to something else, not the box right now.
I'll put some, funny enough, I sent my guys. I actually not sent. So Panda, one of the OCs of our UAV sections, came to my home because he was actually retrieving the power bank, which one of the MR listeners sent us from Ireland. And Ryan was really generous to give it to the unit for me. So he came up and I gave him we bought like I think like 6 or 8 really like huge trash bags, like a pack of trash bags. So I know what you mean. Anyways, for those who are listening in Ukraine, потім маленьке зворятко загортає шоколаду в фольгу. It's just like it's just a joke. What was I saying? What were you saying? About Miller? Yeah. So can you imagine like being me? I worked in Varsity for 2 years with the Air Force. I was there during the Independence Day parade when like the all the jets. MriyaReport pilot was there, like Slovaks who were flying on copters, and MiGs were there. Ukrainian 40th Brigade, the guys who were considered ghosts of Kyiv were there, like, but before they actually became ghosts of Kyiv and before the majority of them perished in the sky. And I still speak with some of the folks. I was a part of the Air Force Command Center, literally, and he is telling me no one has descended, no paratroopers, no bodies were found. I'm like, who do you want to talk to, fella? And he just immediately decided to disintegrate because like I can get any colonel from that base just because they remember me. Yeah, like it's just the person who doesn't want to find the truth. It's the person who wants to find fame and an easy money. I'm so tired of this. Just sometimes people like you guys here, you restore my faith in humanity, but then like shit like this comes and you're like, why? Maybe we have like, not maybe this is a philosophy, but just like maybe we have people like this, not maybe for sure we have people like this just to have the comparison, because you don't know what love is until you until you experience hate. So maybe that's the thing. I tend to think this way because otherwise I'll just go insane.
Yeah, sure.
You're
And
right,
by the way, this is
Miller is a shit gibbon. Let me just say that, and I hate to be crass, but he is just a shit gibbon, and that's just how I think about him. He's just a horrible. He's just I've had a visceral hatred of him for many years, even before this particular war. Found I found his reporting to be problematic even before this. So I'm very sorry that you had to endure him in person and had to deal with his revisionism or just base, I guess, uh, disregard for facts and, a disregard for humanity in the face of, your personal loss. So I'm very sorry about that.
it's willful disregard and carelessness here.
Yes,
Constantly shows.
Thank you guys for your empathy and sympathy. I think he didn't realize who I was. Like he just came and we were talking, and if he knew, he wouldn't have sat this close to me, because if I had any kind of my usual defense tools, I would probably use them. I mean, my usual defense tools is the same interpreters, just a shitload of facts. But I was so tired that just even 10 were just too much for him to process. But I had John Spencer there, and he was counterbalancing every aspect of this guy. And to be honest, the visit that John paid this time was very important, not only because he kept on exploring the Battle of Kiev, but also it was another sign for the community here and abroad that like the war is still going on, and there's still the support needed, and that people do not forget that we're here, we're fighting, and that we're not alone. And there are still a lot of brave individuals, even though Kyiv is relatively safe, because even these times we had some Iranian loitering munition flying all over the place. And today we had some air raids. Like, people still come and they care, and they conduct trainings, conduct lectures. They make sure that we're I can't say that we are okay. We're not okay. Nothing is okay, but that we're at least, supported and somewhat stable, as I said in some of my videos about my troops. Like, am I stable? Meh. But am I still running? Yes.
Well, but John is not the only one. There is many Western military analysts and the likes coming to Ukraine, and quite regularly. Mick Ryan was there until a few days ago. And
Yeah, but he didn't get in touch, so like I can't speak about that,
yeah,
unfortunately.
maybe he had a few other people to visit,
Oh, I'm not complaining. I think I had a lot of things to do. If you I don't have to explain to you,
No, I can hear it. I can see it. I know it.
No, that's that's guys. Right now, I'm just chilling. This is my chilling mode. Like, packing boxes is when I rest, and this is something I do in my leisure time. Apart from some operational capabilities, I do this as my rest and recuperation. Even though they're a little bit heavy, but still, a little bit of workout will not kill me at this point.
Very well. What's next for you? What happens in the coming days?
I don't know if I can actually say it out loud here, because it's technically okay, guys. I'm gonna speak it as a promise that you won't spill the beans.
No, just say it in the most ambiguous terms.
Okay, so if someone is in Kiev and is free tomorrow, I gladly invite you for the presentation of the book that bell rings, drum rolls. I translated. So apart from doing everything, I was able during the nights at the ranges, at the gas stations, whenever I had time, with the candlelight, with the flashlight, I finished translating the book in time. It's already published. Tomorrow there's going to be presentation. It's a book by Ruslan Horovey, who came up once on Space, a good old friend of mine. It's both in Ukrainian and in English, so that's why it's 400 pages. So 200 pages for Ukrainian, 200 pages for English translation, which is my translation. It's not like he gave me permission to go as give the facts, but still be as creative as possible to convey the meaning. So every bit of information that's there, like jokes and everything, I made sure to keep up. Keep being very careful with avoiding cross-cultural misunderstandings. So that's why it took me a little bit. Plus, I was overworked. But when I'm saying I'm doing everything, I'm literally doing everything. And I told Ruslan that since it's the book about the occupied areas, and it's really important to to explain to Ukrainians and to the foreigners how our people after the occupation are surviving, because that's survival, to be honest. We understood that we definitely need to make it in 2 languages and publish it and have it done and remember all of the people who perished and died and were killed during this time. And I told him, so because of this, I said, listen, I know that usually you pay for translation. I'm gonna do it like free of charge or with a massive discount. Just tell it. And he was like, yeah, if you want to, I'm gonna donate some of the things, but I will still send some money to you. And he sent me money, and I used them for the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade. Bought them like 100%. The whole salary that was for this book was utilized for the support of my unit. I can say that out loud, my unit. So all the money went for Ukrainian army. Regardless, I just don't know what I can do more. That's like
You're their logistics officer. That's all.
no, not logistics. I'm the liaison officer. Logistics is my like leisure activity, like, so it's what I do in my free of work time.
Can you tolerate a few questions more? Do you have a few minutes?
Yeah, I can stick around for half an hour. I'm really tired because
Excellent.
I had to carry like a huge bag for a bait, and now I had to redistribute it and then go to post office for 2
Elaine,
times.
sleep is for the wicked, and don't forget, you already had 1.5 hours in the recent days, so that's more than enough.
Decent
Come on.
amount. I'm fine. I drank 2 energy drinks. By what time is it right now? 5. So yeah, I'm sticking around for half an hour.
All right. I don't know, Domin, who was first? Is it Smurfy's, whatever, Smurfy's Small or whatever that is?
Yeah, let's get to Smurfy's. He's been waiting for a while, and then we got to talk to Nick, and then I might have a question or two. We'll see. Smurfy's.
Hey, Lynn, happy to see you here. If you happen to have a link for that book that you helped translate, maybe you haven't already posted a link for it if it's a thing yet. But I would love to get a copy of that if I could buy one, if only I knew where to get it. Secondly, my main question is more of a comment, I guess, was just how happy I was to see you with John Spencer and Xenia all in one photo. That was pretty awesome. Happy to see it, and you guys all do a lot of good work. A question off of that would be, how difficult is it for all of you guys to get together with everything going on? I know Chef Xenia is very busy. I know you are very busy. I'm sure John Spencer's bouncing around constantly. Was it a challenge logistically or time-wise as far as getting together? Or was it pretty simple because it just had to be done and it clearly should have been done?
Thank you so very much for your questions, Murphys. So the first one, we just physically got the book a couple hours ago. So the author went to the publishing center and they gave him the book. Once it's published, once it's completely published, till the first batch will be 1,000. Once we're gonna be selling the first 1,000, I will ask him about the digital version, digital copy. I think he's gonna be trying to figure out the way to ship it abroad, overseas. We have to speak about that tomorrow because we literally saw each other a couple of days ago just for a brief moment. But it's gonna be discussed tomorrow. I will definitely let you know because I specifically want to for everyone to read this book, and that's why I made sure that I had it done in time and with the due diligence, because I want just to understand that the war does not end at the moment where the enemy admits defeat or just gets back. Yeah, we still have a lot of people to just to rehabilitate, to save, and to save from sometimes from themselves, because they will feel that they are like abandoned, or they can't keep up with their life, and so on and so forth. And just to to read what was happening through the eyes of the people who were actually there. So once it's published, I will definitely let everyone know. Thank you for I will keep it in mind that I never forget. It's a blessing and a curse. I never forget my promises and whatnot. I will definitely reach out to you, or maybe post it in Twitter and then just send it. How hard it was logistically, I have to tell you that the days were really booked, but the nights for me were like always, well, it's night for me, but evening for the Americans. So uh, thanks to, but I can't say thanks to the work I've been doing for decades. I'm used to staying overnight and not sleeping, and I try to prioritize the presence of a person who came to Ukraine during the daytime, and I was really active with other things that could be done in nighttime, so I was balancing it out. Plus, I was mostly trying to be flexible in terms of even during the daytime, so wasn't like 24/7 available, but still made sure that we were able to meet each other on the ground. Chef Zhenya was really kind to like, it was like a last day call. It's like, just like, if it happens, it happens, like, why not, it won't harm if we just ask if he's we were really like hesitant, thinking that maybe he's actually somewhere on the front line, and if we text him, he's gonna be upset that we didn't meet all. But we were together with John on, what was the day yesterday, so Wednesday in the morning, because we met Starsky, and Starsky's from my unit, and we wanted all to meet. So I was with them, as you might guess from the photos. And after that, I just texted Zhenya, like, Zhenya, are you in town? Let's just all meet. And he was like, sure, what's the time? And it was like packed with meetings, but we were able just to be really flexible in a very limited surrounding. So it's like being water in a container, trying to avoid something at the same time, making sure that you're everywhere. It's hard. I can't say it's not, but it's doable. Like, if there is a desire to do something, if you want to do something, you will find a way. If you don't, you'll find an excuse. So if Zhenya had said that, oh no, guys, I'm tired, or whatever, we could just said, like, there's next time. But this time, it's just like a blessing. It something, someone in this universe heard our prayers that we do need to meet everyone, just to feel the group dynamics, not only on Twitter Spaces but in the real life. Yeah, though I can tell you for sure, like, you don't see this on the photo because it's really, really dark, but we have like dark we have just dark baggy circles under our eyes. We look like twins, because we've been severely sleep deprived and just like so drained. But when the moment we met, we were just like, yes, the energy is back, the power is back. We are running on like additional batteries. It's really great thing to feel.
And if only Zhenya had a sense of humor.
I wish he did, yeah. Unfortunately, that's not the case.
I find Chef Zhenya very, very funny, but thank you for your response, for Lane, and I wish you have a good day. And Axel and Doman too.
It was sarcasm.
funny.
It was sarcasm. He's so funny, Smurfy. Words can't express how much this person makes everyone laugh. But I'm pretty sure that his cooks are both loving it and just so terrified of him, like, being, you need to do it because we need to, like, it is, yeah. Anyways, I just wish you could see that.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely an entrepreneur. He's got the entrepreneurial spirit. So there's a very serious side of him at all times, but I think it's relatively painful to be that entrepreneurial and everything he's doing. So I think he probably shows that through humor in his day-to-day interactions.
Sounds like a sensible diagnosis. Thank you, Smarties. Nick?
I've completely forgot what I was going to ask now. But since I just have you here, Fairlane, I'll just say, you know, thank you for taking a few minutes, even if it was a butt dial, and speaking with us and sharing your time. And you're just amazing, and everything you do is wonderful. We really appreciate your time. Oh, I think I remember what I was going to say. It's the moment's long past now, but I was just going to say that really that in my opinion, in my estimation, at least, this is how I always approach things. And I think that anybody should always approach things, especially being in Ukraine. I wouldn't excuse Christopher Miller's behavior even by saying that he just didn't know who you were. That, you know, when speaking with anybody, they should assume in any instance, speaking about any battle, that it's possible that you knew somebody, or you knew somebody who knew somebody that passed or was involved or something, like, you know what I mean? And to speak about it with some sort of sensitivity as Ukrainians are being genocided. I mean, like, that's just my default. And I couldn't imagine, and that's here when I speak to Ukrainians as well, or just speaking about it. Like, I can't imagine being in Ukraine and for him to have that kind of hubris. So to me, I think you give him too much credit to say something like that. To me, there's just no excuse. But I'll just say thanks for giving your time, even if it is a butt dial. So and you are strong as nails, and I respect you very much, standing up to all these jerks online and everything too. So you're doing a great job, and don't let the jerks get you down.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. I won't. It was a duct tape dial, but
Yes.
yeah, to be honest, I didn't give him air to say that. I smashed him right away, and then he was just like, whoa, I better just back up, back down. But man, I never saw this, I never saw this person overall. I heard about him and I've never read his works, fortunately. Then I did the research and I was like, if I knew about him, I would have smashed him more. But anyways, it's it's been a very rough year for everyone. It's been a very rough couple of years. I see Victoria is here. Oh my dear, hi! I'm so happy to see you online.
Hi, Frolaine. I just wanted to come up and just say how much I love you. But you already know that. We talk a lot, but I'm just so happy to see you. You really just made my morning. I'm just drinking coffee and listening to you, and I am so happy you're with us. Listen, we all know how much you work and how much you do, and if there's any bad people you meet who respect you, support you, and I love who respect you, support you, and us today.
Thank you so very much, dear. I don't know if anyone heard about that, but Victoria came to Ukraine. She's a real daredevil.
I exist.
Doing
Yes.
so, yeah.
Also, I have to say the same about you.
Mad and hot.
Frolaine exists.
Oh yeah. We have a photo proof of that, though you might think it's a Photoshop, but like we somewhat look alive-ish. Yeah, like I'm so very happy to see you as well, and just I know that a lot of people don't have a chance right now to come up and speak, but if anything, yeah, I'm just happy to know that like within this darkness there's always someone else's light. So if you have a chance, just be someone else's light. We have too many astrals to fight with, apart from that. And if you have seen some Twitter drama, just like ignore it. It's, as Victoria said, like, we tried to fight it, it's just giving them more air and wasting time on that. So if you feel like you know a person, like your core feels that you know a person because you've talked with the person or saw the person in action, or hear some words from the people you trust and there is a credibility, just listen to your heart. I think it tells more than just words. Once again, words are not the best medium, and I'm an interpreter, so I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, related to that, Fairlane, I sent you a DM, so when you have time, but it's so true that so many people can say and twist and do whatever, but just I think in a lot of ways, actions speak louder than words, and you act quite a bit, and so anybody that wants to try to bring you down are just, I think they speaking of words, say more about themselves than they do about you. So like I've said a million times, you're just an angel, you're a saint, and you do so much, and they can't possibly harm you, uh, no matter how hard they try.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. That means a lot. Like, once again, you might find the words that are inspiring on one day and the words that are heartbreaking on the next time, and that's how you respond to them. That's what really matters. Fun fact, I don't think that I shared this online, but let's do this. So you know that my call sign for foreigners, or overall in all the social networks was, in social media, was Fairlane. It's been like this for like solid, so I'm 31, solid 17 years, more than 17 years, overall in my life. And it was a call sign which I had given myself when I was in like school, a really long time ago. It's a long story. There is a meaning behind my call sign Fairlane, or my Twitter handle Fairlane, and put it briefly, it's a reminder to be like humble, because it's an acronym from a Latin proverb. But I was actually given a call sign by the units, and in Ukrainian it's Свята, which means a saint. It's like this joke has gone too far, but like literally, this is how they call me now. And now I have like, and they yeah, I think they yeah, that's funny. So they had given me a couple sets of like actual tags, like dog tags with Sveta. I have one on my uniform, one on my backpack, a couple for multicams. So green Coyote multicam Pixel. I have all of them sets. They were like, you deserve it. But by the way, I have both for Lane and Sveta. I was like, you can just shapeshift if you want to. Like, once you meet foreigner, just check it so they can see who you are. That was really fun. That was my birthday present. And the other one was like a notebook. It's like a customized notebook. Well, once I came to the University of Defense, they had presented me a green camo notebook with the Saint Victoria, but Saint is like the one highlighted. And I was given it with the condition that I'm gonna write down, once my old notebook with all the like scribbles and whatnot is completely done, to write down all the good deeds, and they're gonna be checking it monthly. So it's a win-win for them, because they want to see me as much as possible. and they do think that like seeing how much work has been done will be also really inspiring. I was like, guys, I don't wanna, but it's so nice. I really just wanna leave it be. I don't want to, mess, because my notebooks right now, and Colonel Spencer won't let me lie on this. They're like all in crossings, like it's all scribbles, really, really like tight or just huge, so I don't forget about something like exclamation points, nota bene, question marks, some weird stuff. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, officially a saint. Who might have thought?
Victoria, but it
Like,
fits you so well. You are saying, guys, I have to share. Like, Verlaine is a person you meet, and then you immediately feel like you're friends because she makes you feel so special. But she is special. She is the sweetest. Like, I don't know. I feel like we've been friends forever because Victoria, you are saint, and I don't think I'm alone in this opinion. Everybody feels the same way. You're just like a light in this darkness. I love you, dear friend, so much.
oh, it's a session of fangirling right now. We're fangirling on each other. We need to immediately get back to Spencer and some warfare. So if we like, I know that usually it works when you just say urban warfare. Spencer comes, but Colonel Spencer is on his way back and he's extremely tired. So next time he's back, just ping me. I want to hear what he has to say. He actually had to endure my presence. Joking aside, no. It was a great honor to meet him, and if the people who feel that when there are different groups who are doing whatever they can wherever we are, and they have completely different agendas. They work for good, but they hardly ever cross each other's paths. And it was a great privilege to have this meetup with Spencer, with Chef Zhenya. It's just an massive honor that we were able to come up and just brainstorm and listen to stories and have our shared lessons learned, and doing some AR on some stuff. And we definitely have some points to improve and points to sustain.
Okay, Verlaine, I'm going to get us back on track, if that's okay. And first I'm going to say, what? Colonel Spencer turned off his bat signal detector? Is that allowed? No, but on a serious question, I'll be the voice of someone who can come up and speak and briefly say that one says that you sound like a legend, which I think is true. Another, that you need a St. Javelin type t-shirt, to which I said you'd probably rather die than to have that. And lastly, and this is a serious question.
Oh, that's a good one. This is the second one. Come on, I have never thought about it. So this is the thing, guys. I keep forgetting about stuff that I need myself. So the only things I get is the things that people send me. Like
No, but the proposal was that you would be the motif, if I understood correctly.
The motif. No, but now I want the St. Javelin t-shirt. I'm definitely gonna buy. Thank you for the recommendation. I think that's befitting, and I do have one that is right now outdated, like my usual cozy one has been wearing too much. So yeah. So in the third one, sorry for interrupting, because that's
No,
such a
it's
good idea.
quite all right. Okay, so somebody's draw up Verlaine as a saint with a. You have to figure out what to hold. And the serious
With a
question is,
tangerine, like if you wonder what I
yes,
what I hold in my hand, or with my brigade sign, I would
with
really love with the
tangerine launcher of some sort, and to figure
no,
that one out.
or with the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade symbol, or with the Reki Platoon symbol. They are both mine. So, and the last one, what you were saying?
And the last one is, will tomorrow's book launch be live streamed, perchance, asks the Ukrainian American.
Who knows? I genuinely don't know. I see that let me check if Ruslan has been online.
If it is, Verlaine, we can go on, and you can retweet it, and I will retweet it and nest it and say it out loud if you do find it. But just so that
I don't know because of the capabilities. It's gonna be a presentation in the library. I'm gonna ask the author, but like as of right now, to be determined. Thank you for the question though. It's a really good one. But I won't be like this is the thing. Like I won't be translating it because I'm gonna be in the audience. So who will be translating it? No, it's gonna be just in Ukrainian language. Sorry, I don't think so.
so
I will ask.
I mean, thought something like a Facebook Live or Instagram Live or something similar would be very they'd be very grateful for. And I think the person who was asking does understand Ukrainian pretty well. That can be a problem, but then some others might be interested. Just saying. Right? Shall we go on to our tankers here? Daryl, go ahead.
Hey, I had a minute and I heard Ferlane's voice, and I just want to say good hello. It's been a long time since I heard your voice and spoke to you, and I just wanted to say much love, stay safe, and thank you for all you do. Just real quick, that's it.
As quick as lightning, Daryl. Thank you so very much. Massive hug.
Raven.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo Daryl, waving 4 fingers and a thumb at you, Ferlane. It's good to hear your voice again. I've missed you on the space, and if they're gonna turn you into a motif, maybe wielding a pen as a sword, paint or Saint Ferlane of the Word.
Oh,
I love
an
it.
interesting.
Yeah, same sort of aspect. It had to be a massive pen, but it'd be at least the same sort of aspect ratios, javelin and law, etc. So that'll work pretty well. Yeah, maybe who knows? We'll get onto it. Okay, I'm very excited. I want to ask you more about tomorrow, and about the book launch, and if there's been any consideration. You said that maybe you'll start thinking about pushing it out through to be able to be shipped abroad somehow, because that's kind of the point, right? As you said, that was kind of the point of translating it in the first place, so people outside of Ukraine can read it. Or maybe alternatively partnering up with someone who can do the shipping from outside in the first place, right?
I believe it's to be determined. Like I need to tomorrow to speak with the author. What's his opinion on that? Sorry for that. He's definitely going to be coming to the US with the presentation. Like he usually comes. Maybe you heard about his presentation with his wife, because she's also a poet. And I will keep you updated, because yeah, I just really want everyone to know how much work has been done by just common folks. The work is not and what was what they have experienced, and that even in the moment of darkness there is still some place for fun, for love, and yeah, for hope.
And it also shows just how much there is, before just kicking the Russians out of Ukraine, right? How much work needs to follow that up, how much effort needs to go in following that up, and that's something that cannot possibly be forgotten as well. I just want to underline that a bit as well. I really, I won't say I enjoyed it. I found it very important and very moving when we had Ruslan here with us for Lane. Obviously you were here, you were doing a masterful job interpreting, but really getting into the mind of beyond these tactical maps of where the front line is, and which areas are still within artillery range. No, well beyond that, because rebuilding a life in liberated territories is a big deal. On that point, Verlaine, I have a question for you, because somebody asked me this a week or two ago and kind of stuck in the back of my mind. And the question was, why do Ukrainians prefer to use the word deoccupied rather than liberated when writing and speaking in English? Is it because it's a direct translation from the Ukrainian word, or is there something deeper?
I think I remember Ben has asked me this question. How should I explain it? So we have this mass media language, which is being everywhere, and you can see that more, rather than like the language of the common folks. So, for instance, when we are talking just spoken words with anyone, you use liberated. But the media, since they want to keep it all like professional and mostly understood by everyone, if they are being translated, it's deoccupied. It's more of a matter of preference, because we've been talking about it even with my mom. It's more heartwarming to say liberated, zwilnieni, yeah, because you feel like you have finally been able to, liberate the people, and they are finally free from the captivity and whatnot. But when you deoccupy, it's so in my mind, when you say liberated, it's more about people. Deoccupied, it's more about territories. But mass media use deoccupied because that's the formal way of saying it. And I don't know how it's. Oh, I know. Okay, in some countries, I don't know how it goes, but in Ukraine, it's very like formal. Hardly ever you're gonna find someone who goes really like day-to-day speech in the media space. They like to use this very formal way of saying deoccupied. And plus, it's of the Latin origin, if I'm not mistaken, so no one can misinterpret that. And Zwilny or Vilni, Vilni, for instance, in Ukraine, you can have a couple of words, has a couple of meanings. So I would say when you talk to someone offline, it's mostly liberated. When it's online or media, it's gonna be deoccupied. Just for the convenience. No, there's no like real significant difference. Just as they are used mostly as synonyms in my head. But I
the
prefer
reason I think,
liberated.
Helene, the reason why both Doman and I would be asking this questions anyway, or this question specifically, is because the Latin source it's negative. Deoccupying is a negative term, because you redo something from a negative impact. You deoccupy. There's a source. You mitigate what has happened before. Liberate is a positive, movement-oriented term. It has a positive connotation. You bring liberation, freedom to something. Deoccupy, you just remove the misstep. This goes hand in hand with what Ruslan is leading up to, that you're rebuilding something. You have to rebuild out of. Just freeing yourself from occupation is one thing, but liberating means also rebuilding.
That as well, but like in my Ukrainian brain, it's like implied.
We understand the difference of use there. It's just how it sounds when we listen to you. That's why we're asking the question.
Who else are we gonna ask for later? Who's better suited for this?
No.
You. As in the implication is you. You are the best suited.
I got you, Doman. Yeah, thank you so much.
We have no better one to ask.
I know. I'm joking aside, but like, yeah, I'm gonna go into the full mode of etymology and derivation and whatnot. I don't want to jump into that rabbit hole. Just know that in our head, it's it's all about people who are finally free. But sometimes the occupation happens when there's no survivors, right? So for instance, when we will finally deoccupy Rubizhne completely, I don't think there's going to be anyone left because there's just nothing left. That's just the occupation will happen. There will be no one liberated because they're either dead or, you know, IDPs. Anyways, I'm going into the philosophy. I see that Raver wants to say something. Please go ahead.
Raver.
Hey, Verlaine. So Damon's been asking you questions from the audience, and I would like to ask you a favor from future generations not yet born. Please make sure your notebooks, when you're old and gray, find their way into an archive so that your story can ride the winds of time.
Raver, fun fact, my Twitter is my notebook because everything else is just like a list of tasks, things to remember, things to forget, people to text, people to check up with, people to follow up with. I I understand the significance. You see, Ruslan, for instance, sometimes while he's running his missions, let's call it missions, his vagabonds mission. So I have to tell you one thing. So it's a spoiler from tomorrow's presentation. Ruslan's call sign, even though he's a civilian, but it's just a call sign for whoever is gypsy, because he wears this like gypsy hat and he's all over the place. And in Ukrainian language, he calls his hobo camp gypsies, because they are like his whole like community. Like, he calls them gypsies. But when I was translating, I understood that this won't go well because of some misunderstanding cross cultural, like with people thinking that we are racist. For God forbid. So I keep calling them nomads, vagabonds, wanderers, because that's what they are. And yeah, and you're gonna see that it's actually what he's been doing. He's been running around with his camp, and making his notes were really hard, so he was just voice recording sometimes, and sometimes you read the text and you realize what was he saying, but that's not the word, and you're like, Ruslan, did you need this? Oh, this stupid voice record was messed once again. You have to check it. Yeah, so there is a way to keep the notes. I didn't use it because usually I'm multitasking. Guys who saw me will once again not let me lie, and I usually don't lie. I just sometimes don't mention all the details, especially if it's something to my mom, because she's gonna start worrying that I'm multitasking. It's best. Right now, I'm just sitting and talking to you, which is already like a single purpose task, and I need to run. So 10 more minutes, I'm gonna be here with you, enjoying your company, and we'll go.
Quickly
Yeah.
say urban warfare.
Urban warfare. Oh, John is here. Oh Lord. Oh, hi, my friend.
I mean, in places like Kherson,
Is that Verlaine?
there's not.
Yeah, it's me. Hi.
Wow, look at that. I actually, I just popped on to listen to MriyaReport like I do as much as I can. There's my good friend. The reason my trip to Ukraine went so well is I sit in the Warsaw train station. A friend teaching a class back in the United States. I have a blessed job and a blessed family of MriyaReport and friends, and I can't thank Verlaine enough for saving my trip, actually.
Saint Verlaine.
I think Daryl has his mic on. He has hot mic. I think you're overestimating. I didn't save it. I
No.
just slightly directed it into the right direction. Can you mute Daryl, because I can hear
There's
his.
no Daryl. It's just Colonel Spencer's background. Borso, I think.
Oh, okay, no, I think it's Daryl. Anyways, I told the guys how extremely honored and thrilled I was to meet you and about your phenomenal presentation. I didn't give it the due diligence because they need to watch it, but like once again, just a massive hug and thank you for coming. It was a blast.
I mean, it's. I mean, the first time I was there, it was a huge honor, but this time to come in and give that presentation in Kyiv, based on all the support that from the research and MriyaReport, but also to have Verlaine in the audience as I'm giving a presentation about people who have fought in the battle. Just a career highlight, honestly, especially right now. And to be able to see how the brief will evolve based on the research that I got from this trip. I hope to make everybody, especially Verlaine, proud that you saved my trip. Verlaine saved my trip.
Do you mind if we follow up on one issue which Verlaine and we spoke about a little earlier here? I understand that you were quizzed by Christopher Miller.
I mean, I was trying to keep that under the radar, but yes. Yes, Christopher Miller was very insistent on meeting me somewhere where I was meeting other people. So you're like, oh, he just wants to stop by. I mean, very, very adamant about wanting to stop by, and then was very. Christopher has a book coming out in July, which has a portion on the Battle of Kyiv. It's not all about the Battle of Kyiv, but it seemed to be just somebody probing to see if I had gotten better information, different information. So, and unfortunately, he offended my friend. So then that just turned the whole night. But it was a small moment in a great day. Actually, it was like the best day.
Sometimes these contrasts make everything else clearer, don't they?
Yes, I mean, war brings out the best and the worst in people. There are a lot of not good people. I'm not judging Chris. I don't know the dude. I knew enough about stuff that like it was just odd, right? So I'm not judging anybody. I try to not to judge anybody, and I never will until you show your actions. But war does bring out the best in everybody and the worst in everybody. And that's why this space, I mean, it's all volunteers keeping the space running because they believe in it. And there are no second and third order ulterior motives that we have to scratch out, especially in our hosts and everybody that keeps this space going. We know they're doing it because they're passionate about the cause in Ukraine and the suffering and doing anything they can. You know, I get that sometimes, and I'm sure Axel does too, in different ways, and other people that people want to be associated, but then you have to scratch out what their ulterior motives are.
Yeah, and actually I mentioned, John, how surreal it was for me just to, not only to meet you in person, but also to be present and your phenomenal lecture. I would call it a lecture because it is definitely a lecture, and relieve everything at the same time, because it was like doing a rewind in my head. And you have done so much work, and I can't commend you like more than I have, because but I need to. And we also spoke about meeting Chef Zhenya. That was a highlight. That's definitely a highlight. Miller is just like meh, but Zhenya out of all people.
Yeah, that's crazy, and it literally. And I know I'll get. I there are people that I should have met with, and it's always about time and timing. But to meet Chef Zhenga, and just to I mean, I knew how much of a quality guy he was, but to meet some of these peoples that, you know, basically like heroes and Starsky, all these people, and then, you know, you're gonna make me blush about my briefing because, you know, I try every day to be a better storyteller, and that's what's really interesting about and why me and Axel will go to MriyaReport is that these stories. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be hundreds of books written on the Battle of Kiev and different battles, but each one is a little different. I talked to, I mean, there's a really big one coming out from the Kiev Independent, but you know, storytelling is a very interesting craft that I love to discuss. And like Peter Dorn and his Freedom Talk, it's just really great master storytelling. But you know, very surreal. And I do this all around the world, right? And I told you guys, that I'm giving that presentation on the Battle of Kiev around the world, but to give it to an audience of people who had fought there was that's a tough thing to do. I mean, you get your approval, your delight in it was very professionally satisfying and personally satisfying, especially with a friend in the audience. Like the pressure was on, but every time I do it, I make it better, and then I can present it to other people. And they're gonna put the video up my way, as Elaine knows, the way I want the video to go up, so it'll be available for everybody. As you know, I came back and Axel wanted me after the first trip to like, okay, tell us what you learned and how it went. And, it's really hard to piece together a battle like that, and like you know, we're still piecing pieces together, and we're going to keep making it better. And you know, everybody asked this trip is like, when's the book coming out? Oh, we'll start with a nice big report, and then we'll talk about the book. But it is such a iconic battle, and Verlaine was there, and Chef Zango was there, and these people that went through this as a huge event. It's big. So thank you.
Yeah, it was like the people you know for such a long time, and they are finally embodied in person in front of you, and they are doing the things they do and love doing, and they're so passionate about. It's just very inspiring. And yeah, I told John, the audience, that since you're here, I will tell you like how much I appreciate your in-depth analysis, your attention to details. You're not trying to, you know, present it as you think it happened. You present it as you find it happened, and that's just. And I was listening. I was like, yep, yep, yep.
Yeah.
And ticks in the box.
Yeah, and Verlaine got to help me and close like all these gaps. I mean, you're trying to tell a story of a human experience that includes tens of thousands of people all doing something at the same time. What you leave out is important as what you leave in, but Verlaine's helping me with stuff that even some Ukrainians debate to this day. I'm gonna fight the guy who was standing at that point, and Verlaine is continuing to help me do that. But yeah, it's.
Are you referring to the KA-52? We know his name.
Yeah, that was the start of it, right? But then there's Vassal Kiev, and then there's you know, how many people blew up the dam. But this is the the fun part of almost investigative journalism, that is researching, and why I love my job so much. And even when things are going bad, I have a dream job, and I have friends around the world, thanks to MriyaReport as well, where I can go walk a battlefield and then talk to people. It is very, and Axel knows this. I mean, it's a different form of research, and some people might say, "Well, that's not research." Like, it's literally researching a human story and then being able to present it. And each time I present the Battle of Kiev as a story, you know, even keeping it to an hour, it gets better. And then I find where the gaps are in my ability, whether it's talking about the fighting grandpa that everybody likes, or the bashbushka, or what's going on in these locations that nobody has. And this is what Chris the interesting part is when somebody approaches you and you got to keep your guards up. And Chris Miller's like, "Well, what did you find out?" "Hey, I found this and this and then this." And he's like, "Oh, okay." But I talked to the president. I'm like, "Okay, that's good." And those are important stories to get. But retelling a human experience like that, and then having Verlaine there to help me piece that together. And like, "Oh, hey, what about Chef Jenga? Like he was doing stuff. I've heard from him on the space, and I know he was doing stuff. Like, how is he feeding so many people?" And to get that story is just, I mean, it's almost like finding gold to find a story that some people knew about, but even and then chef's comments to me, like, yeah, nobody's asked me this question, and this should be known. And that's piecing this story together. I mean, they will make movies about the Battle of Key. They'll write books about the Battle of Key. But I can, being able to, because of Verlaine, being able to scratch at the golden nuggets of stories that are huge in actual impact. But they haven't been discovered yet.
John, a quick question for you and for Lane. In preparation for the dams to be opened, there was the notice from one of the stories which came out from the Ukrainian side, is that there was one local who knew the dams better than anyone. He had a nickname. Was it the diver or the fisher or something? I can't remember. Do we know more about that person and why he knew these dams better?
I actually had to go. Unfortunately, catching a cab from our main station to the airport. I will tell you this, Axel. More to follow, but the problem with the dam explosion is that, and Verlaine knows this, there's a, success has many fathers, and failure is an orphan. There are a lot of people who claim to be that guy, although it's been reported in national news, who are part of that operation. I literally had a guy who was one of the pictures was engaging enemy forces at that spot before it was blown. So more to follow, and this is the point of me telling the story. Is like I won't get that far down the detail because I know it's one of the issues that the Ukrainians themselves say, "No, that was me, and that was my idea. I did that." And like Verlaine helped me close the gap on who shot the Ka-52 down at Hostomel. And there's more than one, but like, okay, here's the guy. Talk to him, and he explains how he did it. The damn thing is another one of these. I won't say them controversies. They're just another one of these things where there's not a group of people like who brought it to the military. The military said, I mean, you talk to the police and there's police involvement. Like it's one of those things. So it's just funny you asked me that. But I had to go, and Verlaine, it's so great to see you so quickly. Axel and the whole crew. Have a great evening or wherever you are.
I'm actually also leaving, John, so at least we're on the same page with this one as well. So we're still following the schedule. Yeah, thank you so much for your visit. I hope we can stay in touch and doing a lot of more good wherever we are, with whoever we are, just doing the things. And thank you guys for being. Just thank you for being. Your existence is vital.
Thank you, Verlaine, and thank you to your roll of packing tape for having accidentally dialed in.
I will hug it in your stead.
Very good. Nick?
I just thought I would say that, anytime you have a battle or what have you, those details are always interesting. But I think what John is sort of touching on here, and particularly what I think will be very interesting. It's always interesting, I think, in most battles, but what I think is so interesting in this war that Russia has waged on Ukraine is really these human stories, because it really is a war in which the population is also taking part on such a large scale in so many different ways, resisting, tractors, pulling the tanks and everything. Uh, the citizen coordination via apps and calling in positions of Russian units, etc. And I think that that human sort of element of this war in some ways makes it kind of unique. I mean, I guess it's not that there hasn't been that to some level anytime a enemy is on one's territory, but perhaps the way that it's been deployed this time. And I think that this story will be very very interesting. In the face of genocide, the way that Ukrainians resisted on every level, from little kids basically through the elderly. And I think that's a very interesting story, and will be one that really will be um, very interesting to tell into the future. That was
Thank
it.
you, Nick. So, Doman, I've sent you a couple of things in the background there. I wondered if you wanted to have a little chat.
Absolutely. Let's get started. So first of all, just read this one out. 15 Victor air defense systems, which is basically a couple of heavy machine guns mounted at the back of a Toyota pickup truck, but apparently very good at getting rid of Lancet drones, Orlan drones possibly as well, definitely Shahed drones, stuff like that, are going to Ukraine from the Czech Republic. They've been bought with money raised by the quote-unquote Gift for Putin initiative. Earlier, they've also sent an RM-70 Vampir MLRS, which is basically a Grad, but better because it's Czech and on a Tatra chassis, as well as a T-72 tank, donated to the Ukrainian army, of course. I think this is the right thing to give Putin. Now, when's his birthday? When can we have a big round of stuff going to Ukrainians?
What, where, when? What are you?
I was saying, when's Putin's birthday again? I think it's like in the autumn sometime, because I think they started when it was actually his birthday. One of the first things that they got to Ukrainians was literally for Putin's birthday. It was literally the birthday gift, I think.
It's October 7th, Doman.
Aha, well, there you go. Okay, so that's when they started, and it'll be a while before the really big one. So it's just some minor gifts on the way, right? Like in the good relationships, there should be gifts sprinkled throughout the year, right? It's the same goes for here. I understand. Czechs really like Putin this way, and by this way I mean with his army getting destroyed with what they're bringing. Lexicon.
Yeah, was it not his birthday or the day after his birthday that the Kerch Bridge first got blown? And that was October, right? Remember, it was some big blow up that Ukrainians did. I mean, somebody did. And people said, what a great birthday present for Putin. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was the day after, because the 9th of October was a Sunday, the 8th of October was a Saturday, right? I think 9th of October was a Sunday. Yeah, so 8th of October was a Saturday, and it blew up Saturday morning. So, like towards the end of his overnight heavy drinking party.
Yeah.
That's when it would have gone in a big firework, proper finale. Makes sense.
Very nice birthday present.
Yeah, actually, this makes me think of something else, right? Yesterday there was the NTV journalist from Germany who somehow got to Sevastopol and was doing your report from there. I mean, appalling, isn't it? But what I want to say is the one useful thing to be learned from that is that he had to cross the Kerch Bridge. He was saying that they're checking every vehicle for 20 minutes when he was there. So clearly they believed their own story about the truck, which is good. That's good. That is slowing down things. Additionally, I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, we've seen lots of videos and pictures of big queues at the Kerch Bridge, but apparently it's like that all the time because of the consistent long checkings. So yeah, when you see those pictures and people say, look, they're fleeing across the Kerch Bridge, they've probably just been waiting in that queue for about a day and a half. Ming, go ahead. Or don't. He's just disconnected. How rude.
Ming has technical difficulties a lot like this. I don't know why. It's a damn shame, but he always comes back. So it's all good. Ming is reliable, like a Russian air defense system. No, comes back right away most of the time.
In the meantime, would you like sorry, something quite amusing? Sorry, I just read half of it as I was about to say it, and it's funny. Apparently, there's Gherkin has had quite the opinion on the new appointment of the deputy head of the National Guard Department for the DPR. So his opinion is this: that it makes it a mockery. For 9 years, this nit betrayed, sold, deceived, and desperately promoted himself in order to get a colonel's position without any independence. Even more so at the end of the credits. I'm not sure what that is. But I am sure Alexander Sergeyevich is not losing heart. He will certainly have a personal office in the uniform of a colonel of the Rosguardia in the Russian Federation. Is still better than the uniform of a retired captain of the SBU. He did receive his 30 pieces of silver for rescuing the doomed Azovites. So maybe this is the guy that made that deal. He will get his money back even at this low ranking, but by local standards, profitable positions will not spare favours. They like to talk in riddles, don't they? The news, however, is important, but not much because of the identity of the corrupt slug traitor, but because it means the Kremlin do not understand anything and have no understanding, even in the smallest detail. They see no reason to change the most disastrous personnel policy, putting forward proven traitors, scum, loyal proven traitors, though, and mediocrity to positions that could be occupied by much more capable young officers and officials. And that just means a collapse is waiting for us all. So you can see he's very chirpy and cheerful, is Gherkin at the moment.
Excellent. That's how you want your Gherkins. Nice and cheerful. Jumping about. That makes perfect sense. I mean, how better to put a multi-time over war criminal from multiple wars, including this one several times over. So, Ming, how do you like your
Sorry, how do I like my what?
Gherkin?
Oh, Gherkin. Oh,
no, Gherkin. Gherkin.
You were talking about Strelkov, are we? Yeah,
yes.
No, I like my gherkins, strictly speaking, in the Norwegian fashion, but I'm not sure what Norwegian Strelkov would be like.
Wait, do you want him in a Norwegian prison? That's awfully kind.
Oh yes, of course, because
pickled with acidity, sugar, and salt. Nice.
Yes, no, sweet and sour. The Norwegian ones are. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right there, Damon. You've got a very good point, because of course, you know, our famous political prisoner in Norway, Anders Breivik, is constantly complaining about how his human rights are being trashed in the brutal Norwegian prison regime. You know, where he's basically got an apartment to himself and God knows what. So, you know, I think Norway's a little too rich for the likes of Strakov. I think, you know, we need something a little harsher. But no, the question I had, and apologies, I got cut off earlier, is there was an interesting article in today's Daily Telegraph about a phone call between a Russian celebrity and a Russian oligarch, Akhmetov, I forget exactly, and basically trashing Putin and his inner circle. Apparently, the Ukrainians intercepted it, and I just don't know if you discussed it yet. It seemed kind of interesting because they're all, you know, on the face of it, solid Putin supporters, but here they are literally talking absolute trash about Putin and what mediocrities his inner circle are. I did a little thread, so you can go and check it in my timeline, and if you want to see the full article, I can get that for you too.
I mean, I hope that there's lots of these going around, because no, they don't have a lot of power, but if there were, you know, if like all the oligarchs stood this way, he couldn't stay for long. You know, as long as he has a proportion, that's probably enough. But if he had none of them, that probably wouldn't be tenable for a very long time. The problem is, even these billionaires are not willing enough to make a difference, right? Like even they don't. They just complain over the kitchen table. Even they don't do anything. I think this is the real thing. You know, even the ones who can kind of look at themselves and think, yeah, you know, we have some power, we have money, money's power, so we have some power, and it's lots of us, so we must have loads, right? But even they would just bitch and moan and not do anything about it. I think it does say something about the, you know, the general spirit and, you know, culture and society, doesn't it, Ming?
Yeah, no, I agree. But then again, isn't it more a function of where, you know, people who oppose Putin, their level of fear becomes less than Putin's level of fear of them? And you know, the more we see of this, that the more likely that the sooner that tipping point approaches, and they go over it. And, you know, so I mean, you know, I'm all for this sort of thing.
No, that's great, right? I'm very happy. If they're feeling despondent and frustrated, that's a good thing, because the last thing you want to see is that you know, they're happy about it. That's sure for sure, but it needs to go well beyond that, and I think this is where I'm kind of worried whenever news like this comes out, Ming, right? Like, I like it on the face of it. What I'm worried about is what the downstream effect is going to be, because then the downstream effect is one that too often tends to inaction, as opposed to, yes, good, now provide a little bit more pressure and see if it cracks, right? Instead, the instinct of way too many in the West is sadly going to be, yeah, but look, they're already done for. There's no need to do anything, or even worse, they're already done for. Oh, both to us. Let's start panicking because we haven't prepared on how to, you know, make sure where all the nukes go once their whole country starts fighting each other with all the private armies and different territorial and interest warlords and whatever, right? So this is the real problem, I think. You know, when such things come out, we're like, oh, take the foot off the gas real quick, maybe even apply some brakes. Because what if the unthinkable happens? What if Russia starts fighting internally? That wouldn't be any good, would it? People still living in a very much, 1993 pre-Budapest Memorandum world where they're thinking, oh, well, then 4 countries had news or 3 countries had news instead of 1. What if now like 17 countries suddenly do, and they're completely unstable and they don't know where the borders are, and they're all fighting each other. At least that time around, none of them were fighting each other. The ones that actually had news, Armenia, Azerbaijan were. But this is the thing I'm really worried about. Cool. Let's and Nick, I trust you have more on this, and Lexicon
Yeah.
likewise. Nick.
Yeah, I agree a lot with your assessment, Domin. I think that is a lot of, a lot of the calculus that's going on here in relation to some politicians, both here and around the world. They're scared of their own shadows quite often, and what those downstream effects would be, as you said. And the reality is, very much so, that the way that these sort of power structures work is that, thinking about things like selectorate theory and all of that kind of stuff, is that, the oligarchs around him, they're going to bemoan and whatever, but their stars are hitched to Putin. And unless they see a viable alternative to Putin, they are going to hold on to him until that ship sinks, because even if they're losing things economically, even if things are difficult for them, um, unless they can see something better, they are not going to, they have no incentive to switch, because, a potential, um, a potential unknown situation, or some other rival that they don't perceive would be better, could potentially be a worse situation for them. And so nothing seems like a good situation for them. If they feel like if they can ride out the current situation, that if somehow Putin were to come out on the other side, that they might survive it somehow. Um, but So that's why I think that, uh, but at the same time, of course, some of them are creating these sort of PMCs, like we've talked about before, right? To protect their little goodies and all that kind of stuff, for a rainy day, just in case things do go south. But, that's why we should be, as you said, not just stalling and just waiting to see what happens. I think that's why we should be exerting more pressure. But again, they're just too terrified of what is going to happen. And that's really unfortunate, because we need to strangle Russia. I mean, I have no other way to describe it. It needs to be strangled, in this scenario, to ensure that, not only that the regime will fall, because it needs to, but it will also, it likely, if there's some sort of political chaos like this, perhaps it might, hasten an end to the war, or stall, delay, give an opportunity for Ukraine to advance in that way as well. But I just don't see the oligarchs doing anything. They have no incentive to. They have no incentive to. Um, they have nobody to look to as an alternative to Putin. So until they do, they're not going to move. They're going to just cling on to him until the bitter end. So I say exerting more pressure is really the way to go.
Lexicon.
Sorry, long trail of cycling. Yeah, well, I think For sure, these guys are not going to be doing anything. I don't think that's the point of this. But there's a couple of points that people are making. This has been circulating. I think we first saw it about 4 days ago. I think it was Dmitry who translated it. And so a couple of points people have been making are that, one, it's receiving a great deal of, it is sparking a great deal of conversation in both Russia and Ukraine. So one, that's very interesting. Secondly, these guys are not, they don't want to stay in Russia. They want to get out. One is in Dubai already, and he's suggesting to this guy who is maybe in Azerbaijan right now to come on, bring your family, we'll get out. So they're pushing the panic button. So this is people with money starting to really leave and get to safer banks and so on. Then the other thing is that I've heard some people's theory, like what are going to be the signs that there's a critique or that, things are getting a little rocky in the Kremlin. Well, one of them was if you start to see Putin being named. Well, this hasn't got there yet, but there are clearly others who said, oh, everybody's screwed up. All those top people know nothing. This time they're saying it's the guy at the top. He's effed everything. The country will not recover for another, I don't know whether they say decades or generations. So it's a verdict. I think that's probably what makes it interesting, that people, as I say, upper or lower middle, they're not the top, but they're one of them's a billionaire, I think, and maybe both. So that's very interesting. I think that's the importance, and it's very interesting. Maybe, Nick, you'd like to try your hand at sort of looking at what could this imply? Because for sure, the Ukrainian whoever didn't intercept by chance the one and only telephone conversation of this nature. It's like if they're out there, if you got one, if you catch one fish, there are very possibly more. So I think that's pretty interesting. And the fact that it's eliciting this interest in Ukraine and Russia is intriguing.
It's shocking, really, isn't it? Let's go to Ming first, and we'll go to Laughing Tommy. Ming.
Yeah, so I'm beginning to perhaps reevaluate my approach to this intercepted phone call. It seems to me quite possible that Akhmetov wanted it out there. Based on what you were saying, Lexicon, that he's potentially not in Russia, and neither is the other party, Prigozhin. And there's a little bit of it all about.
Yeah, I think so.
He's going on about how I'm sanctioned because I'm supposed to be close to Putin, but I last met him in 2008. And meanwhile, my mega yacht is rotting in Hamburg. So yeah, it might be something that Akhmetov himself wanted out there to get himself unsanctioned.
That makes a lot of sense to me. No, wanting to have it out there just to relieve a little bit of pressure. Laughing Tommy.
I sort of think that we're being a bit optimistic about this because these people aren't centers of power in the system that they're in. They hold money, but they don't hold the power related to that money. They're a technical thing that the people in power, the Siloviki, actually need. They need somebody who's good with money, who can store their money, invest it, and multiply it, and help them scam money out. And if you're tracking this, there's about 40-something people that are high up in industry, that are in banking or whatever, that have been killed since the beginning of the 2022 invasion. So those people aren't a factor, and in the power structure, apart from being a utility, and they can be easily replaced. And that's why I was thinking, like, when we were looking at them being getting armed up and starting the PMCs, I think that we're looking at it kind of wrong, since I don't think this is them preparing to, how should I say, preparing to defend themselves in a sort of civil war situation. I think it's much more likely that that was a way for them to uh, basically get into the actual power structure and try to make themselves irreplaceable to the regime, part of the irreplaceable structure, to make themselves less expendable, so that they can be spared if there's any restructuring necessary. At least that's my thought, because those people, if they step out the way, they're not being dealt with by some sort of positive stimulus. If they step out of line, one guy found himself with his family stabbed to death, and himself hung and stabbed with the same knife in Italy or wherever it was. They don't hold power.
Individually, they don't know, but at least they should think of it themselves. Hopefully, that they have some. And if this is widespread, then collectively they really ought to. But what I'm getting at is, in most countries, people who individually hold no power whatsoever tend to band together and drive change. Here, even people who might think of themselves as holding power and surely collectively having some sort of strength, don't even consider it, and don't go beyond complaining by over a kitchen table. And that's what I'm not saying. I'm not as though I was expecting much different from them. I'm just saying that this shows a lot about, let's say, culture, society, dedication, whatever else. Right, Nick? This is what we're kind of getting at here.
Right. That's exactly. I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, I think that really, I mean, look, these guys are in this situation for selfish reasons, and I guess in that way, I think that Laughing Tommy would agree that it's about a lot about self-preservation, but the thing is that guys are deploying their PMCs. Number one, number two, they're I mean, I guess related to number one, they are keeping them close to them. I think that one thing that they're doing that to uh, keep them close to help protect their properties, to protect their assets, etc. Um, either from the regime or what have you, what they perceive might be some sort of fallout. Uh, um, but they are complaining, they're upset, yes, but it's at the same time, they just are not going to they're not going to do anything serious as far as make a major break from Putin, as far as um, um, that come out and say that he's like a war criminal or something like this, like that is just not going to happen. So I don't think that we should be looking for anything like that. I really just think that it's going to be a situation where, unless they actually were to see something, like one of them, and I don't even think one of them, because I think that it would end up being like a warring situation where they're just gonna like fight between each other for some kind of power, or um, something like that. Unless they were to see some other person who they felt would guarantee them a position in the power vertical, they're going to hang on to Putin uh, effectively, um, for all intents and purposes, because in some ways, they are receiving some nominal protection, I guess, from him within the structure, uh, such as it is. So that's just the way it is right now, and they are creating these PMCs for a rainy day, is kind of how I see it. I don't know. What do you think, Daman?
Yeah, we were talking with Ming about this actually. It seems like Gazprom PMC. Why are they doing that? Well, I think they're thinking back to the 90s, right? When it was important that everybody has their batch of enforcers, and that's what they need because they're thinking, well, who knows? Maybe in 6 months, a year, 2 years, enforcers will be far more expensive than they are now. Now, if we create a nice establishment now, no one's going to come and mess with us when what hits the fan. So that's probably part of it. The other part of it is probably something to do now, right? Kind of as tribute. Remember the medieval setup that Putin has with its underlings. Remember, vassals have to send an army to their feudal overlord, right? And this goes like a pyramid system, up and up and up. Ever bigger units are made, and then the feudal overlord sends them to build their empire, whatever nonsense, right? But that's basically what they're doing. That's why Prigozhin has his own army, Shoigu has his own army, Kadyrov always had his own army. Now the head of the occupation authority in Crimea is building an army. Gazprom is apparently building an army. Who's not building an army? Come on, is the in vogue thing to do. Maybe you'll even be on cover of Russian Vogue if you do really well.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the 90s because I think I've another time on here I've talked about that it's what we're in many ways the economy is starting to revert back to a 90s type economy, except without the any kind of influx of foreign aid or foreign investment, or at least in any sort of real way, not from the West anyway. So, and the 90s was very much, in a lot of ways, very Wild West like, where banks had their own sort of mercenary groups, right? Uh, open up the paper. Some bank was shot by a rival bank's mercenary group or something like this, right? And so, I feel like that this is something that they're thinking about. They're thinking about um, protecting their assets because I think that they feel uh, because they are the economy, because they are the ones that are really raping the economy. So they're feeling it quite a bit. They can see that their profits and all of this stuff are dropping or whatever. I don't have that much money, so I can't even imagine what that looks like. But they must see this, and so they are making those sort of preparations for what they imagine. I'm sure is that sort of return to a 90s type economy, but without a hope of what even was then of any sort of Western investment or anything like that of a kind of return or a resurgence in that regard. So I would say without even less hope than there even was in the 90s to sort of pull themselves out of it in that way. So I would imagine that it must be even more terrifying. So yeah, I mean that's exactly what they could imagine would be coming for them, as well as perhaps threats from the state if in any way, um, whether it be FSB or whatever, and who knows. So yeah, or rival state groups like Kadyrovites, or you know what I mean? So just stuff like that. So it's just really quite interesting. Or the Gazprom PMC, which would be nominally sort of a state PMC in a way, because Gazprom being a state entity. So yeah, it's just isn't it wild? It's just absolutely wild.
Tommy.
Well, I sort of have to push back just a bit because the fact that they haven't deployed units yet maybe means that they're gathering up force so they can make their mark, first of all, and second, so that their force is marginally effective so that they can make said mark. And I mean this training, funding, gearing, etc. But what goes more to the point is that in the 90s, all these oligarchs under Yeltsin were operating with a degree of independence. But the first thing that Putin did when he came to power was that he basically decapitated the old system, put a bunch of them away. A bunch of others died in mysterious circumstances. And the ones that were left were basically told that you can remain and have your lavish lifestyle, but everything you own, everything you are, is ours. And that's how the Siloviki have proceeded. And I think of these guys as like in a mob, in a criminal organization, you have the enforcers, but you also have accountants, money men. And these are money men. The accountant will be given a good life. He will do whatever he has to in the official front-facing business of the organization, but he will never hold power over the guys who are actually working, doing wet work in the night. That's not how things work in that situation. And I'm thinking that these PMCs are not going to amount to much unless they use them at the front, but what they will amount to is an additional way to funnel money away from the state and into the hands of the how should I say, the existing apparatus, because in order for for them to lose value to the regime, it's not only Putin that should go down, but you have to go like 4 layers deep into the state regime. So Patrushev, the people directly beneath Patrushev, and so on. And that's when those people will start basically losing value, because the people they hold money for will actually be out of action. But until that point, those people are the Siloviki of that rank are the ones in charge. And if we replace the figurehead at the top, all the money men will still hold their function. So I don't think. I think there's a bunch of possible layers to it. It's not only just private opposing armies. I think that before we get to a stage like that, a lot of stuff has got to go down. And what I would be looking for is, for example, not the leaders of the different services like the FSB and so on, not the top leaders, but like 1 or 2 ranks towards the bottom. If we start getting intercepts of those people being disgruntled, well, those people are part of the Siloviki. Those people are part of the intelligence apparatus, which is the thing that Putin actually uses. And those people have sufficient power and knowledge of the workings of the system so that they can move up and decapitate the small amount of people above them. So these are the people to look for. I think that the rest is just, it's going to be shocks to the system, but as long as stuff happens, like they were asking the money men that were taxed recently were asking for, basically they wanted fraud with state money or whatever the crime was under 250,000 not to be a criminal offense that's punishable with prison, but just to pay a fine. So it's that kind of inducements that they're going to look for, something to improve their personal lavishness and personal lifestyle. But I don't think they'll be at the stage yet where they will actually be willing to go against the force apparatus.
Okay.
Right. I mean, that I largely agree with what you're saying, right? I mean, and in a lot of ways, that's not really different from what we were saying. So, we definitely know like Slovakia and all of that kind of stuff. You know, yeah. And what I was saying initially was basically kind of what you're saying, that that I don't imagine that these people are going to be going against Putin, because they're going to be holding on to his coattails as long as humanly possible. Okay. But we're saying that if the stuff were to go down, okay, and if these types of quote unquote decapitations, and if people were being moved against, and if things were starting to go in that direction, I imagine that these people might try to protect themselves against these types of situations, if possible. So, we'll have to see what happens. But, you know, I, there's no doubt that these various oligarchs are the Silovaki were handpicked by Putin. Essentially, they were people from that he knew for many years, from the FSB, etc. Or people that he knew in other aspects of his life, and so you know, he's going to be. I mean, they are going to be holding on to him because they know that if they were to make a move against him, that it would it would be essential death for them, both figuratively and literally. There is no other option for them to go anywhere else or to do anything else in the current environment without a viable alternative. So, until there is some other viable alternative, or until the whole thing just sort of combusts in upon itself, or collapses upon its weight. So we were talking about, if the situation were to collapse upon its weight, then you might see something where they do activate these various PMCs, and it might look something like that, I think, is what we were discussing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Domin.
Yeah, so I guess we have been talking a bit past each other, because I agree absolutely with this last bit of your assessment. What I have essentially been trying to say is that there is no, the impetus for the collapse will not come from them. So yeah, what I was trying to say is that their disgruntlement isn't going to be the source of regime change, but it will definitely be a factor in how things play out. That was my point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So then we totally agree, because like that's what I was saying, and that's what Donna was saying. It's like they sit there and kvetch,
Yeah.
they complain, they whine, but at the end of the day, because their stars are hitched to Putin, and they know that there isn't some other alternative, some oppositional alternative, um, at least that they can that we can see, or that they can see, that would be viable, that would bring them in, that they could guarantee that they would still have a position within the power vertical, um, until until a person like that appears. We are going to be in this situation exactly like this, or until the system collapses in on its own weight. So that's all we were saying. And then we were kind of game playing out, if it were going to collapse in on its own weight, what would that look like? And that's when we were talking about this situation where they might be, activating their little PMCs or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, totally.
So we're in violent agreement with each other.
Right. Exactly.
Excellent. This is wonderful. Just don't punch each other too hard. Good thing there's this body water between, isn't it? No, but on a serious point, right? I think it's just a good illustration of just how messed up things are. Talking about things being messed up, do you remember the first time when the IAEA team visited the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant? Do you remember that the genius Rosatom head of occupational authority sociologist who was there, who was explaining to people how the rocket comes from Ukraine, from Ukrainian controlled territory, and then just before it lands, it does a 180, and that's what it looks like. It came from Russia. Did you remember that? No one?
Wait.
I
Repeat
did.
that
I
one.
did.
Could you repeat that? I'm so sorry, Dom.
Nick, remember when the IAEA first went to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, right? When the team first went there
Yes.
many months ago,
Yeah.
right? And there was this sociologist guy who was saying, look at this rocket that's wedged here into the soil outside of the power plant. It looks like it came from Ukrainian controlled territory,
Yes.
but well, it looks like it came from Russian controlled territory, but it came from the Ukrainian controlled territory. And then just before it landed, it did a 180 and it lodged itself. That's what it looks like it came from Russia. Okay, so he's back. The man is back, or rather, Raffaello Grossi, the head of the IAEA, veteran Argentine diplomat, is back, and he is back at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. He had to hug that sociologist guy.
Oh Lord.
I feel really bad for him. Not the sociologist. I feel really bad for Grossi. But you know, there will be people who will say, "Now, oh, you know, look, he's cavorting with the Russians." No, I wouldn't say that in the slightest. I mean, Grossi's been very clear on the record repeatedly that, you know, Russia get out. The problem is that Grossi doesn't have an army, you know, and Grossi would really need a really big army to kick the Russians out. And already in his initial reporting, he said quite clearly that, you know, this is a this is a problem, right? That the Russians are there, that they've been bringing more soldiers there, that this is completely not allowed, completely unbearable. You know, so he's been very clear on that.
Right.
But yeah, if anybody wants to see the moment nobody should ever have to experience, I put it up in the nest, and you can check it out. There's also the reminder, the video where a sociologist teaches a bunch of nuclear physicists and engineers who, you know, they're still physicists and engineers. And I think before they did the nuclear stuff, all of them did some Newtonian mechanics, just a guess, teaching them how physics works. It's really funny, really funny. Yeah, Tommy, you remember that one, right?
Oh, I absolutely do. It's one of my favorite things to bring up to people who are telling me how the Ukrainians are shelling the power plant. But I also want to remind you of another spectacular line from the MH17 case trial, where the judges basically told the Russians that their evidence is not consistent with physics. It's not that it's not consistent with what happened, it's not consistent with the laws of nature. And because the Russians wanted their own experts to show how it was possible for the rocket to fly out of Ukraine, then spin back around and then hit the plane and all that stuff. And yeah, just pointing that out as well.
But isn't this I mean, it's a very consistent situation with Russia writ large, whether we're talking about MH17, whether we're talking about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, whether we're talking about missiles in Donetsk or Luhansk. You know, you see so many of these really just, I don't know, these mystical Ukrainian missiles that just have this like godlike ability to, or it must be Satan like, because they say that, you know, that Ukrainians are Satan worshippers and all this kind of stuff. Ability to just sort of, you know, do these gymnastics and fly through the air and spin around and, you know, defy physics and all. It's just mind boggling. That you know, again, you see a missile, how it lands in, you know, the ground in a certain angle, and so because of physics it could only have come in this one way, but yet again, no, it clearly came from Ukrainians who are over, you know, in the opposite direction, and it just completely boggles the mind. Or the MH17, I remember, because I had joined Twitter back for the 2014, but actually for Maidan, and then stayed through the invasion. But I remember, um, when Ukrainians were, uh, uh, taking video of the Books even coming in across Ukraine and everything. And so when that whole thing happened, oh no, no, that's it's all fake news and blah blah blah. I mean, it blows your mind how all of this is just this mystical sciency thing and fake news, but that's just how they roll, and they can do it with a straight face, and it just blows your mind, doesn't it?
Blows your mind like that 180-degree rocket does. We have someone new here. Definitely have no idea who this is. Nurple.
Good morning. Dr. Nick's pretty young. Okay, so she probably doesn't remember with great detail the old Soviet days. And for any of us that lived through it, and I'm looking at you, Axel, and I'm looking at maybe Domin a little, you would be quite young back then. Oh, you're like 14. And definitely John, that's kind of lurking in the audience there. You remember the days that the Soviets used to just come out with these outlandish remarks, and like, oh, the Americans didn't make it to the moon. We made it to the moon. You know what? Well, we made the moon. And they just like the absurdity that came out of their mouths was modus operandi back in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, even the 80s. The claims they would make, and NATO countries would just sit back and go, oh yeah, there's the Reds, and they're getting all uppity again. I wonder what they're going to say now. When they were rolling across Europe and making all these. Oh well, these people have elected communism. Oh yeah, sure they did. You had nothing to do with that in Poland. It was just a complete absurdity. And you know what? It's the same actors over there. It's the same actors that are pushing the same buttons. Now they've consolidated their control, and they have a headmaster that is just as absurd as the rest of them. And unfortunately, like we have the virtue of being able to pick and choose the media we can consume. Right. Whether you're wearing a tinfoil hat and you think the lizard people and chemtrails are going to come and eat your eyeballs, you can turn the TV off. You can switch channels, and you have probably about 5,000 channels you can choose from. That is not the case in Russia. Russia, everything is state owned, even private broadcasters, which I don't think there's many left. I think the last one was basically forced out of the country because they said the war. So all their chain of command went to jail, and they're currently mining salt. They consume this day in and day out, and it's like Goebel said, you tell a lie often enough and long enough, it will become the truth. And I changed my name because I want to hear Doman say Nurple.
Shout out Nurple. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, so largely yes, that's absolutely accurate. And one of the things I would say to Soviet times is one of my favorite fake news stories. That's actually not my favorite because it's actually terrible. Is they made up this lie in the 80s that the American government invented hating African Americans, hating